The following program is a collection of stooges talking about happenings in the sports world. It is meant to be comedic informative. The opinions expressed on this show do not necessarily reflect the beliefs of their peers, their boss, or ESPN. There may be some cuss words because that's how humans in the real world talk. If you are young, please seek permission before watching any further.
Hey.
Why?
Let's go.
This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for it.
McAfee on the line with a gorgeous assist.
The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers.
You pink.
Starter! Damn it! Be a friend, tell a friend something nice could change their life. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome to our humble abode, the Thunderdome, on this massive Overreaction Monday, December 16th, 2024. This program starts now.
Football!
It's wonderful. Obviously, the college football playoffs start on Friday night through the weekend through the national championship, which I believe is on January 13th.
20th.
There we go. January 20th. So obviously that's fantastic. Week 15 of the NFL slate. Just 2 games remain before we're on to week 16 of an 18-week season. Everybody look out. We have an MVP candidate that has said, hey, I'm the best player in football. There's some teams that have said, hey, we're the best teams in football. And then there's a litany of people that are wondering what the hell their team is going to have to do to potentially get to the next step, but get to the next level. For next season to be a season that we can celebrate and say we're going to win a Super Bowl. Now, am I talking just strictly about the team that calls the city in which I live home? Potentially. But there's a lot of teams out. There's some teams in, and there's a few that are built to win a Lombardi. We'll talk about all of it. The Talks the Tables here at Boston Connor and at Ty Schmidt. Con man, not this year for the Patriots, but Ty Schmidt, the Green Bay Packers in prime time last night, put on a performance that made you think it maybe we go on a run this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Just last week and the week before that, we're kind of saying, hey, probably not the Packers' year. You look how good some of these other teams in the NFC are. But then after last night, I mean, when they play their A game, I'm back to thinking it might be the year. Why not? Why not? They're starting to kind of get healthy, too. Not that they've been super banged up. Obviously, you got a team like Detroit who's losing everybody, but Edrin Cooper, their rookie linebacker, who just immediate impact last night. Unbelievable. Jair Alexander should be getting back here soon, and the offense still is kind of finding their footing, just, continually getting big plays when they need to. I'd like to see them step on teams' throats when they get to big leads like this and not just let teams linger and then, you kind of have to clench your butt cheeks for the last quarter or so, but I am starting to think, yeah, this might be the year for the Packers.
Okay, I love that. Jordan Love in his 13 starts after Week 10, which is the last 2 seasons. Here's a stat from Hembo. 26 touchdowns, 2 interceptions.
Pretty good.
Okay, whenever the games are most important, whenever you're the toughest part of the schedule, Jordan Love has played his best football. He's only been sacked 15 times during those time. The whole team seemingly comes together. 78.2 QBR, which is best in the NFL in that particular time frame. And he's getting Josh Jacobs in 5 games post the bye. Okay, had to buy, figured it out. 112 scrimmage yards per game, 32 first downs, 9 touchdowns. Josh Jacobs was acquired this past offseason. Obviously, they let Aaron Jones go. Josh Jacobs from the Raiders led the NFL in yards, yada, yada, yada. He comes over to the Packers. Well, why would you get rid of Aaron Jones? And then you have Josh Jacobs. Feels like he's the perfect fit for this particular LaFleur offense, both with the way they scheme the run, and he can catch the rock now. He's a weapon for Jordan Love out of the bag.
Yeah, without a doubt. For the first time in really, I'd probably say my lifetime, the Packers are a run-first team. It's just like they pound the rock. They make no mistake about it, and they get Josh Jacobs going early. And, Aaron Jones very rarely had 20 games or 20 carries in a game. Like, they almost never did that. Josh Jacobs is touching the ball 25 to 30 times every single week, and it's massive. It's what's carrying them.
The Packers offense ranks top 5 in creating big plays, avoiding negative ones, and winning with motion. So, obviously, there's a little eye candy. LaFleur's in his bag. Congrats to the Packers. Massive win.
Big win.
Over the Seattle Seahawks, who are leading the NFC West. Hold on. What the hell's going on with those Rams? Hold on. Yeah. What's going on with Geno? Hold on. McDonald in his first year thought we had a nice little run. We'll see how they handle the adversity, especially after losing massively to the Green Bay Packers. Now, one half of the hammer, Dahn, Cowboys AP tone in the Battle of Pennsylvania. The Keystone State Bowl. The Philadelphia Eagles beat the hell out of the Pittsburgh Steelers. T.J. Watt potentially injured. Hurt a low ankle sprain, I do believe, is what they are calling it. That looked bad because it was kind of a non-contact situation. Lane Johnson even goes, whoa, hold the phone. This is just kind of a standard rush for T.J. Cleat must have got stuck, a little bit of a slippage. Lane Johnson goes, hey, but whoa. Are you okay? This is not good. Obviously, massive respect between two of the all-time greats in this whole thing. T.J. is going to have to get healthy. George Pickens is going to have to get healthy. We got some stats from Hembo here about a George Pickens missing and what Russell Wilson has done without George Pickens. In the last 2 games without George Pickens, Wilson has averaged 31% fewer yards per attempt.
Wow.
25% fewer yards per completion, 14% more passes at or behind the line of scrimmage. Now, obviously, you're going to lose some stuff whenever your main weapon is off the field as a quarterback. If you remember first episode of Hard Knocks AFC North, Mike Hilton of the Cincinnati Bengals was basically leading a DB meeting and was like, hey, 14 is the guy. 14 is the guy. 14 is the guy. So Russell Wilson without 14 has certainly looked a lot worse. The offense has looked worse. Yesterday they looked abysmal against a Philadelphia Eagles defense that is very stat and very good. With that being said, you lose your playmaker, these types of things are going to happen. How are Steelers fans taking this loss to the Philadelphia Eagles?
It was an ass beating from beginning to end. The first quarter was terrible, and then they didn't run a play in the fourth quarter from 10 minutes on. The Eagles went on a 10-minute drive to end the game. The Eagles D-line had their way, and the Eagles wide receivers had their way. Both the Eagles wide receivers went over 100 yards. They dared them to throw the ball. They packed the box so that...
And they're friends.
That's cool.
I mean, John, at least address what is happening right in front of your face right there. Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, these guys hate each other.
Or do they?
Hey,
Well.
Fake news.
Jalen went bananas.
Yeah.
And obviously, A.J. Brown was a beneficiary of that. Devontae Smith was a beneficiary of that. But the numbers that he put up through the sky, not only completion percentage, but yards, spreading the love in the city. A brotherly love. Jalen Hurts, after being called out for not being a good passer.
Yeah.
By the entire world. And also A.J. Brown, who was maybe a little bit frustrated with how the offense was rolling. 27-13, obviously, against the Steelers, 12-2. Hurts went 25-32 with 290 passing yards, 2 pass touchdowns, 15 carries, 45 yards rushing. Jalen Hurts was back in his bag. Now, sorry for cutting you off.
All good.
That was one of the biggest storylines of the entire weekend was Jalen Hurts is hated by everybody, but he walked his ass into that post-game pressure with the Kangol hat on backward.
Yeah.
Cool chain.
Cool, sick ice. Good hoop earring, too. Good hoop earring, too. I thought it was maybe a microphone there for a second. Look, that literally looks like an iced out microphone. That's what he had to say to lead off the presser after the game.
So that's what y'all want to see, huh?
What a moment. This Eagles team is fantastic. Tone, your team got their asses beat by that guy and Nick Sirianni. And you talked about the second half not getting the rock. The time of possession, as pointed out by our show's contributor, Mark Caboli, 39-52 total, 20 the other way. Second half, 24-10. Out of a 30-minute half. 24 minutes and 10 seconds for the Philadelphia Eagles, 5 minutes and 50 seconds for the offense. Artie Smith in the Pittsburgh Steelers offense has its worst game. It also has its least amount of plays, I would assume, by far. But that's what this Eagles team can do. This Eagles team can absolutely pound you. Saquon Barkley was out. Thought he was going to be okay. Comes back loose, flying around. Feels like they're only getting better and better. This Eagles team, best team in football right now. I think everybody kind of agrees with that sentiment. Offense, defense, and special teams. What did you learn from that game yesterday? 9-year NFL vet D-Bud.
You know what? I didn't learn much. I knew this about the Eagles coming in, and then obviously it was a lot of noise in the media last week, which it is with this team every week coming off a win. But obviously it was the passing game. Hurts, A.J. Brown, you knew he was going to find 11. You knew Devontae Smith a couple weeks back in, and now he was going to be found as well. Steelers played a lot of man coverage. Like Tone said, they spread out. They forced him to throw the ball almost, like I said, forced him to throw the ball. He found the guys all day long. He obviously got yards on the ground as well. And after that, Najee Harris fumble on the toss. Eagles went on 5-yard gain, 6-yard gain, 9-yard gain, 4-yard gain, 23-yard gain, 5-yard, 6, 1, 14-yard, then a couple tush pushes to put it in, and then they touched the ball one time in the fourth quarter. So I think they had 2 possessions in the second half. That's why you almost never see that in the National Football League. So this is who you want to be going into this playoff push. What, 10-0 now since Sirianni went ball? So, yeah, Eagles are the most complete team in football.
Yeah, and I wonder what the Philadelphia Eagles fans are saying on our overreactions. I cannot wait to read those and hear those because they were winning earlier in the year, and everybody was calling Sirianni an idiot. Now, they're winning in a fashion, especially this game against the Steelers, where you just keep the other team off the field. Your defense loves that. Defense just gets to sit on the sideline, get as healthy and fresh as possible. Gets so fresh, actually, that you can just punch a guy right in the head whenever you're on punt safe. Kind of get jacked up a little bit. Jalen Carter goes with a big-time right to Cam Hayward's head, which then led to the drama for this week for the Philadelphia Eagles, which is boom!
Oh, I thought that was after the punt.
Boom! 2 of them. No, it was before the punt. You see the ball come through. It's in punt safe, standard punt safe operation. Put the D lineman in there. The only goal was let's make sure the punt gets off, and then we're fair catching this thing. There's no return. This is just kind of a ceremonial play here. They're punting the ball to us. We're going to fair catch it. Our offense is going to get on the field. And with how this thing has been going, our offense isn't going to get off the field until they score again. But then on the sideline, Nick Sirianni wants to go have a little word. Defensive line coach Clint Hurtt goes, no, it's not time. Now's our time. Now's our time. Chill. Come on. Sirianni goes, I need to tell him that he can't be doing that stupid shit right now. Coach Hart's like, hey, now's our time. Big Dom's over there too, like, hey, Jalen, hey, bud, hey, pal, hey, paisan.
Take it easy.
You can't be punching guys in the head. That's what Sirianni's saying. He's all fired up right now. So obviously this is more drama that people are going to talk about, but the conversation should be this team is going on an absolute run right now. Everything that they've seemingly done has worked, and their fans are jacked up.
They should be.
Their fans think this is the year. Their fans think this is the time that they're able to go on a run. And if you look at the numbers, obviously full domination by one side versus the other side. And this Pittsburgh Steelers team, good. Just a week ago talking about, Steelers actually have what it takes to maybe win a Super Bowl. Now, obviously, it's an AFC team, not an NFC team. But if you look on the NFC side, everybody at the top can run. But they can't stop. Philadelphia Eagles defense dominant right now.
Very good.
Offense can run if they have to go on a run. And then special teams, Jake can't be missing any kicks, but Jake will be great going forward, as will their punter. It's like Eagles are the real deal. And fly, Eagles, fly on a road to victory.
Thank God.
What's that?
That they're good because a couple of my teams. Oh. But yeah, Eagles held it down. To your point, obviously the offensive guys been getting the headline.
I think some people might not understand what you're saying. Darius J. Butler adopted the Philadelphia Eagles as one of his teams once they got
Jalen Hurts.
Exactly. So he said, that's one of my teams.
Yep. When they got good.
And then when they were good. Well,
they were okay.
They won a Super Bowl before that.
And then the whole thing blew up.
Yep. Got Carl out of there. Got Hurts in. And then,
Speaking of Carl,
he's back.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is Carson Wentz season for the Kansas City Chiefs, we assume. Now, Patrick Mahomes has a high ankle sprain, I believe is what is being reported, because of a run in the pocket late that got up and a bunch of mush against the Cleveland Browns. They do cover, by the way. Shout out to the Chiefs for doing that. Okay. He gets kind of a sandwich shot, low one way, upper body the other way. Then somebody actually comes in and pushes him back right there with their legs. I think that kind of saved it, because I think he was going to get full-on pretzeled, but then 54 comes in and pushes him back a little bit. I think there's a chance he even rips that even more. So nasty shot happens in football. Awkward fall. Patrick Mahomes, obviously phenomenally tough, has been throughout his entire career. He's a guy that we've seen on camera while being mic'd up after definitely having a sprained ankle. And they're saying we have to get an x-ray on that. We have to get an MRI on that. Runs on it to get it done so he can run back and play in a football game. He is everything that you would want in a starting quarterback. Doesn't want to miss a thing, doesn't want to appear to be weak, never tired. I'll do whatever for the team. But I think they got 3 games in 11 days. I think they're one of the teams that has to do it. I think there's a chance that Patrick Mahomes is going to miss some games. And I think there's a chance Carson Wentz is going to get in there. And I think there's a chance then that although this season has been phenomenal, both college and the NFL, Carson Wentz football was the most electrifying football that you could possibly have.
By far.
Obviously, they're on a run to a number 1 seed. Carson Wentz doesn't know that. Obviously, they have a chance to do something that no NFL team has ever done before, and that's win 3 straight Lombardis. Carson Wentz cannot comprehend that. Carson Wentz is going to play Carson Wentz football.
That's right.
And what that means is when he's playing great, this Chiefs team might be
better than they have been.
ever.
Yeah.
But then there's going to come a moment where, and I know Josh Allen, who we'll talk about in a matter of moments, who was electrifying, is shot-putting passes and it's getting called back.
Sweet.
And I know Drake May's doing things. Carson Wentz will do all that with his offhand.
Yep.
Carson Wentz in the middle of that play right there, as he's getting bent back, he'll wonder if his knee's down, and he'll actually put that ball in his left hand to reach around this way and throw a dart to somebody. That is Carson Wentz football. No play is ever dead. Every play could be a touchdown. Every play can win a game. That's Carson Wentz football. And when it's going good, it is the greatest. But every once in a while, there's going to be a play or two where you go, God, whoa.
Carl.
Whoa, we can't. You literally, in your own end zone, in a divisional championship game, in the fourth quarter, can't just actually pitch a ball for the shortest pick six in the history of the NFL because they actually caught it in your own end zone. And then on the next play, literally, you get the ball back because they just scored a touchdown and started kicking off. Next play, scramble, divisional championship game. Scramble, go down, put the ball on the ground with all your weight. Thank you, ball. Stand back up and then see triple team player. And let's go ahead and throw that. And then a big-time play is made by the wide receiver, and it's like, that's Carson Wentz football in a nutshell. Now, will Andy Reid let that happen?
No.
He should.
Are they gonna? Are they just? Andy Reid can only coach him until he gets on the field.
Exactly.
Patriots fans understand what we're saying.
Yeah, 1,000%. It's basically Will Levis on steroids. We said it when Will Levis was starting out this season.
Will Levis, but with like
Mahomes and Will Levis combined.
I don't want to say no talent, but
Will Levis
with talent.
Yeah, with a Super Bowl experience, with an MVP season under his belt.
Right.
With an MVP possibility.
Yeah, bingo.
Yeah, because I love Bill.
Dude, he's so fun.
Rest in peace, our friend.
Never going to see him play football again. I don't think. Maybe the UFL. He'd be great in the UFL.
Oh, man.
CFL, even better.
The Argos.
Probably a Hall of Famer. Going into this year, though, everybody's saying Will was a guy.
Oh, yeah.
This might be the year.
Look out.
That's what a lot of people were saying.
Spent a ton of money to build that offense.
But you're right. The founding father of that style of football is Carson Wentz.
Yeah.
Will Levis was trying his absolute best to do it. And Will, good luck. He's still young. Still young.
Plenty of time.
Can learn a lot. I don't think it's going to be happening in Tennessee going forward, but you can still learn a lot and go. This Chiefs team still has the capability to get the number 1 seed. Their quarterback gets hurt. Carson Wentz goes in. Andy Reid's going to have to control that. Let's say he does. The other team in the AFC that is really hot right now has a quarterback who's unconscious.
That's absurd.
What did the stats say this morning on the screen? Like 869 yards.
10 touchdowns. No turnovers.
In the last 2 weeks. That's just 2 weeks of football right there. That's just 2 weeks for this guy. Josh Allen is by far the greatest football player on earth right now. No questions asked. Everything he's doing is awesome, and he's not turning the ball over. This was always the potential Josh Allen that we thought could be. He can throw the ball forever, has an absolute hose of an arm.
Right.
We don't know. Don't know.
Although
signs would say potentially. Signs would say potentially.
No doubt.
But nonetheless, can spin it, and then he can run. And his team, understand, Deion Dawkins didn't even have to block anybody there. They just pulled, let the guy run away. And they just hammer a Detroit Lions team that is obviously riddled with injuries, but very, very good. Now, the Buffalo Bills defense, we're going to have to ask some questions because the Rams did what they wanted to do, and then now the Detroit Lions were able to do whatever they wanted to do. But with Josh Allen on a football field, this Buffalo Bills team is going to win. Who they got left on their schedule now?
They got the gritty New England Patriots 2 more times. They still haven't played yet, so that should go well.
Okay, gritty crappie, you could say, at this particular point.
Sure.
Quarterback very good, future very bright.
Hopefully.
Although one of the owners says these play calls are absolute crap. I don't know what the hell's going on. I'm not a professional lip reader, but that seems to be the case. But this Buffalo Bills team can very much get the number 1 overall seed, home field advantage. Now, obviously, they're built to win in those conditions this year, more so than ever before. It's like this Buffalo Bills team, when they're on TV, must watch. Josh Allen on TV right now, must watch. Not just because the explosive plays and things like this. That's like a 45-yard rope throw across his body back across the field. You're not supposed to do that, but Josh Allen is seeing the field so damn great. It's like this guy is igniting not only the Buffalo Bills, but like football.
Yeah.
This guy, this is what we want. And if he gets a chance to perform in the Super Bowl, okay, we talk about Lamar Jackson making it to a Super Bowl, which The Giants had to feel that one.
Oh, boy.
Giants had to feel that one yesterday.
Having an unbelievable year, too.
Lamar Jackson, phenomenal right now. And he's back to and we have talked about how if he makes it to a Super Bowl, shout out to the world getting a chance to watch Lamar Jackson for the first time because a lot of people in a lot of countries only watch the Super Bowl. So we always talked about, imagine Lamar Jackson showing up there in these countries that don't see anything. They see Lamar, whoa. What the hell is going on here? That guy's faster than everybody spins. Imagine Josh Allen getting dropped in there. And these people from the other side of the earth that are soccer fans or rugby fans, and they see this guy, 6'5", whatever he is, thick, faster than everybody, spinning it all over the place, talking shit while doing it, and his entire team being bought in. That is very possible this year with this Bills team. He's definitely going to win the MVP. One half of the hammer.
Dahn.
Cowboys, AP Tone, AP voter. Is that how the odds are stacked up?
Yeah,
that he's definitely.
He's a heavy favorite right now.
Okay, so he's definitely going to win the MVP. Not enough weeks left to really ruin it.
No.
He would have to come out and have like a 4-turnover game back-to-back weeks at this point to not win the MVP, which we don't think he will because that's not how he's been playing this year at all. But like watching his, they got to get a stop though.
They got to get
their defense needs to get a stop at some point. You know, because Josh has had to play like this the last 2 weeks for them to win games. At some point, their defense is going to have to tighten up. What are you seeing from them, and do you think it's possible?
Got to figure it out on defense. They are banged up on the back end for sure. Was down a couple safeties, and we know they played two really good quarterbacks, two good offenses as well. Matt Stafford, Jared Goff. Obviously, those guys can sling it around the yard. But yeah, you got to make stops in the playoffs, especially. You obviously got to have a run game as well. Josh Allen is a big part of that run game. They have a good offensive line. AQ's been kind of talking about him all year long. James Cook kind of got going as well. Johnson. But yeah, one-man show. You talked about Josh Allen this year, and for the last, 3-4 years, especially Dan O has been talking about his ridiculous numbers and how many touchdowns he's scored compared to the rest of the league. He's got to win it, though. He's got to win the big one against Patrick Mahomes and on the biggest stage. Will it be at home? Will it be at Kansas City? You got to figure it out defensively, though, if you are the Buffalo Bills. That's the only question when you're looking at this team.
I love the top of the AFC battling against the top of the NFC in this particular game. We have some breaking news out of this game. David Montgomery, I believe it is being reported, out for the rest of the season. Is that what's being said?
There's a fear.
Potentially, there's a fear. Schefter tweeted that people in the organization are concerned that he's out indefinitely.
Okay.
Jeez.
That is ladies and gentlemen, joining us now, senior insider for ESPN, Adam Schefter. Schefter, okay, that would be a massive gut punch for the Detroit Lions. Obviously, Sonic and Knuckles in the backfield, Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery, massive tandem, great tag team behind Jared Goff, and that offense that has been so phenomenal all year, even though their defense has been so banged up. What do we know about this, and is there more to the story here, Schefter?
Yeah, well, essentially, he went out of the game briefly with the knee injury. And then after the game, he came out, and obviously they found that he's got a sprained MCL, and they think he's going to be done for the season. Now, I'm not proclaiming him to be out for the year just yet because he is getting further testing. He is getting a second opinion, and we don't know what that's going to uncover. But I would say that there's a sense and belief amongst multiple people right now that David Montgomery will not play again this season. And at the very least, he's going to be out indefinitely, if not for the rest of the season. Knuckles will be sidelined. I don't know how many blows one team can withstand. And I don't remember the last time that we've seen one team this decimated with injuries. They have essentially gone through an entire defense. Aleem McNeil tore his ACL yesterday. Carlton Davis broke his jaw yesterday. They're already without Aiden Hutchinson, Marcus Davenport, Malcolm Rodriguez, Derek Barr. We go on and on here. It's hard to line up a team when you lose that many players and are signing players off practice squads and off the street. And it's really disappointing because this team was positioned to have the most memorable year in franchise history. And maybe they still can. That's up to them to try to forge ahead. But it's not going to be without their challenges right now and all the injuries that they've suffered, especially this past week like this past weekend alone.
Yes.
Aleem McNeil.
Got it. Carlton Davis, yes, and now David Montgomery. Hey, so we've been talking about this for a few weeks now. This has kind of been like every single week they've lost big names on that defensive side.
Yep.
But they've continued to win games somehow. And the question was, when will they be able to when will it all kind of come to a head? Feels like now is the time, but they also took on Josh Allen, who is in the middle of a historic run. What he has done over the last few weeks, let alone the entire season, is very, very notable. Their defense hasn't been able to get a stop either. I mean, the last 2 weeks, their defense hasn't been able to stop anybody. I'm excited to see how this whole thing, Detroit, I do fear probably,
Yeah.
Listen, Pat, as a Detroit Lions fan my entire life, you've been through a lot of pain, probably more pain than any other franchise in any other sport in the history of sports. And this one's just completely different. We finally had the team. We're finally here. We're finally going to win the Super Bowl, and it's just every single player is eliminated. And on defense, that's fine because our offense can score 40 points a game, and I thought we could still win a Super Bowl by doing that, but you lose Montgomery. It's going to be very, very tough.
Yeah, so let's talk about the team in the NFC that does seemingly have all three phases working together, the Philadelphia Eagles. Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, one big happy family. Everything's good over there in Philadelphia. What's the drama this week coming out of Philly, Shefty?
Well, I think if you saw the sideline video yesterday of Nick Sirianni and Jalen Carter kind of exchanging some words there on the sideline, that's begun to get some traction. Here's the replay of that particular incident where Nick Sirianni goes over there, and I can tell you what happened was Jalen Carter got hit twice in the head by a couple of different Steelers, was frustrated, went out on the special teams. I think it's a punt return, slaps the guy in the head. Nick Sirianni goes over and says something, and it leads to the exchange that cameras captured there on the sideline. Obviously, Jalen Carter did the wrong thing after he felt like he was hit twice during the game and then hit somebody else, took it out on somebody else. And then him and Nick Sirianni exchanged some words. Nick gets emotional, as we've seen throughout the course of the year. What's amazing is, again, the fact of the matter is they've won 10 straight games. There's never been a Philadelphia Eagles team in the history of the franchise that's ever won 10 games. And so we can get all the barking on the sidelines. We can get the quarterback and the wide receiver disagreeing and then go out of their way to celebrate touchdowns in the end zone together, which was so predictable. You knew that was going to happen yesterday. That was the easiest call ever, where Jalen Hurts is going to find A.J. Brown in the end zone, deliver the pass, does that, and it's a situation where they go and celebrate to show everybody that they are on the same page, that they're simpatico, that they're good. And again, 10th straight win. That's the most important part. And right now, they are playing the best football of any team in the NFC. You can make an argument for the Green Bay Packers. We'll see what the Vikings have tonight. But the Eagles right now look like the best team in the NFC.
Not just the NFC, potentially the entire NFL. They took on a team that was high in the standings of the AFC and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Let's talk about some of their situations brewing. TJ Watt gets hurt middle of game. Didn't look that bad, but he ended up leaving and limping, obviously. I think a low ankle sprain is what was being reported. Is that what you're hearing as well for TJ Watt? That is a massive piece of the Pittsburgh Steelers defense as they try to continue to hunt this playoff season.
Well, that's what he said after the game. Now, again, the danger of this is usually that's almost always right. And then there are the cases like David Montgomery where all of a sudden you find out that the damage is worse than you thought and a guy's going to be out longer than you thought. He went down there. He was in pain. He was obviously grabbing that left ankle. He said it was an ankle sprain, but there's obviously going to be further testing to see how long he could be out. And hopefully it is nothing more than the ankle sprain, the low ankle sprain that he thought it would be after the game. But let's see what comes back today on the tests.
Okay, so let's stick with the Pittsburgh Steelers. George Pickens, we got some stats from Hembo of what that offense has looked like with George Pickens and without George Pickens. And obviously the last two games without Pickens, their explosive plays have gone down, which has become a very important stat in all of football. Mm-hmm. Explosive plays is becoming like almost field position now. How many explosive plays do you have will normally indicate how many wins you have in the season and in the game. George Pickens being out has hurt the Pittsburgh Steelers. What is the update on him? Because they have 3 games, 11 days, as well as the next team we're going to ask about, which is the reigning Super Bowl champs.
Yeah, I figured you'd ask about them at some point in time. But the way I understood, I don't know, somebody texted me earlier in the week that George Pickens could have a grade 2 hamstring injury. And I don't know if that's right or not. Somebody texted that. I never confirmed that it was true or not, but if it is grade 2, that's like a month injury usually. And so with these short games and with him not practicing this past week, I think it's fair to say, at the very least, that his status is in question for these upcoming games. And hopefully he can recover and make it back. But at the very least, there is a question about whether or not he'll be able to go. If it's grade 2, that's got to be at least a month.
Okay.
So
that happened in practice too. On a Thursday, it happened in practice.
That's correct. Yep. Initially, yeah. He woke up Friday, hamstring didn't feel well. They thought he went through the walkthrough practice that Saturday. They thought he was going to be able to play. He went to the stadium that morning. They met and decided to shut him down.
Okay, so I don't want to find a silver lining in the playbook here. Shout out to the Philadelphia Eagles legend Bradley Cooper. But if he's pulling his hamstring on a Thursday practice, that means he's going.
Sure.
So hard. Pickens is working his ass off in these practices, almost too hard. Okay, so whenever he gets back, obviously Russell Wilson will be excited about that. Let's talk about the team that you said I'm sure you're going to ask about. There's a quarterback who is seeking to do something no NFL team has ever done before, which is win 3 straight Lombardis. Scary situation over there. Tone has a question for you.
Yeah, Shanti, we're talking about Patrick.
Hold on, before Tone, some good news here. Mike Tomlin just said that he's optimistic about TJ Watt's availability and that he said he's walking around okay and that there's a chance that Watt will be able to play against the Ravens. So there you go.
Okay. It's good for football. Good for football having TJ out there.
That's huge because Saturday is the game is for the AFC North Championship. Patrick Mahomes. They have the Steelers coming up on Christmas Day. Before that, I believe they have the Texans. So 2 big games coming up. You know, while they're still trying to get that number 1 seed, we saw the injury to Mahomes yesterday. We saw Wentz come in. I believe it's being reported as a high ankle sprain. Do we have any idea the severity of it yet and what the Chiefs potentially plan on doing with these 2 games that are in a very short time table?
Well, again, it's a similar situation again where that's what they thought after the game, that it was a high ankle. They were coming back to Kansas City. He was undergoing additional testing today. And let's just assume that it does show your garden variety high ankle sprain, which isn't exactly garden variety anyway. But if it is indeed that, I mean, he's played through that injury before. He's been out there. That guy is exceedingly tough and finds a way to get on the football field. The problem that they have now is they got Saturday, then Christmas Wednesday. The schedule is not working to his favor, but he's got a history of playing with this injury. We'll see if he can make it through it this time again. And I just think he's so tough. He usually finds a way to get through these things, but we'll see what the testing this afternoon shows and if he can make it back on Saturday or not.
You literally never know the severity of a Patrick Mahomes injury because he'll just stand out there on the sideline when other guys with that injury would have to go into the back. They come out completely changed, have a hoodie on and everything like that. I think Patrick Mahomes legitimately would have to get dragged off a field if anything was to happen. So it's tough to kind of gauge where he's at. All we need Patrick Mahomes to know is Godspeed, bud.
Oh, yeah, 15. Good luck.
And we appreciate how you represent our league, pal. You're a tough guy.
Remember when we were analyzing him walking down the steps of the podium last year or whatever?
Yeah.
This is like every year for him.
It's becoming the end of the season. Tough football, tough guy, tough situations, tough decisions have to be made by Andy Reid on the good of this week and then the good of the future potential Carson Wentz football out there, which is exciting. Now, is there other players for the Chiefs that are returning? D-Bud has a question for you.
Yeah, Pat was talking about explosive plays. Obviously, the Chiefs' offense kind of been missing that. Hollywood Brown, saw some news with him being back at practice, maybe trending to come back. Any truth to that?
They've always thought that they'd be able to get him back at the end of the season. And so we're getting close to the end of the season. We'll see if he can make it back here in the regular season or not. But I think that they've always felt like when the playoffs rolled around, that Hollywood Brown would be back out there, giving them another target to give to Patrick Mahomes. And so obviously you go out and you add DeAndre Hopkins and you get back Hollywood Brown. And they've been through so much of that position. But I think the sense all along has been that he would be there for the playoffs. And now we'll see if there's a chance that he can make it back here any sooner in the regular season. Maybe give him a Christmas Day present. That would be a nice thing to do, right?
Yeah, well,
be.
Especially if Carson's playing.
That's the biggest Christmas gift of all.
Oh my God. Carson Claus coming down the chimney with Hollywood Brown.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Wait, so you don't think Mahomes is going to make it back by Christmas Day, huh?
No, I think Patrick Mahomes. I mean, Christmas Day is only 9 days.
I mean, playoffs are more important. He should not.
No, and listen, I know the number 1 overall seed and everything, and Patrick Mahomes is incredibly tough, and it's Christmas on Netflix. I assume Patrick Mahomes is going to show up for that. But if he doesn't, and it's Carson Wentz football, good for the NFL.
Pumped.
That the worldwide Netflix audience get a chance to watch an electrifying football player.
Yes.
I got a chance to experience Carson Wentz ride for 1 year here in Indianapolis. It's something. You got any news that's coming through the line right now?
Yep, the Browns are unsettled on who their starting quarterback will be this week.
Oh, no.
No.
Wow. That's something.
So,
No pick six.
James.
yeah, it could be, well, we'll see. It could be Jameis Winston, it could be Dorian Thompson-Robinson. But anytime a coach is talking like that, the way Kevin Stefanski now is about their upcoming matchup against the Cincinnati Bengals, usually coaches don't say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy, that's unbelievable that I could press send on that tweet literally 3 seconds ago, and it can be on your screen in an instant. That is amazing to me. Wow.
Yeah,
okay, so there we go.
Technology's fantastic, and if one of your feeds into your board is Zito's computer, anything that's on Zito's computer screen can be up there.
Wow.
Now, Zito's got to keep that screen.
Clean.
You know what I mean? Zito,
Careful.
let's delete these cookies.
Show the tab.
Let's delete these cookies out there.
Cookies deleted.
But if it's on the internet and we can get access to it, we can get that thing up. And Zito's got quick fingies.
Yes, he does.
He sure does.
He's got
He
quick
sure does.
Okay, let's stay with the Browns, I guess. Myles Garrett, okay? I know Tooney moves from guard to tackle and has Myles Garrett. Shout out to Tooney, who's an absolute dog, by the way. And Andy Reid going like, anybody want to protect our quarterback? Tooney's like, never done it. Don't have the feet for it. Don't have the body for it. But
that's crazy.
Shit, I'll go out there and do it. And then does and has Myles Garrett. And then inevitably something happens to Myles Garrett's eyes. I don't know if it was hand, if it was helmet, if it was a combination of both. Is he going to be okay? Because he got back out with a visor on. Is he going to be all right?
Yeah, we came back out there. I have not heard the extent of the injury, but usually, obviously, when the guy comes back in the game, you think that he's okay. I'm sure he's playing through something there. I don't know what happened exactly, but you can see the respect that he has, rightfully so, from all these other players that come over and are checking on him as soon as he gets hurt. The Chiefs I'm talking about, they were concerned about the guy. He's that good. He's that well respected. Got something, but the fact that he finished the game tells me he'll be back out there playing through whatever it is that he suffered yesterday.
Tooney's a dog.
Weapon.
What a beast.
What you can do.
When AQ comes in here on Wednesday, he'll try to explain like what he did and how different of a world it is out there at tackle versus guard or center.
Yeah.
And body type and build and traits, everything that you need to be a tackle, which is why they hold tackles in such high regards. So for Tooney just to drop over there against Myles Garrett, what a dog. Once again, that's why the Chiefs is still the Chiefs.
Yeah, exactly.
That is the type of thing that makes the Chiefs still the Chiefs. Now, let's talk about an NFC team that we thought was potentially going to win the NFC West. Now, massive question marks over there in Seattle. Go ahead, Ty.
Yeah, Chef, did we have any update on Geno Smith? Last night, it didn't look too bad, but he obviously couldn't come back in with the knee. And Mike McDonald did say after the game, again, we don't know, but it seemed like they avoided catastrophe. But based on what we saw out of Sam Howell and with them kind of still in that playoff position, obviously they dropped out losing last night. But is there any chance that Geno's going to be back for next week against the Vikings? And then obviously what might be a winner-take-all game, Week 18 against the Rams?
Yeah, 9:36 on the West Coast right now. So obviously going to go through tests today to determine the damage on that knee. He didn't come back in the game last night. Didn't look like he was going to come back in the game. They said after the game that everything was structurally sound, which was encouraging for the future. But they did not know whether he would be able to play this week against the Minnesota Vikings, who are coming off the short week tonight after their game against the Bears. So, again, another one of these that I think at best his status is uncertain for the upcoming week. Status is in question. He can't start. Sam Howell would start, but look, he went limping off the field. It didn't look right to me. Fortunately, it was nothing structural for the time being, pending further testing.
Godspeed, Geno. Rams, Seahawks, last week of the year. That feels like NFC West championship game, and we can't wait for it over there. Now, before we ask about tonight, let's one last thing from from yesterday. Controversy. Connor has a question for you.
Yeah, Shefty, almost a huge screw up at the end of the Saints-Commanders game yesterday. Spencer Rattler leads the Saints down. They get the ball inside the 5-yard line with less than 15 seconds to go, but for some reason, the referee decided to continue to run the clock. He comes in from the bottom of the screen here, and he blows the play dead. Has the NFL said anything? There he is, kind of spotting the ball. Clock stops, and it seems as though the clock would have run out if he didn't have that call on the field, and the clock stopped at 9 seconds for 2 or 3, maybe even 4 seconds there. Has the NFL said anything about this? Because this was almost one of the biggest screw-ups that we've seen in a while, because the Commanders, I mean, that was a huge win for them, but after they score the touchdown on this play, they narrowly miss the 2-point conversion. So has the NFL said anything about this kind of snafu at the end of the game?
I have not heard from the league about that. If the league is watching and wants to text me something that I could read to you guys, a statement about that particular ending, I'm open to that right now. But I've not heard anything particular about the way that game ended right now.
That's a interesting, because they're and we saw Hockey Lee with the pool reporter afterwards say, side judge blew it dead. It's not reviewable. Do you have anything else to say? It's not reviewable. I don't know what to tell you. And then obviously many on the internet, including Warren Sharp, said this is unacceptable. And it's like, I think what Hockey Lee was saying is, yes, blowing the play dead is unacceptable. And there should be some sort of conversation here, but there's nothing we can do about it after that happens. And that side judge, I was watching, it was on one of the 4 boxes. It was on one of the 4 boxes on TV. So I didn't fully understand. I'm like, oh, good timeout. Smart stuff, Riz. I was like, Rizzy, what a genius, keeping the timeout all the way for this exact moment. And then all of a sudden, I'm watching the full scramble, panic, and I'm like, and then the clock started rolling again. And I'm like, wait a minute. And then did the side judge think it was call it? I don't.
I'm saying, what would make him?
I have no idea.
It's crazy.
I have no idea what happens there. But I think the spread ended up being 8. So
7.5.
7.5.
8, yeah.
So the spread was 7, or the game there, 2013 at 7. Could you imagine if that?
Oh man.
It didn't. I mean, we're a half point off.
There were 7s at some point during the week, but most of the week was 7.5.
But if that swings a cover the other way, buddy, especially if it was a public loss afterwards, as opposed to, like if a public wins after this, that'd actually kind of be like a good play for the NFL to maybe script into their scripts so people say or stop saying that it's scripted.
Right.
But if this was to swing from one way to another, boy, it would be much louder than it is right now, because I think a lot of people just consider this who gives a crap game. Commanders get a win, let's move along. It was like they were very close to not. And then also there was a massive flub at the end of that thing from our officials who have been good this year, I think. There's only been a few that have been absolutely terrible. That could have been catastrophic, Schefter.
There have been many instances in the past, and I've heard people complain about it, that, and again, this was not one, but it's an example of it, where a game is decided by a call, a controversial call that influences the ending. And then the result of that game is obviously factored into whether coaches are kept, front offices are kept, players. Calls like that impact jobs and people's security and their lives. And we've seen calls made that have gone the other way, that have hurt people. People lose jobs. And it just shows you how much is riding on these games and how important the officials' jobs are.
Yeah, and we'd like to say the refs, great season. You guys had a great season thus far. Let's finish strong. And a lot of people are mad at Hockey Lee for his answer. I think Hockey Lee was pissed at his guy for even making that.
Yeah.
I think that is probably Hockey Lee's not happy about that. Hey, you just embarrassed not only me, the game, you in the NFL. So whenever people are like, need more of an answer out of him, I think Hockey Lee was just giving like the reality. Like, what do you want us to do? Put a stopwatch on?
Right.
How long it was stopped for, and then do some math and redo it? Maybe that is the right play. But they had 3 seconds when they stopped it. Would that have had 1 second? Was that a 2-second stoppage? Or was it 3 and a hook? Because if it was 3 and a hook, that game's over. And once again, the fact that it didn't affect the gambling is the most important part.
So massive.
Yeah, because the money line still remains the same.
Yep.
Because like them not getting the 2-point conversion.
Huge.
Yeah. Everything that had to happen here, very, very huge for the PR of this shit. But if this would have changed money line, changed cover, changed any of that, it was a public geez.
What was the over?
What was the over under on that game?
It had to be more than that.
Yeah, I want to say like 44.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
So under hit still.
Under was still hitting.
Yeah. So every bet still hit. If one of them doesn't, so much louder.
Yeah.
And that's why I think Hockey League is like, get this guy off my crew. Can't have that panicking. Fourth quarter, less than 10 seconds left, full panic. Can't have that.
No.
But once again, to the refs, you guys have had a great year. We'll never forget it.
That's right.
You got to give them some,
most important time. Yeah, most important. Can't screw up at the end here. Okay?
Can ruin the whole season.
Oh, yeah.
You guys have a couple bets. Start stacking these on top of each other.
Yeah. No.
People are never going to remember that the first 15 weeks pretty good. Just a few that have really been terrible. Nobody's going to talk about it. What have you done for us lately? And it works against a lot of different kickers, punters, quarterbacks, teams, coaches, refs, definitely. But you guys are built for it. We appreciate your service this year. You guys are built for it. All right, let's talk about 2 games tonight. Bears, Vikings, Falcons, Raiders. Shefty, what should we be thinking about as we head into a doubleheader for Monday Night Football? What a treat.
I know.
What a treat. 2 more football games, Shefty. What should we be thinking about?
Well, a few things to keep your eye on here tonight. I think, first of all, in relation to the Vikings, they have a chance now to win the division. They control their own fate. And with Detroit leaking oil here and suffering all these injuries, it's possible that the Vikings could find their way to be the NFC North champs, which nobody ever would have thought this year. It'll be the second game for Thomas Brown, the Bears' interim head coach. Their first one was last week against the Niners. Didn't work out well. They're looking to rebound tonight. We'll see if they can do that to help his chances of trying to keep that job. We'll get Desmond Ridder starting for the Atlanta Falcons. For the Raiders, that's the expectation tonight, that Desmond Ridder will start against his former team. Aiden O'Connell listed as questionable. They'll take a look at him at pregame to see if there's any hope, but it certainly sounds like Ridder is tracking to start. And Kirk Cousins, Falcons, they've lost 4 straight games during that stretch of time. Cousins has thrown no touchdown passes, 8 interceptions. Looks like it looks like he's not playing the same way since the Achilles injury. And this is a team that needs to win. The pressure's really on now because Tampa found a way to win in Los Angeles yesterday, so they can't afford to fall any further behind Atlanta. And the pressure's on, and people wondering if they'll continue to stick with Kirk Cousins, which the plan is to stick with him. And there you see the division standings, how it all lays out, why there's pressure on Atlanta tonight on its 4-game losing streak. The Vikings obviously are within reach of winning a division title if they can find their way. The Bears not going to make it. The Raiders already been eliminated and would have the number 1 pick today. So there's some things to look at tonight, Pat.
Yeah, certainly. And whenever you think about that Falcons team, they were rolling.
They were.
Yeah. 6-3.
Kirk Chains was all the way back.
Got hot.
I mean, it was.
You set the single season or the single game passing record for the Falcons.
And this was. Hey, what happened on draft night? Who cares? This is Kirk's team.
Yeah.
Everything that we hoped would happen with Penix getting a chance to learn for the next couple of years behind Kirk, we're gonna roll in this entire thing. And then all of a sudden you have 4 weeks where you have 8 interceptions, no touchdowns. Everybody's like, are we done with this?
Get hate this guy.
We paid this guy $180 million, which leads to a couple off-season storylines that we're going to project. Deshaun Watson, he's definitely back with the Browns.
Well, they have to bring him back. I mean, I think they're kind of stuck with the contract unless there's a way that they figure a way to wiggle out of it.
What if they don't wiggle out of it and say, I see the Denver Broncos all of a sudden they're in a super wild card spot and they're taking a $40 million hit, for 2 years or whatever? We'll take a $100 million, $100 million hit.
The Denver Broncos are carrying an $80.1 million worth of dead cap money. Not all Russell Wilson, but that's the majority of it. But they have over $80 million in dead cap money, and they are on their way to clinching wild card spot. So, yeah, I mean, the Browns could do it. I think Watson is owed $73 million. That's his cap number next year. He's owed $92 million guaranteed during his time left in Cleveland. It's a lot of money. And, yeah, they'll figure out if there's a way that they could move them off the rock. They're stuck. I mean, they're stuck.
They're in quite a quagmire. I'd say it's quite a quagmire.
Good word.
Hey, thank you.
Good word of the day, Pat.
It's a Pete Thamel word for sure. I've heard him drop that one in a couple different conversations and
like
things
a Boston guy. It sounds like a Boston word, Yeah,
things of that ilk.
Sure.
That is certainly. And there's no subterfuge here. It is always on display.
That's right.
For Pete Thamel out there. Okay, so let's assume Deshaun Watson's back, unless they're able to figure that out. Once again, Mulligeta needs to be negotiating for for anything that is very important, like us versus aliens.
No kidding.
Okay, anyways, let's talk about a couple head coaches that, interesting, because they're in their first year as head coaches, but the teams obviously have not played well. And let's go to Vegas, and let's go to New England. Vegas, Antonio Pierce, that's it. Did they ever have a quarterback? I don't know. Should he be blamed for that? I don't know. But will he, is the question I'm asking you. And then in New England, we see Jonathan Kraft, who everybody in New England loves. They think this guy is he's a really good guy. I think the documentary has certainly put him in good graces with a lot of people in New England. I'm joking about that. But he was clearly saying, these plays suck. This play call suck. Like he's saying bad things. Is Coach Mayo... What are we doing?
Ball.
These guys suck, basically, is his action. That's only when they caught him on camera, let alone all the other times. What about Coach Mayo and Coach Pierce? 1 year, both of them. Former players, I love that, getting that. But normally coaches get a few years to kind of put their culture in, but we're in an antsy world right now. Is there any chance that those guys get calls saying, hey, we no longer want you as the head coach, or are they going to get opportunities to continue to build their thing?
Well, I can tell you we'll address each one. The Patriots really want to give Gerard Mayo a chance, and that is the plan, is to stay with him. Now, yesterday was a bad loss. If there are 3 more bad losses in this league, we see things constantly change in the last month of the season. But I can tell you that going into the month of December, they wanted to give Gerard Mayo more time to grow. The plan was to keep him as their head coach, let him learn on the job, and continue to let him build the organization that he wanted. Now, again, there was one bad loss, and things can change. So we'll see if anything does, but that was not the thinking at all going into the month of December. Going in, it was they're keeping Gerard Mayo. As for Antonio Pierce, I think last week when Mark Davis spoke at the owners' meetings, I think it was pretty apparent that Antonio Pierce's future is unsettled. He was asked about the general manager, the head coach. He said he's viewing them separately, not as a package deal, with the Raiders having hired Tom Telesco during the offseason, made it very clear that each guy will be judged independently of one another. And he also said, I'll get to everything after the season. Like, if an owner is going to stand behind a guy, he stands behind a guy. Mark Davis didn't stand behind Antonio Pierce. So until he does, I think that's a question. It's also a little bit unfair to AP, considering all the quarterback drama that they've been through. They haven't had a quarterback this year. And so if Mark Davis, that's what he decides to do, well, again, Antonio Pierce was fighting a fight this year with one hand at least tied behind his back. Like, how are you going to do that when you don't have the quarterback? Was it their fault that the 6 quarterbacks went right in front of them in the draft and none of them were left when their turn rolled around? And I mean, it just was a tough thing to do. So they didn't have the type of quarterback play that I think it's fair to judge Antonio Pierce on, but it certainly didn't sound last week like he is an absolute lock to be back at all.
Okay, Max Crosby, obviously, Godspeed on the recovery, brother. The NFL misses you playing relevant football. That which
Big
happened
time.
last year. You know, last year whenever Antonio Pierce became interim head coach, there was a buzz, and that Raiders team was must watch. Remember, we're smoking cigars.
Yeah.
We're playing music.
Culture shift.
We're doing everything in the locker room. Now it's like being forced to watch a Raiders game sucks. You know, so that's amazing how 1 year can kind of exactly.
Tonight's gonna suck.
Nobody's looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Honestly, Desmond Ridder, good luck.
Right.
All right.
French
Yeah, yeah, Mark Davis said, come on, guys. He's got a little bit of spite in him. Let's roll him out there. See how it goes. It's a tough fall from the top, but if you can climb back there, you're remembered forever. We appreciate the hell out of you, Shefty.
Guys, happy holidays to everybody. We'll talk next Monday.
You're there, huh? You're in a hotel. Where are you?
I'm in Bristol. We had the doubleheader tonight, so we're doing the pregame show from Bristol, Connecticut. So here I am. In fact, it was 4:30 in the morning, and I stayed at this hotel, like, it's right by the highway. And the last time I was in the hotel, I noticed that there was like a garbage truck coming early in the morning. So I asked to be switched the side of the hotel from the even numbers to the odd numbers. So 4:30 this morning, I hear this garbage truck noise. And I'm like, what the heck is that? And it just keeps going for about a half hour. I'm like, this is the longest garbage truck pickup that I've ever heard in my entire life. I get out of bed, I look out the window,
Turns out.
snow everywhere here. Snow everywhere. So they were shoveling snow in this parking lot. So I thought it was the garbage truck, but it was snow.
It was a plow.
A lot of snow in Bristol, Connecticut.
Yeah, it was a plow.
Son of a bitch.
You city slickers don't get it that the snow doesn't just move itself. Out of the parking lot. You know, that is not how it goes. We appreciate you. Good luck tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Adam Schefter.
Hey.
Man, it's taking a long time to pick up this dumpster and dump this thing. What the hell's going on? Can't even hear the dumpster sound.
Oh, my God.
The beep obviously wakes you up because it's like an alarm.
Sure.
But then the big old pickup and then boom, 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 boom. That is alarming.
It is.
Good move by him moving to the other side of the hallway. Can I get an odd number?
Please?
So I can get on the other side of the hallway, please? That's a veteran move right there.
It is.
Go ahead, Tom.
I did a peek-see into the nothing being affected by the Saints and Commanders. The Commanders were the number one most teased team of the weekend. So that would have been affected there.
It did.
Teasers get out there. We apologize for it. That's crazy that ref made that mistake.
Can't have it.
Absurd.
Because, like, what?
There's no reason to, like, if he was reaching for the goal line, you could kind of.
Maybe he was in. We're going to have to review that.
Yeah.
Is it a touchdown? Is it play over?
They got no timeouts. Like
Clearly no timeouts. And I assume they're having the same conversations on those little headsets that they all have.
Yeah.
Hey, no timeouts. Remember, here we go. You would think.
you would assume, yeah.
You would think that type of stuff is happening, just like when an offensive coordinator relays into a quarterback, and a quarterback probably has already done this, especially veteran quarterbacks, to the huddle, to the thing. We're going into a 2-minute run. Hey, we got no timeouts, okay? Need to get out of bounds. If the person's inbounds, we all need to get as quick as possible, get the ball to the ref, and then they call their first play. Then they're off and running. You would assume the refs would have the same conversation. Hey, the Saints got no timeouts now going forward. So no matter what happens here, let's make sure we're on it.
You would assume that. I mean, the Zebras they play a huge role. I think it's time for some post game press conferences. I think they need to be hit with some hard hitting.
That's the pool reporter.
The pool report.
No,
that's a journalist.
Is that standing in front of Mark Caboli, getting drilled with the hard-hitting questions?
That's right.
Like, hey,
That's a
what
good
were
question.
you thinking, side judge, when you came in there blowing it dead?
Yeah, Hockey Lee having to speak for the side judge is certainly something which I think Hockey Lee was pissed off that his name was even associated with this type of egregious mistake. We can't review it. Sorry. Don't know what to tell you. Well, why didn't you? What do you want us to do?
I already told you.
As soon as I saw it, we wound the clock as soon as we saw it. And then we all said, if it means anything into our headset, we go, you dipshit. Wow. We tried to punish our own, but in the game, in the grand scheme of things, we can't talk about it. Congrats to the Texans. They won the AFC South.
Yep.
Back-to-back winners of the AFC South. C.J. Stroud, obviously, absolute weapon. Tank Dell as a returner. Problematic.
Filthy.
He is so explosive. I think I forgot how explosive he is as a player. Defense, they're not even playing with Azeez Al-Shaair, remember, because he's been suspended. So as this Houston Texans team, they were in a little bit of not playing good ball. Didn't look like they were the team that we thought they were going to become. They're getting healthy at the right time. They're getting people back whenever they have to go play in the playoffs. And also, they beat the absolute dog shit out of the Miami Dolphins. I was on a plane with a Miami Dolphins fan this weekend, flying to Saturday night's main event on Long Island. That was an absolute blast and a joy. And I was talking to said Dolphins fan. And he told me about Armstead, I think, not playing, I believe was the piece of information they drew. And I said, did I pick the Dolphins against the Texans against the spread weekly slate? And he goes, yeah, but remember, you need the Dolphins. And I go, oh, yeah, I do. But that is the easiest bet of the weekend. The Houston Texans are certainly going to do their thing against this Miami Dolphins team. What a nice game for them to get their swagger back. What a nice game for Nico and CJ to kind of see each other, feel each other again. You don't think so?
I mean, I love C.J. Stroud, but he doesn't look the same. He doesn't look the same as we expected coming into this year. I expect a big jump. Now defensively, Stingley had an unbelievable game, and they picked off to 3 times. I think all 3 of them maybe was going to Tyreek Hill. So still a little concerned about that offense with C.J. Stroud and Mixon not being able to get it going either against the Dolphins.
They'll have a home playoff game because they won the AFC South. Congrats to them. Colts eliminated themselves.
They did.
They dropped it.
Yep.
Yeah.
They picked it up, ran really far fast,
Yeah.
and then dropped it.
Sad.
Broncos are a good team, though. Never forget it.
They are.
We'll be back on the other side. Be a friend, tell a friend something nice that might change their life, like Dude Wipes.
We have an opportunity to give away $75,000 to
to a kid named Daniel Villasenor.
Absolutely.
You're a sophomore, correct?
Yeah.
What is your major?
Civil engineering.
Okay, so what's that mean? What is civil engineering?
Well, I don't really know.
Have you ever kicked a ball before?
I have.
When? Were you a soccer player?
Soccer player, yeah.
Okay, how were you at kicking soccer balls? Pretty good?
I was okay. I was good.
Have you ever said anything negative about football kickers?
Maybe once or twice.
Daniel! Damn, Daniel! We don't need that! You make a field goal here from 33 yards uphill. You're the civil engineer. You'd have to tell me, I think it's about a 40-yard kick. If you're able to do that, we will give you $75,000.
All right.
He's got no laces.
Yeah, what do we got going here? Can we get a shot of shoes?
What time?
A shot of the shoes.
Daniel showed up in his Vans with no laces. What time did you get here for this?
About 11:40 last night.
You need a lot of power.
Good luck, Daniel.
I'm not feeling it. Not feeling it. Wait a second.
Just like everything this morning, that was a surprise. We did not expect that.
Let's go. We gotta do one more shot.
One more kick for $100,000.
You got this, dude.
Let's go. How about this, Daniel? How about this, Daniel? Not only is this one for $100,000, if you make it, we'll add another $100,000 to the $500,000 donation we're about to make from College Game Day to the hurricane relief. It could be $600,000 if you make this, with $100,000 going into your pocket. Daniel, this is bigger than you. Let's make a kick, bro.
Way to overcome the shoes here. That was a heck of an effort. Come on, you got this.
In Berkeley, California.
You got it.
Oh! Proud of you, buddy. Hell yeah!
Great job.
Damn, Daniel! Damn, Daniel! All right.
What just happened? Are you kidding me? It's horrible. 11:40 he was there. I know.
$600,000 to hurricane relief. $100,000 to Daniel.
The following program is a collection of stooges talking about happenings in the sports world. It is meant to be comedic informative. The opinions expressed on this show do not necessarily reflect the beliefs of their peers, their boss, or ESPN. There may be some cuss words because that's how humans in the real world talk. If you are young, please seek permission before watching any further.
Hey,
What?
let's go.
This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for.
McAfee on the line with a gorgeous assist.
The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers.
You pink.
Damn it!
Be a friend, tell a friend something nice could change their life.
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to our humble abode, the Thunderdome, on this massive Overreaction Monday, December 16th, 2024. Hour 2 of the program starts now.
Football!
Quick math says about 9 days until Christmas. Let's get our shopping done.
Get it done.
Yeah.
Let's get our shopping done, boys.
Uh-oh.
Happy holiday. A lot of football to talk about. Let's dive in hour 2 here. The Toxic Table's here. At Boston Connor and at Ty Schmidt. Who do we not talk about enough in the first hour, you think, Con Man?
I mean, we did not really touch on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers just putting it on the LA Chargers yesterday in the second half. It was a pretty close game early on, and then out of nowhere, I mean, Mike Evans, D-Buck kind of brought this up earlier. Mike Evans, first ballot Hall of Famer. He is so good at football. Second, I think he ended up with like 200 yards around there. And Baker and them, you can
159.
see 159, 17-13, and then they just obliterated the Chargers. I think it was 27-0 second half score, and they did this a couple times where it's just like, okay, where's Mike Evans lined up? I'm just going to find him and sling him the pill. I believe this was one of his touchdowns as well. Yep. I mean, it was unbelievable to watch the clinic they put on in the second half.
In a year of explosives, having Mike Evans is certainly a massive prized piece. In Baker Mayfield, balling, 9-year NFL vet, Darius J. Butler. Nobody's talking about the Bucs. They have a commanding lead down there in the NFC South. Going to have a home playoff game if this continues to go the way this is going for them. They're a real contender, this team down here.
Not talking about them nearly enough. And Baker, kind of kept this team afloat when Mike Evans was out. The nasty injury that Chris Godwin had earlier in the season. He was having a good year as well. The run game, they've actually found a run game this year. Bucky Irvin got back in there and had over 100 yards this week as well. But even the previous week with him out, they had a good run game. So having that balanced attack on offense, I think the offensive coordinator, Liam Cohen, he'll be getting some head coaching calls after this year. But Baker Mayfield, I think he hit 30 touchdowns for the first time in his career. So having the kind of resurgence year after getting paid again, keeping his team afloat, and as you mentioned, taking that commanding lead in the NFC South.
They lose David Canales as the offense coordinator, and he continues to ball out down there, as is David with the Carolina Panthers. Go ahead.
Yeah, and they kind of did the whole Tom Brady thing, and I don't think, at least myself, I didn't expect them to just continue rolling with Baker Mayfield. Baker, we're not that far away from when he was playing, DN for the Carolina Panthers on their practice squad, and he's completely had a resurgence of his career and basically saved the Bucs franchise. Because even in Brady's last year, they won the division, but I think they went 8-9 when they won the division. Then they lost to the Cowboys at home, and that was it for Brady. And then Baker comes in, gets a contract, and is absolutely dominating for Tampa Bay. It's awesome.
I love the Bucs. Their fans, obviously, I think they probably relate to Baker a lot more than they related to Tom Brady. But there's always multiple different ways to win.
That's right.
And Tom Brady and Baker had that moment this year where there was already a little bit of drama. And you talk about the injuries that they had. There was a couple times where I think we all just assumed the Bucs were going to be out of this thing. And instead, I think we all failed to realize this is new Baker Mayfield.
Truly.
This is Oklahoma Baker.
Yeah, exactly.
This is Oklahoma Baker Mayfield with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now, obviously, he's much more mature, and his life has happened, and perspective has been put into place numerous times. When he wins a playoff game for Cleveland, they still kick his ass out of there. Then he goes to Carolina, nothing. Goes to L.A. for like a week, balls out. Has a full-on resurgence. Get down to Tampa Bay. Has a good year. Yeah, but is he? Gets signed to big money. Now he's backing it up down there. So happy for Baker Mayfield.
All that stuff is absolutely true. He probably did need to, just mature a little bit, and everything that happened to him, along the way probably needed to happen for him to get to this point. But the more I watch him play too, it's like this guy got railroaded big time. Like if you ask Browns fans now, they would have been like, Jesus Christ, we would kill to still have Baker Mayfield. And it was, I don't even know if it was anything he really did. Like we always talked about hey, he's in every single commercial, and whatever happened in Cleveland happened. But for for him to not get an opportunity even really after that until he ends up coming back to Tampa, it's crazy. And it's very evident, this guy's a top 15 quarterback in the NFL. There's no two ways about it. And I bet there are a bunch of teams now who are kicking themselves in the ass thinking, man, we could have had Baker when he was playing D-end on the practice squad in Carolina.
And a Bulls defense can beat anybody. They can figure out anybody if they have to, and maybe they will. What if the Buccaneers win the Super Bowl this year? What if the Tampa Bay Buccaneers win the Super Bowl this year? Let's go to one half of the hammer. Dahn. Cowboys AP Tone. What are the odds?
They have the 10th shortest odds to win the Super Bowl, plus 3,300, which is if you bet 100, you win $3,300. And they have the 5th shortest odds to win the NFC.
We're not saying you should do that. That's not what we're not saying to put money on anything. We're just talking.
Just info here.
Hey, they got explosive plays. Yep. They got a defense. Maybe the Tampa Bay Buccaneers figure out how to make it to the end of the line to win the Lombardi. And that would be a phenomenal story for Baker Mayfield. Joining us now is a man who I think is a big Bake fan.
Yeah.
He's from the great state of Ohio. He's a college football national champion, Super Bowl champion, the all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers, A.J. Hawk. A.J., Ty just mentioned it. Bake kind of got railroaded up there in Cleveland. Do you feel the same way now looking back? And how do you feel about this Buccaneers team?
Yeah, I think the Bucs are kind of flying under the radar. But, yeah, I'm a huge Baker fan, and I'm around plenty of Browns fans here in Ohio. And, yes, they absolutely – see what Bake is doing and would love to have his productivity on the field. And obviously, with the Bucs, their deep Levante David's still doing it. The guy's been doing it forever. I think he had a couple sacks, double-digit tackles. Like, they're rolling right now, man. I think they're in a good spot where people aren't really talking about them too much.
What's your big takeaway from Week 15 Sunday? We got 2 games tonight, obviously Bears-Vikings. Vikings game, massive ordeal for the NFC North and NFC home field advantage throughout the season. Congrats to them. They're favored by 7. And then Falcons-Raiders, which I think everybody's going to view as who cares bowl, but the Falcons still, with a win, can obviously continue to chase the Tampa Bay Buccaneers down there in the NFC South, and the Raiders are looking for anything to celebrate life for over there in that locker room. What do you think about Week 15? What do you think about the games tonight, Age?
Well, I think first of all, the first thing I think tonight, I mean, Kirk Cousins isn't taking this game lightly. Like, doesn't he? Don't you think he knows there's a lot on the line tonight? Yeah. He has to come out there and play well.
Yeah, Kirk.
I mean,
Kirk needs to have a big one tonight.
Yeah,
and I think if we know anything about Kirk, he's going to.
For sure.
That's how I'm looking at that game. Don't want to give my picks away. Sure. Not that I should. Did you see how you did against the spread this weekend, H?
No, I did not.
Buddy, seeing it.
Shit.
Wow.
Congratulations, H.
Ooh.
Now, you knew that, too, this morning when you woke up. You knew that you won 11-3 against the spread this week thus far, right?
Absolutely, yeah. As I was watching the games yesterday, I definitely remembered every single pick I made.
Yeah, I have that same issue. You know, a lot of, did I? I don't remember. I waffled a bunch. Oh, why'd I pick that? Oh, because I wanted that to happen. Mm-hmm. And then you, every single Monday, you go, how'd I do? I don't remember. I don't even think you know a thought process for some of the games where you're just living in the moment so much. It kind of comes and goes. What is your big talking point from yesterday? What's your big takeaway?
Josh Allen. I know where you're going. Like, okay, I love watching the dude play. Now, that was a fun game to watch, back and forth, tons of points. Those are always fun to watch. But yeah, like, everything about what he is doing, just the confidence he plays. I think the confidence he gives the rest of the team is what I see when I watch Josh Allen play, and just how much fun they're having, man. Like, it's cool to. Football's a lot of fun when you're winning and you're dominating and you're scoring a lot of points, and I think that's what they're doing right now.
Remember, a lot of names that a lot of us potentially did not know of, and I'm not saying us as in, you know, you and me individually. We're just talking about the NFL landscape. They lose Stephon Diggs. How are they going to survive? They don't have any weapons. Who's going to be their weapons? Everybody. Mm-hmm. Everybody. And the quarterback, he's the biggest one of them all. Mm-hmm. He could do whatever, however, whenever. Matt Collins obviously takes an onside kick to the crib. Haven't chatted about that yet. 12 minutes left, up 10, 3 timeouts. Down 10, 3 timeouts remaining. Decide to tell the other team, hey, we're going to do an onside kick here, you know, because you have to tell the team it's coming in the fourth quarter. And Matt Collins takes it to the house after battling with Branch all damn. Oh, sorry, he gets a bit massive return after battling with Branch all damn day. Like, what are your thoughts on the kick? I would like to say, great ball right there.
Great kick, kick, right?
That is a great onside kick. That ball's going to get a good hop there. And if Mac doesn't make a phenomenal play, sideline guy catches that, and all of a sudden the Lions have the ball. Now, was this decision made for the same exact reasons that the fourth down decisions were made the week before? He knew that, hey, we're not able to stop the other team anyways. So if we give them the ball on the 45 or we give them the ball on the other 25 or 30, does it matter? Doesn't take into account Mac taking it all the way down to the 5-yard line. But I think that is why MCDC makes all these decisions, because he sees the same injury report that everybody else does on his defensive side, let alone in this game losing 2 more guys. Is that what your thoughts are on it? And how do you think this game was handled if you're Motor City Dan Campbell, AJ?
Well, I mean, I see people coming after him for this. I would say this is, I don't know if you want to call it reckless. This is a bit risky, I think, with 12 minutes to go. I would put it in that category, I guess. But, yeah, I don't know. Like, would you ever see something like this in the playoffs? I don't know. Like, that's the thing. Everyone thinks it's going to come get you when you need it the least. Like, that's when it's going to cost your team a game. But how many games have they won because of this?
Well, because of onside kicks, I don't think many.
Not this.
But like aggressive decisions.
Fourth down,
Actually, I got some stats on the onside kicks from Hembo today. They are glorious. I mean, just try to hammer this whole thing home.
I throw this one in the reckless pile for sure.
Teams, okay, to your point, teams are 3 of 44 on recovering onside kicks this season. That's 6.8%, almost 7%.
That's not bad.
I didn't hear 0, man.
Yeah.
Did you hear 0?
No.
Because what are our chances of stopping Josh Allen?
0. Kick it.
So what are the chances of the onside kick? 6.8%. Okay, that sounds like a lot more then 0
Right
he's saying.
decision.
And then over the last 3 seasons, 8 of 141 recovered, which is why, they're considering changing the onside kick. And if it was a 4th and 20 or whatever, or 4th and 15 in their own end, we assume Ben Johnson, Jared Goff would be able to get that no problems at all. You think it's reckless?
Yeah.
I agree. I don't think he was accounting for Mac taking that thing.
No. Yeah.
Because 10 goes to 17 real quick, and that's a whole different conversation, even though they end up making it a game in the 4th later after this. And he admitted it. Shouldn't have done that. First time I heard that out of MCD.
Yeah, I feel like he does a good job of owning it and knowing who he is. And look, sometimes it's going to come back and bite you in the ass. If it's 6 minutes left in the game, maybe. But with it being so long in the game, and obviously they didn't stop Josh Allen, but, giving him a short field, that's not going to help your defense stop him. But, I think that one was reckless. The 4th downs, I don't mind that at all, especially with how banged up the defense is. If my offense has to pick up 1, 2, 3, 4 yards, I can risk that. But as far as a 7% chance on an onside kick with 12 minutes left, 3 timeouts.
6.8.
6.8,
But Bates hits a good
that was
onside
a great,
kick.
Yeah, it was great.
a great ball.
And then he hit a good one
You got
later,
that
too.
hop you want, right? That's the hop you always want because it gives you a chance.
Yeah, so normally, like the high hop bound, my favorite is the high hop, where you spike into the ground, top of ball, and that thing produces a jump ball if you hit it good. Like Janikowski used to be able to hit that thing, especially on that baseball field. He used to be able to hit that thing for like an actual jump ball happening at exactly 10, and he could do it as a surprise. He could do it as a plan. I think Mason Crosby had a really good one.
Yep.
Mike McCarthy used to let him do some surprise high hops over there. I did hit an okay one, but like nowadays they don't seemingly do that. The other one that people would do is a roller, and then they would hope for that high hop to happen, and it would like hopefully catch somebody or maybe bounce over somebody's head. He hit an interesting, that was like a 2-hop. That thing hit it high, and then the next one like hit pretty good. Feels like he's got that one down pretty comfortably.
Yeah.
And I think MCDC knows that too. He's obviously seen him do this a bunch in practice. And if he thought he had a better chance of receiving that than stopping Josh Allen, I mean, in the moment, I guess you got to go with the big barbarian, and that's kind of how he's been making decisions.
And that's an incredible play by Matt Collins.
Yeah, it is.
Like just the wherewithal and to return it like that. Yeah, exactly. But also like that's what they shouldn't have to declare when they're doing an onside kick. I mean, it obviously makes
They have to now.
I know, which is dumb, but
Is that for safety?
What? No, because everybody's up on the 35.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do?
Gotcha.
Kicker has to squib
I mean,
people
okay.
there.
Figure
because
that out.
in
Figure that
years
out.
past, if he does that, like that is like oh shit, we never saw that coming, and they probably recover it because I mean, obviously the kickoff rule is different now.
Especially with how good of a kick it was.
Yeah, right.
Like it was great. And shout out to Jake for working that because a lot of these kickers aren't working them because it is a 6.8%. And then everybody says, well, they can't get an onside kick. It's like, they're hitting shit balls.
Yeah.
I mean, these aren't even
He hit the other one too. The one
Up the middle.
Hit, yeah, the one you hit in
Damn near
Houston
got
years
that.
ago.
and that became a scrum.
Yeah.
Like, you got to work on those things for them to be good. And I think because of how hard it's got with the no run up, the no overload, obviously you're telling people now every time you got to do it, the percentages have gone so low. So I think guys have stopped working them too. I think that is something that's happened with kickers. Shout out to Jake, obviously putting in the work. Joining us now is a guy who's going to have a great take on this. One of the biggest brains in the history of football. Greatest NFL coach of all time, greatest NFL general manager of all time, current head coach of the University of North Carolina Tar Heels football team. Ladies and gentlemen, Bill Belichick. Coach, how you doing, Coach?
Hey, Pat. How we doing, Pat?
Great.
Well, let me tell you, I wish they had changed that onside kick rule when we were playing against you. That would have saved us a lot of practice time.
I know.
Man, I'm
enjoyed
telling
that.
you, that was a pain. And oh man, and you got us on the one, but luckily there was a penalty on it. We got off the hook, but man, I'm telling you, that was a problem. But you know, it was interesting on that play. I think if they had twisted the two, Hollins jumped up. He didn't really have it. If the outside guy had gone for Hollins and knocked him down instead of jumping up trying to recover the ball, and they looped one of those other guys back outside, I mean, it might have been a better play, but. Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, when you have to declare the onside kick, it takes that's the perfect example right there of you'd have to play for the deep kick as well as the onside and really give the kicking team an advantage. But when you have to declare it, it just takes any of the mystery out of it.
We had a couple years there where a surprise onside kick was coming any time for us, and we were successful with a surprise right, we were successful with a surprise left, and we were successful with a surprise up the middle. So it was literally all things having to be covered. But now with the way the new lineup is and how it is, they have to say, like, hey, we're lining up and it's kind of I don't want to say crop, but it's crop, kind of.
Total.
They're going to put in a 4th and 15 or a 4th and 20, you think, Coach? You're a little bit more close to the situation and have better knowledge on that. You think they're going to do that for the onside?
I don't know. I really have no idea. But I would say that when you and Alinda Mare had the high hopper, that ball was so high that the kicking team got there the same time as the recovering team had a chance to catch it. So it wasn't like you had it and then you had a second to cover it up. It was the kicking team got there just as fast before the ball actually came in and it hit the ground, so they couldn't fair catch it or anything. Those were the two hardest kicks. Where you and Alinda Mare, to me, were the two tough ones.
Well, that's an honor. It makes you feel really good there. And listen, if I had any eligibility, I'd come back and play for you at UNC. It'd be an honor. How's it been, Coach? Obviously, congratulations. We haven't had a chance to chat with you since the decision was officialized. Congratulations. And ultimately, is it what you were expecting for the first week as a head coach of a college football team?
You know what? I feel like it's a combination of the hours after the draft when you're trying to sign the players who weren't drafted and the 2 days before the start of free agency and the first day of free agency when free agency hasn't started, but it hasn't. Transfer portal hasn't started, but it hasn't. Some guys are in it. They're going in it. They're not going in it. It's a lot of dealing with the player, the agent, and maybe another person, because not all players have agents. So it's been an interesting process, but it's very similar. Mike Lombardi and I were just talking about it. It's very similar to what we went through with the post-draft process and right at the beginning of free agent process, all combined into one with the transfer portal, and then you still have a little bit of some leftover players from high school that are uncommitted or that are maybe weren't recruited, but for some reason now their name has surfaced and they're in it. So, it's exciting to put together a team, offensive line and quarterbacks. We had a lot of guys think now we're really, looking to add some skill players to the roster, whether that's, tight ends, receivers, running backs. Really want to add those into into our roster and put the most competitive team we can out there. As well, of course, never pass up a good defensive player.
Yeah, absolutely. And we just assume any defense that you're coaching is going to be good no matter who's out there. But let's talk about the who's that are going to be out there. Because in the NFL, contract negotiation, free agency, you kind of know what comps are and how much to pay, and you kind of know who you want and who's the best player. In this particular case, there's no way you've been able to watch film on everybody. And also, your conversations with player, agent, or person, how are those going? Are you selling your program to them? Are you explaining what their life's going to be like? Are they asking you questions? And how long are these conversations going? Because I think that is the big question everybody has is Bill Belichick going to want to, I think is the big one, talk to all these people and explain why they should come? Like, how have those gone for you? How have those situations gone for you?
Yeah, well, we've been talking to, a number of players. And we have more coming in this week as part of the portal. That closes on Sunday. So we have guys coming in really pretty much every day this week. Still talking to a couple of high school players. We signed the quarterback. We signed Bryce and announced that at the basketball game on Saturday afternoon. So that's a big one for us locally here. But there's still a few players involved there, but the majority of them are transfer players in the portal. And again, that portal will extend a little bit as the college football playoffs go and teams get eliminated, and then those players will be eligible to jump on it as well. Right now, the numbers are pretty high, but that'll start to taper off a little bit as we go. But yeah, absolutely, we're selling the program, but quite honestly, Pat, a lot of players and agents are coming to us saying, we want to be part of the program. Is there a spot for us? Would you take this player, that player, and so forth? And so a lot of the agents are also representing players in the transfer portal that we've dealt with in the National Football League, and so a lot of those relationships now carry over into college football. So it's been an interesting process. It's going fast, but it's fun, and it's great to be at North Carolina and great to be at this great university and back in the game. We're spending money, not as much as we spent in the NFL, but we're tossing around a little bit of money, and so I kind of enjoy seeing the players getting compensated for the arrangement that they're going to be going into, and so it's it's a new landscape in college football, but honestly not too different. It's different, but it's not too different. This part of the process isn't too different from what we've dealt with in the NFL.
Old hat for old Bill Belichick and Lombardi. All these college coaches. Man, this new world is crazy. I got to talk to A. We got to negotiate. We don't know how much money we have. And then Bill and Lombardi already have the entire thing. All right, we can't pay that much money to that position. We just can't do that. So then the conversations, especially with agents that you already know from the NFL, you can say, listen, Dave, we're not doing that. We're not going to do that. But what you do know is long term, he gets in here, we're going to build, that's an interesting recruiting situation that you have that nobody else in the entire college world has. Good for you. And I did see that Bryce signing. Of course it's going to work. It's going to work. Go ahead, AJ.
Coach, I'm sure you already have like your whole winter and spring mapped out, but something Pat and I talk about a lot, doesn't happen in the NFL, is those winter morning workouts that these college teams have where it pretty much forges your team together because it's some of the most difficult workouts you'll have early in the morning. Have you already had those planned? What do you think those are going to be like, and how valuable are those to your team?
Yeah, I think they're really valuable, AJ. Right now the team's getting ready to go up and play in the Fenway Bowl on the 28th, and then when school resumes back in January, we'll get into some of the off-season program and spring ball and all that. But it's such a great opportunity to work with the players in the spring. The number of padded practices that you can have, and you watch the improvement and development of these players over that period of time is fantastic. Something that we just can't do in the National Football League. You just can't put on pads in the spring. But I saw how much last year when I was Coach Fish gave me an opportunity to be, around the Washington program, how much those kids improved in spring ball was. I just had forgotten what a great jump they make in those spring practices when you combine the practice and then the meeting and then practice and meeting, string those together. Those players got so much better, and that's what I'm envisioning here too. So really excited to work with them and help to develop the players and their skills to the highest level possible.
You talk about development. The strength coach is like the most important hire of the entire program. On that note, he's not the only one, or she's not the only one. D-Bud has a question for you, Coach.
Yes, congrats again, Coach. I'm glad this loss in the Fenway Bowl to UConn isn't going on your record. But I know you got a timeline. And you said you're getting a lot of calls from recruits and agents. I'm sure you're getting a lot of calls from former coaches and coaches that you know. How's that timeline going with you filling out that staff, and when do you expect to have that job complete?
Well, that's a good question. I've really been focused on the recruiting and the transfer portal and all that, and so with Mike Lombardi and some of the other people here that we're working with on that, I'm going to retain Freddie Kitchens, who's here, former NFL coach, and he'll work with the offense, and he's an important hire here. But the rest of the staff I really haven't filled out yet. I'm going to try to get as much done on the recruiting here as I can, and then we'll move ahead with filling out the staff and so forth. But we got until Sunday to really this first phase of the portal to get that done. So big emphasis on that, and then we'll kind of turn to the coaching aspect of it as we get into next week.
I love that. Got the front office hat on right now. Okay, we'll worry about the coaching whenever we get there. We're going to be where our feet are. This portal, transfer portal being open right now with the college football playoff, it's absurd. We hope that once your brain gets wrapped around the entire college football world, that you will speak and say, hey, I got some ideas on how we can make this better, because we're very much in a transition era for college ball. Speaking of you transitioning back to college, you look joyful. Tone has a question for you.
Yeah, Coach, that's been my main
Jeez.
That's been my main takeaway watching you so far down at UNC is you look happy, you look rejuvenated. Are you rejuvenated going from New England for so long and coaching pros for so long down to UNC. Is there a rejuvenation of kind of your coaching philosophy?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited, to be part of the process and, to start on all the newness of it, the spring ball, the schedule, the recruiting, and just interaction with the other sports, with the lacrosse team here, with the basketball team. Went over and watched the basketball team work out yesterday, and they've had a lot of great players, obviously a great tradition with Carolina basketball. So just being part of the whole, community process here in Chapel Hill it's been amazing. It's been great. And so I love it. I've really enjoyed it.
Coach, how many lacrosse players are going to be catching balls for the UNC Tar Heels this upcoming season?
We have 2 players on the team and a couple of baseball players. So I have a little negotiation there whether they're going to be in spring ball or be in baseball, lacrosse, but we'll work that out. Had a great opportunity to visit with all the other coaches here in the program, and honestly, it's a great group, and it's great to be a part of it. And we'll all support each other, and it'll all work out.
Yeah, it sounds like your first words being beat Duke, really resonated well down there, and then obviously going to the game. And North Carolina fans that I know are like elated, ecstatic. They have no idea how this has happened. And then the only question was, is he going to recruit these guys? And then you saying, it was kind of my answer last week, like, I think Bill's going to be able to operate a little differently. Agents and players are like, excuse me, can we get into the NFL university down there? That's a real thing that's taking place already. Ty has a question for you.
Yeah, Coach, I saw a report recently that said, the number 1 quarterback in the 2026 class, based on one of these different recruiting services. But he had, offers from the list of usual suspects. And then the news came out that you were going to go to North Carolina to coach, and he basically said, like, hey, listen, I'd be crazy not to consider North Carolina now with, Coach Belichick there. Is that something you kind of expected when you took this job, that your resume and cachet would maybe a lot of these guys who, had never considered North Carolina before, now it's kind of a whole new ball game, especially with the plan you laid out with it being basically a factory to the NFL?
Yeah, I can't honestly say that I expected it. I'm not sure what my expectations were, but it's certainly exciting to see it happening. And again, we've got a lot of feedback from agents, high school coaches, players entering into the portal of their interest in coming to Carolina and being part of the program. So, we'll just do our due diligence and follow our process on that. And things will work out for some and things won't work out for everybody, but it's definitely exciting to get in on the process and be working through the recruitment of various student athletes that are both here. Some kids that didn't come to Carolina, either they weren't recruited or for whatever reason they went to another school 2-3 years ago, that now have an opportunity to come back home and return to their home state and play in front of their friends and family. And so we've had a lot of mutual interest with players like that to try to to bring them back to their home state. So the whole process has really been look. I've learned a lot, but you kind of jump in the pool here and start swimming, and I feel like with Mike's guidance and a couple other people that are here working with us through this process, that we're making progress. We're getting closer to shore.
Okay, so keep swimming. Obviously, the pool is going to get deeper, and that's where you want to be, and you've always lived, basically. I wondered, how much is your relationship? Because we learned about IMG Academy through you. Like, that's how we learned about the IMG Academy and their success in the NFL draft. I think, last 8 years they've had somebody drafted in the top 15 of the NFL or something like that.
They'll have another one this year, too.
Exactly. Okay, so there it is. How much does your relationship with the IMG Academy and other academies, I assume, around the country at the high school level, how much did that affect your decision to want to get back into college as well? And how do you think those relationships are going to benefit the shit out of the UNC Tar Heels going forward?
Yeah, well, again, it was really a big learning process for me. In the National Football League, you say, okay, well, where do the players come from? And you look at some of the great high school programs, and and I'm very familiar with some of the ones on the East Coast. There are a lot of great ones out west as well, but whereas IMG, St. Francis, Bergen Catholic, right down the line, and again out west, there are a lot of St. Thomas Aquinas in Florida, a lot of great programs out west too. And so it's just been interesting to me to see to watch those high school programs, to watch them play each other, and then see those players, move on. I want to say IMG has somewhere in the neighborhood of 90 players playing Division I football. It's been very interesting to follow, kind of the progress where those guys are and how some of them have developed, and obviously, as you mentioned, a real string of them going into the NFL. So, we've and many other great high schools as well. We've had a chance to, look at some of those players, and those players seem interested in us. So we'll just follow the process. But yeah, it's been really interesting now to put it all together. I spent so much time in the NFL, and now, the education of college and high school football, and we start talking about, camps and things like that are all part of the process too, that, now I'm more intimately involved in. It's really been interesting.
I guess last year, from the stat we just saw online, 24 players in the NFL from IMG Academy.
Damn.
Okay, 24 of them. And how many did you say in D1? 60 or 90?
I think it's around 90. I'm not sure, but it's somewhere in that ballpark.
Actually, 134, I think, is last year's number for D1 football. And somehow all of them are going to be wearing
off by 40.
Yeah, somehow. This is what just one article is right. Where you're just, obviously, the internet has so many different, takes in this entire thing. These are all the guys from IMG here. Bama, 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 Bama. This is from last year or this year?
Jeez. Yeah, these are last year.
So that's Saban, right? Saban also knew exactly where this thing was. 134 guys. Feels like a lot of them are going to be wearing Jordan brand.
A lot of Jordan.
Yeah, it feels like there's going to be a lot of Jordan brand happening. And Bill, I want to let you know, last week I spent a lot of time talking about you recruiting with a lot of people. Because you come on the show, because we did the draft together, because I'm considered an NFL person. All the college football people that I know are like, how do you think Bill's going to do? I'm like, well, Bill's not going to half-ass anything. He's going to be very well researched. His team is obviously going to be held to a standard, the way they're going to operate. I think he's going to win. And everybody was like, well, how's he going to recruit? How's he going to recruit? How's he going to recruit? You think he's going to recruit? And it's like, I think it's going to be a little different for him. I think it's going to be and I literally spent the entire week saying that to a lot of college football people. So to hear that it's all kind of happening the way that we thought it was, and as you lose connection there, I think it's a beautiful thing for those UNC people.
Yeah.
It is a beautiful thing for the Tar Heel people. Now, last question here, not about college, actually about something vastly different. Go ahead, Connor.
Yeah, can I just jump in there and say, why don't you come down and talk about it in person? How about if we do game day down here?
See, Andy already gets it. Andy already gets it. Yeah, Andy. Hey, we love that. And I would be honored to go down there. Lombardi tells me it's the most beautiful place that he's ever been. And obviously he told us about you guys taking the off seasons down there instead of watching film in Cleveland. We can't wait to get down there. Can't wait to get down there. Now, completely different than that. And we saw some things in your contract that says anything is possible, but you say I didn't come down here to leave. Connor has a question for you.
Yeah, Coach, as a Patriots fan, I know a lot of people in New England feel this way. A lot of us want to see you back in the NFL just because you are 15 wins away from being the all-time leader for wins in the NFL. Was that ever something that you considered when, taking the job at UNC, that you were so close to breaking that record, or was that just completely out of your mind and you don't even think about that?
You know what, Connor? I never really gave that one a lot of thought. To be completely honest with you, it's not about wins to me. It's about championships, and that's what I want to do. Is I want to win championships. The wins are great, and you got to win games to win championships. I mean, I get that, but to me, it's about championships, and that's really what I'm most proud of. Is not how many games we won, because it's hard to win in the NFL. I am proud of the games that we won. And the teams that won those. But I'm proud of the championships that I was a member of and contributed to. And teams win championships, and I'm proud to be, an 8-time Super Bowl champion, part of 8 teams. And they weren't my teams. I was part of those teams. But that's really what means the most to me. And we look back on games that we won and proud of those moments. But it's when you can put together a full season and walk off the field as the best team at the end of the year. That's what really means the most to me. So however many wins that was or wasn't, 300 and whatever the number is great. And I'm not being disrespectful at all. What means the most to me is the 8 Super Bowl trophies that I had a small part in, and I'm very proud to have been part of those teams.
we love watching you contribute your tiny little part to that New England Patriots team and to the Giants. And since you have 8 rings, get 2 more down there in UNC.
Yeah.
And just have all fingers rocking. So the next time you take that photo, the thumbs are in the entirety. Good luck down there, Coach. We appreciate the hell out of you stopping by.
All right, thanks, Pat. Always a pleasure. See you next week.
Who are we talking to? Yeah, absolutely. Who are we talking to? We recruiting today, or what's the rest of the day look like?
Oh, yeah, you bet. Yes, sir. We got a lot of recruiting left today and all through the week, all the way till Sunday. We got a big week here.
All right, well, good luck out there. Ladies and gentlemen, head coach of the UNC Tar Heels, Bill Belichick. AJ, first takeaway from that conversation with Coach?
Honestly, what Tone was saying, he does seem to be like re-energized or excited. Every time something is new and novel, I think it is kind of gives people energy, gets them excited.
A freshness. There was a joy to him, and his answers almost radiated.
Chipper.
Yeah.
And he said, this is like the couple of days after the draft, whenever we got to convince undrafted free agents to take our $2,500 instead of $2,500 from somebody else. This is also like the free agency window and a couple of days before the combine. So it's all those things in one. So very much experience, but it's all happening at this moment. And him laying out how agents who used to rep NFL guys that we worked with on a very regular basis, remember he was general manager for the team, so he knows all these agents individually and personally and have done business with a lot of these people before. He said, so a lot of them are reaching out. A lot of players, turns out their parents did go, hey, excuse me, that guy can get us to the NFL. We'll get in the transfer portal if he wants us there. And then also he said selling his program, which I think he had to do to that Bryce kid who's from North Carolina. I think he's a 5-star guy. He's a massive get for Bill Belichick. They actually sent us an email talking about would we like to be a part of their announcement, but it was happening on the weekend. So we're not live then, and I appreciate them giving us a potential opportunity. In the email, didn't tell us what they were doing, though.
Sure.
Didn't say if they're going to recommit or decommit and then commit to North Carolina. It was kind of a question. But, yeah, I think this was a massive part of Bill Belichick because in the email I read, I think it was a long conversation with Bill Belichick and his family. I think it was like laying out how everything would go. And Bill said, yeah, it's a lot of selling the program. I think him and Lombardi are getting in those living rooms.
Oh, yeah.
And here's 8 Super. How do you win 8 Super Bowl? That's a good question. Let's lay this entire thing out. Imagine him competing against, no offense to any other, I don't want to say any names. I'm not going to say any names. We all just thought him, though.
Any other name.
And big-time college football.
Yeah.
Imagine him and Lombo heading into a living room and laying things out. And if that's a player that they want on their team, sounds like they will do that. And then going in there, I don't think they're leaving without him. Like, I don't think they're leaving without a commitment. And they talked about the money commitment that they wanted from down there. I think they're going to be able to kind of wheel and deal in the NIL world as well. It's like, it's going to work.
Yeah.
It's going to work down there, which we should have expected, which we did expect, I think, from the beginning.
For sure. But and I don't want to say surprised because that's not the right word, but for it to happen this quickly, because I was thinking like some of these top guys, like a 5-star quarterback like that, we talk about how he's like building a football factory directly to the NFL, but then you talk about selling the program. It's like, well, if a kid's in that position, like Georgia has that exact same thing already set up. Like they have the football factory right into the NFL, and they're probably ready to, or you'd think before all this stuff happened, like they're going to compete for a national championship every year. Some of these other SEC schools. But for Bill to get that like right away, and you get these kids like they understand, what it is. Like there's no reason that next year, this upcoming football season, like they're not competing for a national title, and then the steamroll starts.
This Bryce gentleman is a 4-star quarterback, not 5-star.
But the one I saw, it was the number 1 prospect in 2026, and he had North Carolina was nowhere on his radar. And then Bill gets the job, and they asked him about it, and he was like, "Well, yeah, I'd be crazy not to consider North Carolina."
I guess I'll listen to what Bill Belichick has to say.
Exactly.
Yeah, I guess
smart kid.
I guess we'll listen. Hey, Mom, Dad, do you think we should listen to what Bill Belichick has to say? Yeah. Hey, agent, you think we should listen to what Bill Belichick has to say? Yeah, we should do that. That's going to happen whenever they want it.
Yeah.
And now I think it is. Now, granted, you have to win. If he doesn't win, it'll be thrown out. Of
course.
And this only lasts for so long. The happiness, the joyful, the everything only lasts until, the season starts and sees how it all goes. But when you're talking about them targeting guys and being like, hey, we think you would be good. Would you like to listen? They don't have to send out the fishing net that's so wide.
Exactly.
I think they're hitting most of the pitches that they're throwing. So that's it's tough because they're going to have to run into West Virginia at some point.
Sure.
Hopefully not for their sake.
Have you seen? There's a lot of conversation around West Virginia too right now.
Ton.
A lot of excitement, man.
Buzz, palpable.
Made the right call.
Think
Made the right choice.
Yes, they did.
Mm-hmm.
Now, granted,
People stopping me around Ohio that are like West Virginia, either went to West Virginia or they've been big fans, and they are juiced for Rich Rod. No joke.
There's people buying season tickets. I'm getting texts from people that are like, haven't been a season ticket holder for the West Virginia Mountaineers since, I don't know, probably 10, 15 years or whatever. Back. All the way back. Getting season. Everybody's excited for what's possible. And I think that's because, like, Rich Rod's teams are going to work their asses off, and they're going to be tough. And it's like just those two things alone are going to win you games, let alone if he's able to get his talent in there. And now the way he's going to go about operating, like he even said in his press conference, like, hey, you guys are going to know if your guys play hard. My guys are going to play their asses off.
Mm-hmm.
Like that is what it's going to be every single night. It's like West Virginia people are excited. West Virginia people are pumped. And I think players, we put out I said like, hey, if you're a dog out there that has a good work ethic and want to find who the best version of yourself is, like, come to West Virginia. Like, this is the place for you. He's going to have to find his guys, but I think they're showing up. I think there's a lot. I want to talk about West Virginia royalty, obviously.
Well, yeah.
Like Chris Henry Jr., who is Pac-Man Jones has taken in. Adam Pac-Man Jones, another West Virginia royalty. He obviously is committed to Ohio State right now. What happens with Ohio State in the next couple weeks? Maybe even this Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
When they take on a very tough Tennessee team.
Mm-hmm.
When you talk about SEC teams being built to potentially go play in the freezing ass cold,
that's one of them.
Tennessee's the team because they pound a rock.
Yeah.
Everybody remembers Heupel's like wide open offense with Hendon Hooker. It ain't like it. Dylan Sampson, and they run the ball, and their defense thumps too. Now, will they still want to thump when it's as cold as it is? We shall see, but he's committed to Ohio State. It's like what happens with Ohio State. And then if we got NIL, and obviously his dad, legend of West Virginia, it's like all of a sudden door opens back up for some people that are potentially never going to be Neil Brown's guys. Like Neil Brown, good guy. Hey, we love Neil Brown. Thank you for what you did to West Virginia. Don't think it was the right fit, but like you handled it with class.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't win a lot of games. Never won 3 straight games. Right? That was the
was the big thing.
Never won 3 straight.
That's not real.
Never won 3 straight games.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think
3
so.
straight Big 12 games?
Yeah, it may have been conference games, but I think it may have just been
I think it was
3
just
games
3 straight games.
in general.
Classy, though.
He was a good guy. He represented very well. But, like, the way he went about doing things was his way. And the people he recruited, the people he talked to, the way he went about doing his things, his way. Rich Rod has a different way of viewing things and what, hey, need hard asses around here. We need a hard edge around. We need dogs walking around this building again. And it's like, I think he's going to be able to find them because I think there's a lot of people, Pennsylvania, Ohio, West Virginia. You can even dabble into a little bit of Jersey. There's a couple, and then Florida too. West Virginia used to have good pool from Florida, great pool from Florida. It's like a lot of the guys that maybe Neil wouldn't have wanted or would have recruited. It's like Rich is like, we're going right back into these recruiting holes that we were in 15, 20 years ago and letting them know, like, hey, we want your boy. And we want your hard-ass son, blue-collar kid. Like, that's who we want in here. So I'm excited for it. And I think those guys are going to show up.
He said in his first press conference with the team, he's like, I'm not going to lie to you. This is probably going to be the hardest thing you're ever going to do in your life. So just like setting the tone right away for those kids, like he's not making any bones about it.
Those kids, I saw them, they're at their bowl game, smiling, laughing on the play, having a good time. I'm like, boys, get it all in.
Enjoy that now.
Get it all in.
That's good for you, though, at that age.
Absolutely.
Man. That's the biggest thing. With Bill, with Rich Rod, with Coach Prom's been able to do out in Colorado. Like, the kids, you got to be willing to go up there and, like, it's going to be tough. Like, winter workouts, training camp, like, that shit sucks. But when you run out that tunnel on Saturday, like, you got a chance, you're prepared to kick ass. And then with having to re-recruit your own group of guys every year, that's a different challenge in this day and age. But, hopefully these guys are still cut out for it. But it's really the biggest wild card of these 17 to, 21-year-olds who got to make that decision every year to come in, okay, maybe I'm not getting the playing time I want. Maybe I'm not getting the NIL I want. Maybe I'm not getting this or that. But I still got to come out here and bust my ass and basically wait your turn and take advantage of that. But these guys, obviously, and I was right in the middle of that first Rich Rod run, and then Bill going and why are you looking like that?
You are right in the middle.
right in the fucking middle.
Remember, we lost that one game, so we're not allowed to talk about it. Like, I finally got to the point where I'm fed up with it. because I said it on the show in front of all those people, and they were giving me a lot of love. But it's like we were in a game to go to the national championship.
Yeah.
West Virginia has not been there for a long time, and we weren't even allowed to like celebrate it. Like the guys, and I'm sure West Virginia is not as big as other places would be when it comes to this thing, especially like in Ohio State or somewhere else like that. Like guys didn't even get to like really come back, sign autographs, do meet and greets, do like things, because it was just like, see ya, we're moving on. We're no longer in the Big East. We're in the Big 12. Get the hell out. Like, it's a whole new, basically, era. So I think that type of energy from all the boys that were on that team is cool to feel and experience, too. Like, a lot of text messages, a lot of conversations being like, hey, what game we're going, first game? We're all back? Like, that is kind of, it feels like a homecoming, a renewed. And it's not just the players that felt this way. On Friday, I got a chance to see a lot of people that were like facilities managers, whether it's like janitors or greenkeepers or like all the shit that goes into a building. Like a lot of those people, like obviously they're older because it's a lot older time now since I was in college. But a lot of, I don't want to say they were kind of shoot out, but they kind of like either retired or just kind of got away because of the way it was. They are all back. Like everybody like felt welcome back almost because Rod was back. And it's like him opening the door to all the other coaches, teams, being like, hey, anybody that played here, we want you back is cool. I think that helps our team immediately as well. And I'm very excited for West Virginia.
Yeah.
Very, very, very excited.
Well, that's what was awesome, too. You just mentioned it. Was Rich Rod being like, hey, if you played for any of the coaches that were before me, that were after me, like, you need to come back here and be a part of this. Because, you've mentioned it. It did happen where once that season was over, it was kind of like, all right, we're kind of deleting that, painting over the walls, if you will, of those eras. And now for Rich Rod to be back and bringing that back, it's awesome for West Virginia.
I'm pumped.
Yeah.
What if we win? I saw Scott Van Pelt and Stanford Steve talking about it.
Yeah.
And I think they mentioned one time, like, these West Virginia people, like, through thick and they're there. They are a rowdy bunch. And then I saw somebody quote tweet that video that got posted from the Scott Van Pelt pod, or maybe the Scott Van pod, SV pod, and put it out there and go, the football gods won't let West Virginia win anything big because they know how we'll act. And it's like, that was a funny statement, but it is very much like West Virginia people work their asses off and they like to have a good time. Like that is just, I think those are good traits, not bad traits. And I think Rich Rod's teams represent that entirely. When you have that type of synergy with a state and a program, it's a beautiful thing. Can't wait to watch it. All right, let's get back to the NFL tonight. Bears, Vikings, Falcons, Raiders. This Vikings team has a real chance. They have a real chance to potentially get home field advantage throughout the playoffs. Nobody's been talking about them, obviously, because in the NFC North, the Detroit Lions have been the story. Holy hell, this Lions team, what a juggernaut. Jared Goff. Did JJ get any of those chants started on the CBS program?
I looked for it and I didn't find any.
Oh, no.
But I might have missed it because there was a lot going on.
Okay, maybe the Lions fans said, we don't have time to do TV shows. We got a massive game against the Buffalo.
I saw a lot of fans back there, but yeah, I don't know
were
if
they
JJ
Buffalo fans or were they
Detroit fans, yeah.
When I turned it on, I think it was at halftime or right, maybe it was, halftime of the first games because they were doing the whole thing.
Yeah.
I saw a lot of Bills fans.
Buffalonians.
Yeah, it did look like Sal and the team were out there in the entirety. But the Lions have kind of taken up all the conversation of the NFC North. Obviously, NFC North is loaded. A lot of good teams, yada, yada, yada. But it's a Lions. It's like now the Vikings sit in a position where they can go get them, Age. And so can the Packers. This is wide open all of a sudden, and the Vikings are in a great spot, Age.
What a division. I mean, weren't we just talking a week ago how the Vikings they're not going to go move forward with Sam Darnold? Like, if he takes them on a deep playoff run, what do they do? It's a great problem to have, I guess. But, I mean, Sam Darnold he's on fire right now. I think KOC needs to be talked about a little bit more on his head coaching gig. And no matter what they do, whatever they throw at him, the injuries at the quarterback position, he seems to find a way to get it done and still win games.
We love their defense too, right, D-Butch, over there in Minnesota?
Absolutely. Leading the league, I know coming into this week in interceptions, they always get it done. They always turn the ball over. And whenever you have an explosive offense like they have, extra possessions always help. So Justin Jefferson, one of the best receivers in the National Football League. Addison, probably one of the best number twos. And then T.J. Hockenson been healthy again. The O-line, obviously they had to replace Darisaw. But when Darnold, even when he doesn't have a clean pocket, like he's been accurate, he's stepped up in the pocket, he's He's made great throws. He's kind of on a heater right now. So if he continues that run, to AJ's point, what do you do? I'm always of the mind of, hey, if I have a pro who's been here before, he was drafted high, he's kind of proven himself, that's the guy I'm going to keep in the building, even though we drafted J.J. McCarthy high, because we know that's pretty much a crapshoot in that draft. I would stick with Sam Darnold, but to AJ's point as well, when you have KOC in there, you probably have that confidence that, hey, he can get J.J. McCarthy playing at a high level too. But, yeah, I love what Sam Darnold and this Brian Flores defense is doing.
8 p.m. on ABC. It's a doubleheader. They're taking on the Bears, an NFC North rivalry matchup. Last time we saw the Bears, they just got their asses beat by the Niners.
Correct.
Yep.
Yes.
Remember, we were wondering, are the Niners back or are the Bears bad? And I think the sentiment is actually
the Bears
are bad. But we shall see. We shall see. 7-point favorites are the Vikings at home. That place is going to be bananas in a whiteout.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're doing a whiteout. They're wearing the all-white unis.
Let's just say these might be some of the coolest helmets you've ever seen in your entire life. You kidding me? How about these things? Huh?
Wow.
Jerseys, pants. I bet the cleats might even be white, too, on some people.
Wow, whiteout on Monday Night Football.
Cool.
Yeah, and their jerseys, buddy, look just like this.
Oh. Those are clean.
Those are sweet.
They
Oh,
are.
yeah, okay.
I like the gray, on top of the white, but it's a light gray, so you can still see it. And then boom! Are they trying to win me over? Certainly. Will it work? Definitely.
What's that caller say?
Keep an eye on the Vikings, Skull Vikings, it says
sweet.
in there, obviously, to be reminisced. But we're excited for the atmosphere there because they're going to blow that big ass. And then they're going to boom, 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 boom.
They better not let the Bears in the game.
Age.
What do you say?
Look at this Packers.
No, I'm just saying, like, they know. Let's keep this momentum going. We don't want to drop. It's a trap game for the Vikings.
I said it out there. I said, I don't know why. This Vikings team is very good. They are. And I don't think anyone expected them to be this good, but I just got this weird feeling. The Bears might get him tonight.
He's got a Packers hat on and a Packers.
I don't know why. I don't know why I feel that way.
Non-biased journalism. And then we got a minute and a half before we end here on ESPN on 8:30. At 8:30 on ESPN, we have the Falcons and the Raiders. Falcons favored by 6.5 going into Las Vegas. Schefter in the last hour basically said, Mark Davis could have came out and said he's not firing Antonio Pierce. He said that they'll both be judged independently, both Pierce and Tom Telesco. At the end of the season. So you take that for however you want to take it, is what Shefty said. Desmond Ridder getting the start for the Raiders, taking on a Kirk Cousins-led Falcons. Kirk obviously has had a rough month. Does he bounce back tonight, do you think, AJ?
Yeah, he has no question or no other option but to bounce back, or I think they're going to have to figure things out over there.
I will not be watching this one.
Dano's on the call.
Is Dano doing it?
I did not know that. I saw him in a hotel. I should have known.
Simpsons? They should play this one at 4:30 Eastern.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe like
Mo
5.
Sislak playing slot?
5 Eastern.
5 Eastern. I don't know if Mo is going to hit the field at all. He had great footwork.
He did.
I mean, not like Lisa.
Yeah, Lisa.
Lisa was moving.
Lisa was a real deal.
Ralph Wiggum had a little toe tap touchdown, too.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any numbers on that.
Huge.
Great giant.
They're still counting.
Like
That's right.
14, 15
Some
million.
states, too.
Still counting.
All right. Hour 3 will continue on YouTube, ESPN Plus, Disney Plus, and TikTok Live.
Oh.
Somebody needs to buy it.
No.
I think it's about to disappear. We try to be ahead of the curve and let people know, but all of a sudden, time is closing. We'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye. TikTok's about to disappear.
Oh, yeah.
Is it real? Like, for real?
No chance.
Allegedly,
No way.
man.
No way.
Yeah,
You've been one of the problems.
Yep.
Me?
You've been a part of the problem.
No.
Yeah, because I've been saying, hey, somebody needs to buy
You have?
TikTok. And then everybody says, that's not going to happen.
It's
too big
That's
to
not going to, that's
Boom. I'm
too
right
big
there,
to
Tony. It's too big to die. Too
like
big to
2
fail.
weeks out. I don't know how quick
It
I'm
says
on.
who? I hope we figure it out, because if we don't, we're going to have to take Talk out back and shoot him in the head.
No.
We don't want
He
that.
does make a valid point there.
I didn't know D-Butts was a communist sympathizer as well. What's going on
All
here?
right. Listen, Talk's not dying. Talk is not dying.
If TikTok goes down, Talk goes down.
I don't know about what he just said about D-Butt.
I love America, all right?
All right, but
Sports
D-Butt.
true.
Well, we have to execute Talk.
No, Talk will get
Talk
a new job.
does more than talks, boys.
Yeah,
Come
Talk will
on.
be called Reels.
Yeah.
Talk will be called Weekend
doesn't sound good
Reviews.
to me.
Talk will be called Machine
It
Who
would be
Doesn't
cool.
Stop Working.
It would
We
be-
can find something.
It would be cool to execute him right here.
Talk. I don't like this at all. No.
Yeah, we can blame it on them.
No. Talk
That'd
is
be a
not
first.
dying because somebody won't buy TikTok
We didn't
from
write
China.
the rules.
That's why these drones been circling. They trying to.
Listen, I learned a lot about these potential theories around the drones, and I'll tell you what, didn't love getting on the plane flying over for Saturday Night Main Event.
Bingo.
They're talking about like some really big booms, potentially.
Yeah.
And then if it's not that, what is it then? Oh, well, it's something that we don't know. Oh, okay.
Don't worry.
Very
they're just
choppy
looking
end of that
for
flight
nukes.
as well.
Yeah, my plane last night, no Wi-Fi.
What?
Oh, there has been Wi-Fi issues on planes.
You know why?
They didn't. Just no Wi-Fi.
Because there's going on everywhere. They got videos everywhere happening, and it's like, what's real, what's not real? What are these things? Well, the people that'll tell us, they're not saying, and then will they tell the truth? We don't know.
Probably not.
Oh, we assume they will. We assume they will. We assume they will tell the truth. These people all tell the truth all the time. You know, through big events too, we've been told the truth, and certainly that is how it's gone.
What if they don't want to scare you? What if they don't want to scare you?
Well,
That's
then
not
what?
good.
What
It's not
they
working.
came up
Too
with.
far. Hey, hate to break it to them. We're already there. All of it's scary. What?
Terrifying.
They tried to comfort everyone by saying, "Don't worry, these things are just looking for nukes that probably are already in the U.S."
They did not say that.
They pretty much
Some
did
people
say
are
that.
saying that.
There's some dirty bombs.
Some people are saying that.
They're sniffing around.
I didn't even think about that until I saw an expert who makes these fucking things going, hey, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news here, but there's only a couple things. At night, can't see shit, but they can sense some stuff. They're flying low.
Radiomagnetic wave.
Maybe
I watched all 10 minutes of that video. I'd never watched 10 minutes.
952. The guy didn't
Bingo.
change the vantage point one time, though.
He didn't need to.
Well, he showed it one time. He said, this is my shit right here, okay? All right, now back to the story.
I was doubted.
Guy had hands on it.
Yeah, talk to a guy who had hands on the missing nukes.
We know too much, but then we don't know what's...
We need Jason Bourne.
We do. All the time.
Yeah.
Most definitely right now.
Don't worry, we have him. He's out there looking.
Thank you, Jason Bourne.
Yeah.
Anyways, football's happening tonight. Let's never forget it. But hopping on that bird to head to Long Island with
Get your
done
eyes peeled,
watching.
I'm guessing.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely eyes peeled. You know, one of those. And you see a plane flying by the other way. It's always fun when you see somebody else in the sky, like a plane flying, and then you're like, did that thing just decide to look like a plane at this moment?
Wait a minute.
Or is that,
Oh,
what
no.
is that? You know, and then you see a light when you're flying at night, and it's like, who knows?
What was that?
Who knows what that thing is? But literally, as we're getting on the plane, after watching that 952, and then scrolling underneath that with other people who are experts saying, and then you see the gray or white check mark behind like government officials saying things. It's like, I'm flying towards this thing right now.
Right into the eye of the storm.
Okay, sweet. Let's go in there. But then I remembered the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes.
True.
We'll fight them all.
That's right. Is he all right?
Is he okay?
I don't know.
That was very uncomfortable.
Very much so.
So the pile driver, first of all, banned because of how many injuries have taken place that have ruined
scumbag.
lives.
That's a scary looking situation.
Scary. I mean, that's right in front of, so Biggie, when he got flipped and landed on his head, it was literally like 2 feet in front of me. Still have like flashbacks to it because of how uncomfortable it was when it happened. He broke his neck. He is still yet to get cleared, or maybe he is cleared, but I don't think he's gotten cleared to get back in, but he's cleared to be around the action again, even though New Day said we don't.
Whoa.
Don't
talk
like
about
that.
That's a couple of years, but I watched it happen. It was uncomfortable. Same shit as you see a guy crumpled up, land on his head. That's just like a very, because remember where I'm sitting? I'm sitting right like 3 o'clock from this camera. So that's right down the pipe. Oh, I mean, that's just scary. That's just everything you hear you're not supposed to. Yeah, and then he's out. And then they.
It's like he didn't die.
Bingo, that's what I'm saying. Then Kevin Owens stands on him after he gets strapped to a board to get him out of there, and then he's in an ambulance. They went to a hospital. They said that was a wild ending. That was after the show went off air. So Cole and I fully talking to the body.
To the body, right?
Well, an honor. I'm talking to the body, trying to let things like kind of all settle down before we make our way out of there, because don't want to be a distraction or get in the way of anything, while also, respect. And then all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose because Kevin Owens flips the switch and goes crazy. And it's like, I was literally I was perplexed.
Yeah.
Is what I would say. And so was Jesse. Jesse and I were just sitting there like, what the? And then Jesse, should we get in there? And then obviously there's that thought. And then Michael, it was chaos there.
Can they kick KO out of the league?
Well, you saw Triple H gave him a fucking
Yeah, I
piece
saw
of his
that.
mind.
Yeah, I think you can get kicked out.
Good.
Throughout the history of wrestling, people have just
Good.
Get him out of
there. Been gone.
He should have been gone a long time ago, but.
Yeah, the Winged Eagle title is like, he took it out of there too, was kissing. I mean, it was just all
looks
of it.
good, though. He's kind of yoked. How'd it feel being back in there?
It was awesome. I didn't see this.
D-Buck.
I didn't see this.
Man.
I've received one of these pushes. I've received one of these pushes, not this one, right this last, there.
Yep.
I received one of those pushes before at NXT, remember?
That's right.
When I kicked Adam Cole's head off of his body.
That's right.
And he put, Triple H still got it.
Oh, yeah.
Should have pedigreed him.
Kevin Owens really dancing with something there to get into Triple H's face.
Yeah.
That's one of those ones I think you just kind of, but Kevin Owens, obviously, dirtbag, flipped the switch.
He doesn't give a fuck.
In the middle of that whole thing. It was uncomfortable. Other than that uncomfortable ending, it was awesome. I was so lucky and thankful to be back. The fact that they even asked me to do it, because I thought we were doing Army-Navy, College Game Day, and then found out a few weeks back not doing it. And would like to let everybody know at Army-Navy, that decision was made above anybody that's on air. You know, and there's like, I don't know how many game days going forward for the playoffs, but somehow, some way, it ended up not happening. None of us were happy. Like, nobody was really happy about it. I was bummed because, I mean, a good celebration of America is a good time, especially this year with everything that's happened. It's like America, Army, Navy, like, here we go. So didn't get to do that. So then whenever Saturday night's main event happens to be on same weekend there, conversations took place. I'm like, would you want to do that? And I'm like, I'm honored that you even asked me to come back. So thankful for that. And getting a chance to work with Cole again, getting a chance to come out. Big Stu on the camera right there, almost ran right into him. Almost ran right into him. I normally talk shit to Stu. Stu's the same guy that Cena talks to when he comes out. Stu's been there for like 30 years. The camera people have been there a long time. They have created the company that you're watching. The people that put the rings together, the people that are working on side stage, the production crew, they've been there a long time. These people are the backbone, literally, of the WWE. So getting a chance to see all them again, getting a chance to obviously see Cole again, getting a chance, like their ears, audio, like those guys, there's like a crew of 4 people that are in that department. Good to see them again. And, to get a chance to feel the WWE universe and experience the WWE again was awesome. I had so much fun. And then Jesse the Body Ventura, I loved him.
He's awesome.
Legend.
I loved him.
He was great, man.
I enjoyed him. His cadence, obviously, one that if you worked more with him, I think you'd be able to catch on a little bit. I almost stepped on him a couple times, but then if you listen to what he's saying, it's like, home run.
Yeah.
Home run. It was great to see him.
A couple times. What's he waiting for? Tell him stop taking your time. Like when he had somebody hurt.
Yeah.
That was my favorite.
He was pissed a few times that Cody and Kevin weren't doing things that he expected or wanted or what he would do there. And then whenever we talked about the chair just so happening to be somewhere, he goes, I'm the body. Nothing just happens to be anywhere. And it's like, what a great answer. Like, that is such a good answer. I had so much fun watching him work. Obviously, Joe Tessitore, all bow tied up.
Oh, yeah.
Great.
All the superstars that went in there and put on a phenomenal set of fights. Great. Congrats to the inaugural Women's United States Champion, Chelsea Green. Congrats to Gunther.
Yeah.
Dominating.
Chopping the shit.
2 old Judgment Day members and Damian Priest, who he knocked off the stairs, had to repower him, boom. Then just what a win, dominating fashion by Gunther. Liv gets another win after getting kneed right in the face.
Yep.
Right in the, she was bleeding all over herself. Drew McIntyre is a problem.
He is. What's going on with him?
Drew McIntyre is a real problem. Yeah, that was fun, man. I loved it. I really did. I loved it.
Electric. Jacket was sweet, too.
Yeah, how about David Allen putting that together?
Good look.
That was like a couple-week thing. David Allen, like maybe 13 days, piece that whole thing together. The shirt, from my last dimensions
Fitting.
to where I am now at this point of the season.
Sure.
The shirt he sent with the thing was never going to fit. And I think he knew.
Had the audible.
So just one with a tank top, just one with a standard tank top. It was a blast. Congrats to Michael Cole continuing to be the greatest of all time. And if you heard the audio leak from the commercial break, there's a little inside wrestling on how me and Cole operate and how Jesse the Body and Ventura operates, and then also why Michael Cole is the greatest of all time. Just like while we're at break, nobody can hear us. Michael Cole is always like, hey, remember this, think of this. He's like a quarterback out there. And it's like, for me, I need it, I love it, I appreciate it. And that whole place is the best. They're the fucking best company to work with.
That show was awesome. It was.
First hour was like that. flew by. I looked up at the time and I was like, damn, we only got an hour left. I don't think I knew fully what I was signing up for.
Sure.
I did not know it was 2 hours. I did not know there was going to be commercial breaks, but it was TV. That's why it was a primetime special.
Yeah.
So that's different than a PLE, but it was nonstop. I mean, it was.
And it felt like a pay-per-view. It
Yes.
did. Like,
energy, buzz.
Yeah, all of it. It was awesome.
Long Island crowd, active.
Yeah.
Very, very active,
Great
which
fans.
is cool. 2 hour show too. So
It's nice.
the activity of the crowd is literally the whole time.
Right.
Yeah, it was so cool, dude. Getting back in there. Then you see Cody get dumped on his head, and it's like, oh my God, I'm so uncomfortable right. That was very, very uncomfortable. So thank you to the WWE. Thank you, boys, for watching. Congrats to Travis Hunter winning the Heisman.
Yeah.
Great speech.
That was a good speech.
Great night.
Congrats to Travis. And, there's a lot of haters, and obviously it's the closest voting since 2009, I believe, between he and Ashton Genty. And Ashton Genty, absolute dog. Listen, I am not going to say anything negative about Ashton Genty, but I will say, this is a once-in-a-lifetime type of situation. So people are saying, the defense isn't even ranked in top 5. I saw a bunch of stats against Travis Hunter. It's like, it's not about the whole defense. It's about what one human's doing and if it's outstanding or not, and more outstanding than everybody else. Averaging 120 plays a game and being full-time on both sides, being prolific on both sides, for a team that was supposed to win, 5 games?
Yeah.
They end up winning 10 or whatever the case is. Flipping the whole school, when he went there, him and Shador and Prime, flipping an entire culture, that's outstanding. That is warrants being celebrated. So I'm happy that took place. If Ashton would have won, would have completely understood. And to Ashton, I understand you're once every decade, once every 2 decades, what you've been able to do as a ball carrier. And thank you for everything you did this season. But it's like, Travis, that's a once in a long time type athlete. And I think a lot of people in the Heisman house are thankful that he's being celebrated for it.
Yeah, both very, very, everybody that was there, very, very deserving. But like you said, Travis Hunter, that's just something you have never seen. Probably won't see it again. I think Charles Woodson kind of spoke on it as well. And then to just see him, his whole path, going to Jackson State out of there, then following Coach Prime to Colorado. Cam Newton being there, being back. He been on Cam Newton's 7-on-7 team. So all those guys that have been around him for that whole run, from to win that Heisman, that was dope to see. And I thought the speech was great. I thought the fits were great from all 4 of them.
Yep.
I thought he did a great job the whole night.
Yeah, congrats to all the finalists, obviously.
Hell yeah.
If you're in New York, you've had a hell of a year, and so have your teams. All right, let's get to a break. On the other side, we'll make our picks. We'll wrap up any storyline we didn't chat about. Travis signed with Adidas, too. Feels like a fumble of Nike, but congrats to Adidas getting Travis Hunter going forward. Can't wait to see what he does at the next level. They got a bowl game, though, they're playing in.
Yep.
Good for them.
Hell yeah. Good for them.
I think Cam Ward's playing his too, right?
Yep. Hell yeah.
Pop-Tart Bowl.
Love that.
That's a good one.
That is a good bowl.
Yeah.
What's the laugh for back there? Somebody was laughing as if the Pop-Tart Bowl isn't special.
What is that about? They
Have
just
you
put a
seen
new
the
trophy with a toaster.
Yeah, Pop-Tart Bowl is taking
Toaster
over.
in the trophy.
Pop-Tart Bowl, a lot of relevance in the world that we're in. You win it, it's going to get celebrated because everybody loves a great Pop-Tart. The movie about the development of the Pop-Tart, worth a watch, too.
Really?
Jerry?
Jerry Seinfeld?
Is that the movie?
I think so.
Worth a watch. Everybody dumped on it.
Oh.
Just view it as like a historical lesson while you're watching.
Like a doc.
Yeah, like a documentary with
It's like
Jerry
the
Seinfeld.
Avengers. Everyone got together to make this Pop-Tart.
And then one person hopped in another person's dumpster. And I mean, there's a whole
shit.
There's a lot of
It's a comedy. It's a comedy, right?
Comedy doc. It tells a story that needs to be told.
Okay.
It tells a story that needs to be told. Especially if you're like me and love Pop-Tarts. There's people that like the non-frosted.
That's me. Strawberry non-frosted.
Okay.
Non-frosted?
I told you this guy.
It's a bit of a wacko move.
Psychopath.
That's crazy.
What's your favorite one?
What do you mean?
I'll do the s'more one. I'm on the s'more one right now.
Okay.
I like the s'more one.
Brown sugar,
Brown
cinnamon.
sugar is
Oh, yeah,
delicious.
delicious.
Always a winner. I'm not just a standard strawberry one though. I don't really mess with that.
The strawberry with the sprinkles and the icing are
Strawberry
good.
frosted. Yeah.
I mean, I will eat it certainly. And we're splitting these in half and eating from the middle, right? We got 2 slices of this thing. We're not eating from the top.
Depends.
Okay.
I mean, I toast it for about, lightly toasted.
And then you cracker in half.
Depends. Depends on the mood.
Oh, we might go from a corner.
Might go from a corner.
Really?
Yeah.
You got crust first into the pizza.
Oh, I'm a crust guy.
I break off the end pieces and give them to my dog.
There you go. There you go.
He's talking to you.
You're still eating Pop-Tarts?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. I had a s'more Pop-Tart last night. So good. I'm eating healthy though from now on.
Am I the only
Really?
chocolate fudge guy?
I like chocolate fudge.
Delicious.
I'll go with the chocolate fudge one.
That was mine.
Once again, s'mores, though, is the one that's winning that battle. And I put those both in the same.
Similar basket.
S'mores I could eat like for a few days in a row, and then I need to break up because they get a little too sweet for me.
Yeah, I can understand that. I understand. I'm eating healthy. Once that shirt didn't fit at all,
Yeah.
I was like, all right.
Non-frosted is kind of psycho.
Almost
Very
I'm the only non-frosted guy in this building.
In the
No
world.
way.
Oh.
No way.
It's the only person I've ever met who likes
Fear factor
non-frosted.
stuff.
I had to Google it. I didn't know that existed.
Shut the fuck up.
Look,
Is that a
I had
Pop Tart?
to
That's not even a
Google
Pop Tart.
non-frosted Pop-Tarts. I didn't know that
It's so
existed.
good.
You might have been the person to introduce me to these things even existing. To be honest, now
Is
that
that
I
what they
think
eat in
back.
China butts?
No, communist butt. Oh no,
Commie tarts?
they're so good though. They're so good. Getting in shape though. We're not eating those anymore.
Yep.
Start tomorrow?
Starting today.
Today.
I didn't eat anything yet today.
No, you haven't.
You know why? Because I ate so much yesterday. Because I was planning on today.
Sure.
Starting the whole
Yep.
thing.
Cheat day. A la The Rock.
Bingo. Thursday's gonna have to eat something good.
Yep.
Hey, I saw Red One. It's legit. I took my kids to see it. It's a good movie. It's a good Christmas movie.
Agreed. Thank you. Yeah,
Yeah.
everybody just needs to take it for what it is. This is a rock Christmas movie.
Bingo.
I don't know what they were thinking when people were like, "Lago movie." It's like, what the fuck did
But
you
they
think?
show their version of the North Pole and how Santa does everything. They have their own take on it. Like, it's really good.
I
like
agree.
it.
Yeah.
I concur.
You can watch from home soon.
Prime.
You can
Available
already.
now.
Already, yeah.
It's already there. Yeah.
Good movie.
Did you watch?
Yeah, of course. Great spin. I got older kids, so they kind of got them back in believing in the Santa.
You don't let your kids eat the frostless Pop-Tarts, right?
I absolutely do.
Child services will be showing up at your door.
We're calling them.
Yeah.
Be a friend, tell a friend something nice. It might change their life. Like, for instance, you should stop telling people the way you eat your Pop-Tarts.
Yeah.
Slightly toasted.
It'll change your
frost.
life.
Frosting out of the toaster? What makes sense?
Yeah,
Melts in your mouth.
You're a fool.
Do you not put the ice? Do you not put the icing on toaster strudels either?
How about Cinnabons?
Oh, yeah.
How about Cinnamons? Cinnabons, cinnamon rolls.
Love those.
You put icing on top of it?
Absolutely.
What's that all about? Doesn't it melt?
You do that after they come out of the oven, though.
Okay. Hey.
Okay. So you're saying
You're a man of
you're
principle.
post frosting the Pop-Tart? If you had the little
No, the
thing.
strudels, I'll do that.
Toasted strudel.
Yeah, I do that.
That's a different ballgame.
Different ball.
You don't like the hard. You don't like the hard frosting already.
No.
It's already like.
You don't like that getting melted and melting in your mouth? You may be surprised to learn that unfrosted Pop-Tarts
wow.
actually contain more calories than ones with
boy.
frosting.
That's dumb.
Wow, that's because they got to put more flavor inside of it because you're taking all the flavor out on the outside, if I had to guess.
I don't believe it.
You see the amount of red dye they're putting on
No, it's real fruit.
the frostless ones.
It is real
right.
fruit.
I learned too much about that, too.
Oh,
I'm trying to keep those out of my life.
I know.
don't want
I
that.
know.
Trying to keep it all out of my life.
Don't worry, someone's gonna take them out of your life for us.
Okay. Can we get... We'll be back on the other side. Be your friend, tell a friend something nice. We'd like some answers on these drones.
No, Aaron's
Please.
friend's gonna take all those bad ingredients out of our lives.
Make us live longer.
Yep.
More fit.
Yep.
Let's not take everything bad out because these taste buds like to have a good time every once in a while. They better not touch the Pizza Hut pizza recipe.
They would.
Well, that's all natural. All
Against the law.
We can talk about whatever you want. You want a civil war?
Go ahead, think about it.
Not
It's in
even,
the
never mind.
Constitution.
Not even civil. That will start World War III.
At one point, they started changing cereal recipes. You remember that?
Oh yeah.
I remember my Cocoa Puffs started getting made with different chocolate. And I remember thinking to myself, you ruined Cocoa Puffs.
Yeah, it's not a.
Who's the person that did it? I would like to know who ruined my Cocoa Puffs. Because I've been cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs my entire life.
Yeah.
And this palate does know when something changes, and they changed it. And I wanted to know who was responsible. I think Tim McAfee said, we'll never know, Pat.
That cocoa was not a life worth living.
Let's get to a break. We'll be back on the other side, hopefully. Jesus.
They did.
I can't believe you eat your Pop-Tarts.
They're so good.
You're missing out on such a good
They're so
quality treat.
I don't get it.
So good.
I just don't get
Try
it.
it.
Foolish.
He would pick that over one with frosting. Like, you would say, "Not give me the dry one with nothing on it."
1,000%.
1,000.
Come on, man.
1,000.
Let's get to a break. We'll try to learn them up. Be your friend, tell a friend something nice that might change their life. Take 5.
You got banners, you got rings, you got stories forever. All your off-season training, every single weight that you lifted, hill that you ran, sprint that you took, vomit that poured out of your soul because you were giving your all.
guys put up?
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. It almost doesn't even seem real.
Genty into the clear blue. Touchdown.
His head is an actual block. He's 5'9", and his name's Cam Scatterboo.
How did he stay on balance there? Look at him go. Scatterboo. That one is good. At the buzzer. Clemson wins the ACC.
The eyes of Texas are upon you. Hovering on here in the great state of orange. I like SMU not just this year. Yeah. I like Brent Lashley and SMU with the future too. Yeah. I really like what they're doing there. Thank you. The great state of
Touchdown Jesus has been blessing me for the last 24 hours here on this campus.
If you're the NCAA and you're sitting in that stupid office in Indianapolis where we happen to live, it's a great city. It's a great town. And there's a dumb institution that is ruling over college football. Because if you don't want these people dancing... Celebration, bitches!
What's up? Is that the president's name?
Oh, that's Kurt Signatic.
Do we like the NCAA? Do we like Pat? Do we love the Dukes? I wish when I was asked, like, why did you punt? I could say my subcommittee recommended I punt. Talk your shit. Talk your shit. Talk your shit. Talk your shit. This guy's hot. This guy's hot.
We'll see you in the next hour. I say today, we take a stand against the NCAA. Let them bowl.
Let them bowl. Amen.
Rest in peace, Dale. Moment of silence for Dale Earnhardt. Moment has passed. Thank you, Dale. This one's for 3. AJ Hawk, $5,000. This has been one of the coolest moments of my entire professional life. JMU! Thank you so much for the hospitality. JMU! You understand quickly that there's idiots making decisions in every single place that you would never guess idiots would be making decisions. You don't think bowl season deserves to have this situation cooking behind it? College football's better because JMU's football is crushing. College is better because what their football team is doing. The community is better. And the NCAA, yet again, adds to their long list of decisions. Look at that scene, bro, in the hills of Virginia.
To hell with all of them. James Madison. Right here. Right here. That chef looks damn good. I'd eat that guy's meat any day of the week. If you're able to bury this 33-yard field goal, kicking is easy is what you have said to kickers before. Others have on the internet. Now, 90 racks on the line. We believe. Oh! Kill the kid! Kill the kid! Our worst kid yet! 100 racks of charity. This dog stinks! And that's that the JMU are going to crush App State. They would crush anybody this weekend, especially in this city with how dumb the NCAA is. Let them bowl and let the boys dominate today.
In my Constitution, I have the First Amendment right to free speech. Pat has the Second Amendment right to take his sleeves off and show the bare arms all the time. But I'm saying, if we are so lucky to go undefeated this year, and we end up winning in a bowl game, if we get in, I'm going to use my First Amendment to declare the JMU Dukes national champions. Like UCF. I'm just going to say it, and come and stop me. Time to coach.
I'm jacked. I know it's working. All of it's working.
They'll have one loss because App State is beating JMU Mountaineers, baby. They're gonna dog shit all over this dumb place. App State forever. Yeah, fuck you too. How about that?
This guy sucks. This guy's the worst of all time. Almost. Timmy. Almost. Corbin, that was good. He's the worst we've ever seen. Hey. I think you're nervous in front of Bob Dylan. No. I think that's probably. No. One more shot. One more. You want the Texas guy to get one more kick? All right, how about this? Kirk Herbstreit said he'll match another $200,000. I will as well. This is an $800,000 kick, Corbin. Yeah. This guy's got no shot.
Come on, Harry.
Come on, Herbie. Timmy, you want a match?
Yeah, I'll get in there too.
Okay, all right, sweet.
Is that 1.2?
Yeah, it is.
$1.2 million kick. Yeah.
Holy hell.
Let's go.
Everything just got very real all of a sudden. That first attempt was god-awful. But now you got a $1.2 million operation. All you got to do is kick the ball through those uprights. This looks shorter than 33 yards. Stanford.
Is that legally binding?
Yeah.
That's a legally binding offer.
Yeah, we got you,
You're
Timmy.
the lawyer, Corbin. Is that a real offer?
Yeah, it is. It's on camera.
It is? Okay.
Hey, bro, somehow he got under that ball.
Yeah, he said it was like a 9-iron. That was more like a duff of a wedge, bub.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and try to maybe bring out the 1-iron.
On one hand, we've never seen that.
$1.2 million.
Come on, Corbin. 1.2.
Holy hell. That's a lot of money. You're a lawyer. You live nice. You wear suits. But $1.2 million could change a lot of things. On SEC Championship Saturday in Atlanta for $1 million. That got pretty expensive quick stuff. That was too close. Thought we got hustled. Bob Dylan coming out on Christmas. The movie's supposed to be Oscar-worthy. Thankfully stopped by. Herbstreit's awesome. Reese, that got a little bit of nerve-wracking there for a few moments. Back to you.
Hey.
Why?
Let's go. This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for.
McAfee on the line with a gorgeous assist.
The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers, you pig! Damn it! Be a friend, tell a friend something nice could change their life. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to our jolly Thunderdome on this massive Overreaction Monday, December 16th, 2024. Hour 3 of the program starts now.
football.
It's amazing. That's AJ Hawk. The Talks the Tables here at Boston Connor and at Ty Schmidt. One half of the Hammer, Dahn. Cowboys AP Tone is here. Tone, what is the percentage of money on this evening's doubleheader between the Bears and Vikings, Falcons, Raiders? Who's betting where tonight?
Heavy on the favorites tonight. Vikings are getting 80% of the bets, and the Falcons are getting 88% of the bets.
Holy hell. Now, let's remember that although the theory, your first thought is that these casinos and sports books don't hang chandeliers for no reason. If 80-some% of people are going one way, you need to go the other way because the sports books are about to hit heavy right before the holiday season. But there's been numerous times, not only this season, but last season and the season before that we've been covering where 75+ percentage of the money being on one side and hitting. It's not necessarily a guarantee that big of a public favor is going to lose. Right, Tone? I think that's something that needs to be chatted about.
And I feel like it's been very streaky this year. Either the heavy public bets have been all losing in a week or all winning in a week. And in this week, the teams getting 60% or more of the public bets went 9-3.
Oh, shit. Okay.
That's what we're saying.
Rams, Cowboys, Chiefs, Bengals, Jets, Broncos, Bills, Cards, and Bucks all covered. Steelers, Commanders, and Dolphins did not.
Carolina Panthers favored for the first time in 34 games. Knew that wasn't going to go their way.
No.
Right, we kind of knew.
Too soon.
We knew that wasn't going to be the case. Congrats to the Cowboys getting a big win. A big win over.
Rice did have a sweet move on Micah.
Yeah, out the edge there. Yeah, he went fast. I like the future of the Carolina Panthers.
No doubt.
I like the future.
Definitely the right direction.
Let's talk about tonight's game with 9-year NFL vet, Darius J. Butler. D-Butch, you look cool today.
Appreciate you.
Miami Heat hat on.
Absolutely.
Jimmy Butler drama. Whoa.
Yeah, he's gone.
Miami Heat superfan agent telling Shams that he needs to scram to stop talking. And then Shams goes on TV and goes, I stand by my reporting.
I do this.
This is all checked, fact-checked information. So the agent can say whatever he wants publicly. This is what I know from sources around the league. Miami Heat and the NBA aside, don't look now the Pacers are hot.
Mm-hmm.
Don't look now Tyrese Halla back, baby.
Yeah.
No questions asked.
Okay.
So look out for the Pacers to go on a run in this Eastern Conference, which has been a little lackluster outside of the Celtics and the Cavaliers, correct?
Yeah, bingo.
Pacers are about to do it.
Yeah, none of it matters.
Well, Tyrese Halliburton knows that he's got to put the cape on for the whole fucking city, okay? Literally
Agreed.
told him that immediately after the Colts game ended yesterday. He's at his press conference. They just beat the Pelicans. I'm FaceTiming Tyrese. He gives me the, we're live. But in his fashion, saying, I'm with the media right now. Don't say anything. And I tell him, congrats on the win. Now, let's go ahead and put that cape on and put on for the entire city.
Mm-hmm.
Colts season's already over. Been eliminated. Now, still lurking, they say.
They are lurking.
They're still lurking.
But then there is others that have said we're eliminated, so who knows what's true. A lot of things have to happen for the Colts to continue to survive after the regular season ends. So, Tyrese, it's your time to do this for the entire city. And I feel like he was receptive to that. So I'm excited to watch the Pacers continue the run that they're on. They've won 2 straight. That's called a streak. Okay, then they got, I believe they're going to Sacramento, I believe is the next team that has.
You might be the only one watching those games. Ain't nobody watching the NBA anymore.
NBA Cup is soon, right?
Tomorrow.
It's happening already.
Wait, the final?
The final is tomorrow.
The midseason NBA Cup has already been happening. You know that.
Who's
once again, the NBA Cup talked about last year. Why? Because the Pacers were in it. So let's never ever
That's
forget
fair.
about that.
Celtics and Nuggets?
Nope. No. It's actually the 4 teams that they were praying wouldn't be the last 4.
Who?
Unfortunately. Basically, think of a small market team, and that's one of them. I know the finals
Thunder.
are Bucks, Thunder, bingo, and then the other 2 I think were, I want to say like
Houston?
Memphis or
They
Houston.
think it's
The
small.
Hawks, I believe, are
And
one
the
of them.
Hawks.
They think it's small market problem. Why nobody's watching? Is that what they think?
Just there's no standout guy.
Is there any affability?
I know.
What do you mean exactly?
I wish I knew exactly what that meant.
Yeah.
Like being affable.
Like
is
likable?
I think being likable is something like that. Is their league affable?
I don't know, because you could argue, especially with the starting 5 show, this is like as much access as they've given to the superstars as well.
Yeah. So I
think it's just as hard for casual fans to watch an NBA game as it would be to like watch an MLB game.
Which is wild to think about. And then you start the WNBA with how that whole run that they had, and then what kind of fall off a little
No
bit.
doubt.
I wonder if the people I wonder if they're, I don't know. I wonder if it's affecting each other.
Bad taste in the mouth.
I
still.
wonder, with some people, I do wonder that. I legitimately do wonder that.
College ball, I feel like, is also better than it's ever been. It is down here, so I feel like that takes away from it too. And college football,
it's so good.
Football, it's football
so
season.
good.
We got the college football playoffs coming up.
Yeah, and have we ever seen the ratings reports for the NBA at this point? It's before Christmas. Now, granted, the NFL took Christmas.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's how they play, I think, too. Like,
Yes.
everybody just fucking jacks 53s. And I probably sound like the old man in the cloud, but everybody, it's just threes. Like, nobody wants to watch that every night. Regardless of who, like Anthony Edwards, probably one of the freakiest athletes we've seen in the basketball court in a few, probably decades outside of Bron. He's shooting, 13, 14 threes a night. Like, you want to see mid-range, you want to see dunks.
John Morant, too, I think everything that took place where we missed a lot of his career as he was on the rise, I think he's a spectacle when he's playing.
Still, They're back. They're good.
The day after, and that's Memphis, Tennessee, to your point earlier about the entirety of it all, him saying that he's going to try not to dunk to be healthier and safer or whatever, and then that next day having a full pump action
so nasty
from here to there, like it's nothing. It's like, I think the NBA,
Kyrie's fun to watch. When I see him play, and I love watching Kyrie.
And he's playing for the
Mavericks. Luka had a 40-point triple-double last night.
Yeah, Klay Thompson went off in Golden State. But
I'm the
I
same.
think the issue is
I didn't even know right there.
Play a back-to-back game. It's not relatable. I'm sorry. You talk about somebody working construction 12 hours a day. A guy saying he can't play basketball back-to-back nights, it's not relatable.
How much is he getting paid to do that?
$50 million.
And that's just reality. I'm not
Legit.
saying that's just reality situation. People here, you're making how much money and you're resting for what? And I got to do this every single day so that I can make 1/100th of what you're making. I don't know. Also, ratings this early, who cares?
Right.
With basketball, this is not the basketball time. So I think about that. But I do start thinking about, like, how likable is the league? And that's a part of it, what Gumpy just talked about. The stars and the access and the whole thing, like, do we hear a lot of interviews?
We don't hear about teams as much. Like football, you get enthralled with a team. In basketball, it's more the superstars. What superstars on this team against this superstar, and that's what makes you watch the game, I guess. If you're somewhat of a casual and you're not a diehard for that team.
And I think they're more political publicly.
For sure.
No doubt.
Everybody,
Yeah,
not just
for
players,
sure.
coaches, teams, organizations.
That's very true.
think
Yeah, you're right.
Stars now, though, I think are more so associated with just like how much money they're making. Like when younger, like it was like you had like actual superstars like LeBron, KD, Steph, and like we hear now how many. Yeah, exactly. We hear now like how many stars there are in the game and like how it's the best it's ever been. But I don't feel like any of these guys, like they're not reaching the levels that guys like that were. Like it's just, like SGA, they talk, and maybe it's because he's in Oklahoma City, but it's like he's one of the best players in the NBA, and it's just like, but he's not moving the needle like a LeBron is or like KD is or any of those guys.
Yeah, and to your point about college ball and everything else that you're in there, it's like if you can pick and choose, people have a lot of entertainment options right now.
Mm-hmm.
We can stream something from 2 weeks ago if we don't like what's live on right now. And it's like the NBA, I think, benefited from that in the past. Certain nights they're on. So just like if you're watching something, you're going to watch that. Now it's like, I do need to catch up on insert name of anything that hasn't been. They're going to have to figure it out, though.
Yeah.
Right?
Definitely.
They're going to have to figure that out.
Spent a lot of money.
A lot of money. I enjoyed Kenny and Stephen A shooting against each other. Kenny shooting with his offhand, right?
Mm-hmm.
Stephen A shooting. He looks super cool, dialed in, locked in. Shaq, love Shaq still.
Mm-hmm. Chuck.
Love Ernie, love Chuck, right?
Yeah, Biz was on that show.
Yeah, Biz was great with
either
them.
yesterday or 2 nights ago. It was hilarious.
I assume it's fantastic. Yeah. But they're like a team in the NBA. Mm-hmm. I view them as a team.
Yes.
I agree.
Like that is Pacers, Knicks, Celtics, that team, because they're associated so closely with it. Like TNT losing, I know they're there this year, but TNT losing it, did that add to the thing of, I don't know.
I also don't think it's good that like right when the season starts, you look at it, it's like, listen, no one can beat the Celtics in the Eastern Conference.
Bingo.
It's like, well, then why the fuck am I going to waste time like following all these teams all year?
Yeah, but that's not true. Pacers can.
But what was the Celtics' odds to win the
Pacers can.
championship
they're
before
like
the season started?
200 to win the title.
That's
which is
ridiculous.
Asinine. And like the Chiefs were plus 600, but that's the difference between football and basketball. And then also you factor in that like nobody likes Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown.
Hey, we're live. Hey, we're live, okay? Hey, we're going on a run. We're going on a run right now. Pacers are going on a run. We love what we're seeing. We're playing good right now.
Playing good ball.
How do you feel? You're playing good ball too. Are we enjoying basketball? Are we all the way? Because remember, he was potting there.
Oh yeah, potting.
People were saying we were potting a little bit.
Wouldn't stop crying.
You guys are people. You guys are people that said I was potting.
No. When we say people are saying
Fine.
things, we're talking about observing and reporting. This is what we're seeing people say because we live on the internet. But you did look a little down, as you should be, leader of a team that wasn't playing their best ball. You weren't playing your best ball. Now you are, and the Pacers are balling. Or is that what we're seeing from the Indiana Pacers?
We've put a couple together, but we got to keep building. We put a couple together, but we need some consistency. We'll see.
Save the city, Tyrese. Save the city. You hear me?
I got you.
Thank you. We appreciate you. All right, tell the boys we said good luck.
I will do.
All right, see ya. So yeah, a team can beat the Celtics.
No, they can't. not in the East.
Okay.
And people were sick of that stuff.
What's your problem? What's your problem? Why does everybody laugh at that? That was not a punchline.
The Celtics are so good at basketball. Like, it really isn't fair. And people were sick of that shit when it was like the Warriors and the Cavs. And so, like, when that kind of ended, where it's just them every year in the finals, I was like, okay, maybe the league will go back to different teams winning. And now we're just back into the, all right, here the Celtics are, and they're going to be there for the next 5 years.
So how do they can't get back? How do you got to break up the Celtics?
But that won't happen.
They got to start doing more interviews. They got to start like actually selling the product, the players and the coaches themselves, as opposed to just being like, "Hey, this is what it is."
Well, that's what I mean with the Celtics. People just don't like him. Like, Tatum's on starting five, and he's not like the most entertaining guy. Like, he's kind of like an old man, kind of basically
Seems like a really good guy, doesn't he? He just seems like a really good guy that's not like about all the extra.
Which is a good thing, right?
But people don't love that
Well,
right
that
now.
don't sell, I don't make the headlines off the court. Like, we had
can't have 100
growing
of
up,
those
we
guys.
had character. Like, we had MJ, like AI, Kobe, like
Sabonis.
These guys.
Sure.
Okay,
Smoking Lonnie Divac. Yes.
So we had guys,
All the
Shaq,
greats.
like Shaq, like
Vlade.
these guys were great players, but off the court, and this was before you had all these cameras and all this access.
Dennis Rodman.
Dennis, like, super
Bingo.
entertaining guys. I don't know.
I'm not a Malone
He
guy,
was
but
character.
Jalen Brown's in.
He was.
He's in starting five now. But I also think to what Ty's saying about Vlade Divac, all those guys, like, what was it? 4 of the 5 All NBA players last year were Europeans or weren't from the United States.
This ain't our game anymore.
No, it's not that, but I just think like Jokic isn't doing media. Luka Doncic isn't doing media. SGA is in Oklahoma City, and Giannis in the Bucks every year. It feels like they're supposed to be great. Now they actually have been very, very good as of late, but still.
And to add on to all of that, we asked where Kyrie was playing. I could have guessed Mavs because that's where the last spot that he was at was. But if I had to give an answer right there on what team he was on, I think I would have went to Kai's stream, and I think I would have tied him to the Lakers.
Yeah,
because of the fake.
Yeah, because the whole thing. I think that's how my brain would have thought at this exact moment. But you're right, Kyrie is must-watch.
No doubt.
There's a must-watch player.
There's a lot of them, but like again, it goes back to the 82 game thing. It's like, hey, okay, it's Tuesday and it's December. This game doesn't matter.
We've talked a lot about the NBA.
Great to bet on. Say that much.
Yeah.
You winning?
Great. To,
Yeah. Well, it was in the news. I mean, the ratings dropped 50% in the last 10 years for this time of year. Like, we're comparing this time of year to this time of year.
The Olympics were also so great to watch. Like, those games were unbelievable. They cared so much.
Oh, my God. I thought that was going to catapult.
Yeah.
Is that just linear, or are they counting for the streaming too? Like, are people watching it more on streaming now, I assume?
Yeah, does that include?
I would assume if
YouTube
the NBA is
TV?
putting out
NBA
the ratings,
League
they're
Pass.
including everything.
I don't know how
including all of
ratings.
it.
I don't know how ratings works right now, anyways, and we're in the middle of some of it.
We're desensitized to, like, they do unbelievable, crazy things every single night, I feel like. And with all these games, it's almost like, okay, like we're so used to seeing greatness every night. I don't know. It's just like, okay, move on. What's next?
And if there is a series of like 45 seconds or so where we got bricks,
I see that a lot.
falls,
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we
balls.
see those a lot. Those pop up more than the other ones sometimes.
That's tough. You turn it on, you just so happen to have that happen in like 5 minutes. Or okay,
Yeah.
and you think about something else.
Because you can eat that watching a college game.
Bingo,
It's like,
'cause it's
okay,
college
whatever. Yeah, okay. But yeah, you put on an NBA game and 3 minutes go by and they've missed 25 threes collectively and no one has scored. It's like, I'm not spending the rest of my night doing this.
Also hard for me, and I know this isn't good because I'm letting outside factors make my decision for me and other people that I don't know make my decision for me. If I turn on one of these games and it's empty, like I don't care if they're at the bathroom or whatever it is.
Sure. Nope.
It looks like an empty gym. I'm like, if their people don't care, why?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why am I caring about
Good
this?
point.
And they're playing some music and it's echoing through the arena.
Yeah.
And they're echoing through the arena as they're dribbling up. I'm like, what? It's tough for me to take it serious. Even though there's some cities that like there's only 4 bathrooms or something in the arena, which is why Ballmer made such a big deal out of what the Clippers have at Intuit.
Intuit Dome,
The
yeah.
Intuit Dome or whatever with the most amount of toilets. So sometimes it is impossible to get back in there. But if I just happen upon a game and there's nobody in there, I'm like, okay, this is gonna be tough for me to watch a pickup game. Is that what this is going on here? So I think they got a lot of shit to deal with, I guess.
Yeah, I also wonder what the NHL ratings are because I don't know what everyone else has been doing, but like if the Bruins are on, because they're all on ESPN Plus, like I will go over to ESPN Plus and watch that game every single time.
If you have Hulu, too, ESPN Plus pops up in your it's just like in your guide pretty much. So it's like home, bang. I assume Disney Plus has it all as well. So if you're on that app.
Max has games now.
Yeah, so you're right. And with Biz.
Yeah, like hockey.
He's like
dude.
a face of hockey.
Yeah.
You know? What are hockey guys like? Well, they'll take on a family of Irish gypsies in a parking lot.
Well, and
the
the
way
difference
across.
with that too is it feels like anytime the guy's on inside the NBA, like say something negative or what, like the players kind of like hold it against him. And like every time Biz does an interview with someone in the NHL, like these guys are talking shit, making fun of him, and he's just taking it in stride. Like that shit is incredible.
I think so. They're creating a great affable.
Yeah,
very affable. You're right.
It's
They
like
are.
becoming everything's professional wrestling in my eyes. It's like hockey has a lot of baby faces. You know, in years past they wouldn't let them ever kind of breathe, but because of the way hockey coverage is now, how available it is, how fast it is every single night, and then you think about like what Spittin' Chicklets. Spittin' Chicklets is a massive piece of hockey becoming so likable. And it's a good time. Hopefully the NBA figures it out. Good luck out there. Good luck out there. You talk about players liking or not liking. You know, I got into it a little bit with the Colts team this year.
A bit.
Remember they put my face as the thumbnail?
Wasn't about you.
No, never said my name.
Wasn't
put my face on the thing.
We were talking about him.
And I understand. Hey, listen, you got to get your guys back. All I had been doing, I think Darius had been doing, AJ had been doing, everybody that talked about all the situations that had happened inside the Indianapolis Colts building, all we were doing is people that have been there are just pointing out like, hey, this isn't what good teams do. These aren't things that good teams do. You know, late to meetings, missing treatment, not working hard, tapping out of games. Like all these things are just things that good teams don't do. So whenever I spoke about it, very close to the topic, had season tickets for them, you know, their stadium, go to all the games.
Yeah, I've seen tickets for a few years.
Yeah, go to all the games, see everything. It's like, I think I can understand why they got upset because they felt, but like anytime I was saying anything good, I didn't have a relationship with these dudes either. So it was like, I was just talking about team. That's all I was trying to do and always pulling for them to have success. But when something like yesterday takes place in a must win for the playoffs, your entire season, when something like that takes place, I think it is kind of like predictable if you'd ever been around or paid attention enough to like an NFL operation. Like, it's hard to win in the NFL, is what everybody says that's ever been in the NFL. Bill Belichick just talked about it because of his wins record. He doesn't care about it. He cares more about championships. And he said, I have respect for the amount of wins, obviously, because it's hard to win in the NFL. But like this Colts team has all the talent on earth. They've paid so many people. They've been around a very long time. But all the little things that they view as little things are very important to the entirety of your program. And, you know, when somebody drops a ball, half a yard, quarter of a yard from the end zone, when you're about to change the game entirely after a freak show run. Once again, talent out the ass. This run is so good against a very good Denver Broncos defense. Jonathan Taylor pulls away, shake, offensive line sets up a hole. They're there because of a big play that got him there. And for him just to drop the ball, you know, half yard line before getting in, it rolls out of bounds for a touchback. Look at the score, look at the situation, and look what ends up happening. It's like all those little things add up. And it shows up when it shows up. You never know when it's going to come. And when did it happen to come? In the second half of a must-win game And then what it do? Well, it swung the momentum completely, 24-0. The Broncos would go on to finish that game against the Indianapolis Colts. And it's like, it's not just the drop of the ball. It's all the things that kind of indicate that this type of thing was coming, that was taking place, that I chatted about. Now, with that being said, the talent in there is insane. I mean, Zaire started out, he had a pick, he had a sack, he was going crazy. He is EJ Speed flying around, murdering somebody. Anthony Richardson, off the tackle. This guy's throwing people off him. He's sacked, he's not sacked. Jonathan Taylor, doing his thing. Offensive line making holes. A.D. Mitchell, let's not let him throw anymore. But all these things are happening. It's like talent. But it's very obvious that something is missing behind the scenes, and I think it's like the attention to detail. And it's like the attention to detail is all of those things that I just talked about. It's not just dropping a ball half a yard before the end zone. It's like a culture thing that I think has to take place. And are these the guys that'll get it done? Maybe. Hopefully the offseason will be something where they'll be able to figure it out and buy in, because it would be great, and they could be great. And it's just now we're staring down the Houston Texans going back-to-back and us still not winning a division since 2014 with basically all of our pillar positions in place.
Yeah.
Like all of our pillar positions are in place right now. And we're still eliminated. I have belief that they have enough talent in that room. They're in the NFL. Any team has enough talent. But it's just like the little being a pro is kind of like the whole conversation with that team. And I think that's why like I got attacked by a lot of Colts fans on the internet. A lot of them didn't live in Indianapolis, I noticed, but a lot of Colts fans were attacking me for not riding with them and everything like that. Whenever I said, can't play Anthony Richardson, got to put Joe Flacco in after he taps out. You know, and I did think at the time that Joe Flacco would give us a better chance to win. Played a couple tough defenses, did not play good. But it was also like, can't have that guy be our starting quarterback if he's willing to tap out. Like, that's a part of the entire conversation. So I think whenever you're like a fan of something, you don't fully comprehend that. I don't think you fully comprehend like, hey, there's like human side of this and there's like a professional side to this, that like all these, I was thinking back to this. I think every team I've ever been on in sports, any sport, has been successful. Okay? And that's not because of me. I am just lucky that I get a chance to be a part of it all. But then we had that bad year that didn't happen, and we were bad there. And it's like, I've had the opportunity to see so much shit and how people operate and how winners win and how losers lose. So whenever you start hearing these little things that are loser things, inevitably that's going to catch up to you. And I just, I hope it turns around legitimately for the Indianapolis Colts.
And that's all you can do when we're here, not in the building, is hope. You know what I mean? And if you close to it, if you played there, like, you know, we have, you obviously you're gonna care a little more, and then you're in the know about how good buildings or bad buildings go. And then you look at the team, and it's like, yeah, you got talent. You mentioned everybody, for the most part in the NFL, has talent. So they have talented rosters, coaches, quarterbacks. It comes down to the culture. It comes down to the little things with the Colts. You obviously can look at the players, and that's obviously a huge part of it. They go and cross those white lines, but you got to start at the top. You know, when you look at the top of organizations, good or bad, it starts at, you know, ownership level, front office, coaches, quarterback, and then so forth, so on. But so yeah, it obviously hasn't been to the standard that it has been in years past. And like you said, hopefully the guys in that building can turn it around. And if they can't, you know, you get new guys in there, whether that's front off, you know, the ownership is going to be the ownership. It's Irsay's team, and he's going to run the team how he wants to. But you start the general manager, you start head coach, you look at the team in that building and see where they go from here. I don't think they're mathematically eliminated, but looking at it, they don't have a chance this year to make a run. And now you obviously still focus on, hey, how do these guys finish the year, and then how does that push the momentum into next year and going forward?
Yeah, because right now this is good reps for Anthony Richardson.
Yeah,
you know, he needs experience. They put that graphic up. How many games played in college with Bo Nix? Bo Nix, rookie, obviously. Yeah. Anthony Richardson in his second game. I think it was like 61 or 51 to 13 college games. And then pro games, 13. Both of them had the same amount because what happened with Anthony and then what happened this year. So it was pretty crazy to think like he's entering his 27th game of good ball. And it's like, I assume he gets multiple more years to kind of figure it out, especially because how high he was drafted. But, like, I hope he does, because all the reports were post-benching that he had a different perspective on how he's supposed to go about it. I think the announcer yesterday said he's in there 5:30 every single morning. Like, all the things that you would want an NFL quarterback to do and how you would want an NFL quarterback to act. Now he's missing passes, okay, and there's a couple of layups that definitely need to be completed. But if everything they're saying about him off the field since getting benched is true, it's like this offseason should be a big jump for a guy that hasn't played a lot of football, which is great news if you're a Colts fan.
Well, and you mentioned it too, like when this whole thing happened, it's like, hey, a big part of that still, though, is like the culture in the building and everything, because like he doesn't know what he doesn't know. You can't you're in a bad spot if you're expecting a 22-year-old guy who's never really played in the NFL to change everything on his own. Like, you need the ownership and the front office and the coaching. Like, all that stuff also needs to be in place so that you can bring him along the way he's going to need time and he's going to need to be brought along.
Well, and like to your point of him having a few more years, like the flashes that you see, like that week one, I still remember that throw against the Texans. Yeah, where he's fading away and he throws it 60 yards in the air to Alec Pierce. And then, like you mentioned, him running the football against the Jets, obviously, his first game kind of back, he ran through people. And then, he had another one yesterday. So it's like he should have a few more years because of what he can do, because he's a freak of nature. Yeah. Like he is, there aren't many guys that can do what he can do, both throwing and running the ball. So that's why it's like if he does kind of clean up those, short little layup type passes that he doesn't quite have in his bag completely, like he really could be unbelievable. And we've seen it, obviously. This has been talked about, and I feel like anybody who can run and who's big and who can throw it a mile is Josh Allen. But like it really could be something like that just because of what you have seen him do in games on the field.
Yeah, and hopefully off the field everything is like that, because Josh Allen's putting in the amount of work he put in the offseason. I mean, he attached himself to laser.
Yeah.
It's like they're all these guys that are at the top are. It's all. Like, I think people see Aaron going and do ayahuasca and everything like that for how many days? How many days are those trips, AJ?
Honestly, I have no clue. Probably between 5 and 10 days.
But it's like he's doing that so he gets better at football. that is why he's all these guys at the top. It's like, how do I get better at football? What do I need to do to get better at football? Their entire lives and everybody around them are basically there to be like, how can we make you better at football? That is like every single thought for these franchises. Tom Brady robot, Peyton Manning machine. I mean, that's just like Patrick Mahomes. We watch his shit.
Yeah,
he's drinking a Coors Light with the boys, but then he has his body coach like literally every single morning, and it's like your entire life has to be that you want to be a good quarterback. And I don't think that's fair, okay, because you're a human and this is your life. I'm just telling you the reality of what everybody else is doing at your position. That's great, and if that's what you're trying to do to be great, I think that's what you got to do. Like, it takes what it takes is kind of the old adage. And I think everything we're hearing about Anthony Richardson off the field since the benching is like setting up good for a good offseason.
Probably, I'm still of the mind that he needed that. Needed kind of that wake-up call. And we talked about Baker earlier. He went through what he went through. Geno, Sam Darnold. Like, people go through shit. Like, and I don't know what that experience is like being a franchise quarterback. And you mentioned the lack of experience on a high level, on the college level. And Connor talked about when you are drafted 4 overall with that small resume in college, it's about your potential. You expect growing pains. You didn't expect him to come in and have 70% completion percentage and throw for 30 touchdowns in his first 2 years. So you expected those growing pains, and it's not only what you do on the field as a quarterback, then off the field, saying the right things, doing the right things, how your teammate, sending out certain messages to media, to the fan base, because you are kind of the face of that organization. And back to what we're all saying, we hope he figures it out.
Yeah, he will. Let's go, boys.
Oh, yeah.
Better next year than this year.
And finish strong. Still got to finish strong.
Yeah, make it, maybe.
Yeah. Get paid for 17.
I need a lot of help, right?
Yeah.
Probably.
And what? You're from other teams?
As far as like if they got to win out and then need some help from other teams.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we need some people just
They're in the hunt, though.
We need people to mail it.
In the hunt.
In the hunt.
Oh, shit. Dolphins still in the hunt, too?
We're not.
They're also
we're
lurking.
not. We're not lurking
we're not
at
really
all.
either.
We're not lurking. It's over.
The NFL.
Bengals still lurking.
How about the NFL not wanting their top 7 to be on the AFC side to be solidified this early? Hey, we need a little drama. A little drama, please.
Yeah, and it's all in the NFC.
Is there?
All like the last week matchups, I feel like, are NFC except for those.
AJ, speaking of controversy, we talked to Schefter about the ref, the side judge down there in Saints-Commanders game. What are your thoughts on that? Guy just panicked? I think he just panicked.
Definitely panicked. Definitely, the moment was too big for him. Like, he wasn't thinking ahead. I mean, It's an NFL game, bud. Like, that's the thing. This happens in, like, middle school games.
Yeah, this is the highest level. That is exactly what everybody's thinking on the same side. I mean, he's very confident, too.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. You saw him say. Go back. There's like a quick moment there where he turns sideways. He's on the right side of the screen. And that's where he realizes, oh, no, I think. Wait for it. And boom.
Nope.
Right there.
Yep.
Oh, shit. He just said, literally. What's that? What's going on, guys? How we doing?
Oh, no.
Oh, shit. I wonder what he was. Maybe he paused it because he was laying on top of him. You know?
Nah.
Is that Wags?
Because they can call a penalty on that now. I know that if you lay on them too long. But what was he thinking?
Yeah, I don't know. Just a little panic. Hey, it didn't change any straight up bets, but it did change some teasers, I guess, for people.
Yeah, the Commanders were the most heavily teased team on the week. So yeah.
So a lot of people weren't thrilled.
Definitely lost their bet.
Hey, it hasn't been like a bad year for these Stripes, though, AJ. We talked about that. It hasn't been like a bad year for the Stripes.
They haven't been the story. The majority of the most Mondays we come in here, we're not sitting here talking about the refs.
A majority of the story.
What about Dan Quinn? He's got to be pissed. I understand he won. They found a way. But.
Yeah, that's basically what he said. Like, I'm not going to say anything about it because nothing really happened. But yeah, that was bad.
I think Hockey Lee was pissed too in the poll report. I know there was a lot of people that are pissed off with his answer, but I think he was pissed off in his answer that he even had to say it because that's one of his guys. He's on his crew.
Yeah.
I'm not happy that one of my guys had this moment, okay? Yeah. This late in the fourth. He can't review it. Is there anything else? No. Like, what do you want? The guy, I would like to fire him.
Yeah.
What if Hockey Lee would have told the truth here in the poll report, which goes back to at least somebody should have to face public media.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Hockey Lee.
You usually request, like, hey, talk to Pat McAfee, want to talk to AJ Hawk, I want to talk to, Brian McFadden, whoever that side judge. That's who we request to come up here and answer.
Hockey Lee's a dog,
exactly these questions.
Hockey Lee, good rep. Like, I think we are at a point where we're close to having a good crew, like, of refs. Every once in a while, you'll see somebody that looks a little confused, and like maybe a little gun shy. They'll show a replay, and there's like a second guess or a thought. A lot of holdings on Colts yesterday in the second half. It was like 4 straight plays, offensive holding, 63 and 64. I don't know who the boys are, but they had eyes on you guys. That's something you should think about going forward. I think they're going to get you a lot. But some of those replays, you'll see some refs that look like a little confused and some spots maybe a little bit off on the side. But other than that, I think the replay assist with the off-season training, and also I think they had younger refs like last year or the year before, new Whitecaps that are getting there. I think we're getting to a point where they're getting to be the best that we've seen.
Replay assist has definitely helped, and I don't think there's been like bad weeks. There's definitely been bad games. Like I know the Packers fans were pissed a couple weeks ago. Steelers fans were not happy yesterday. They would have lost the game either way, but there was.
What happened?
Well, there was, Naj ran down to the 3-yard line, and Darius Slay got blocked into the front row. And then the Steelers got called for 2 personal fouls because the Eagles didn't throw any punches. Turns out they did throw a couple punches.
Not just a couple. They threw a first one, actually.
Replay assist somehow didn't see those either. They said they used it. Didn't see any.
Yeah, so I don't know if they had this person's iPhone level. Darnell Washington, 6'7", 3 bills. Blocks Darius, boom, there's the right that everybody's referring to in Pittsburgh saying, oh, okay, we're the only ones that get penalized. Now, him driving Slay all the way to the crowd, there's another punch that just came in there at the end, which, the boys are scrapping. That's the Battle of the Keystone State. That's the Pennsylvania Bowl. Obviously, there's going to be juices flowing, but Darius Slay Jr. also one of the leaders of that team.
Yes.
So, Darnell doing that. The boys are obviously going to rally and show up. You guys are saying you don't like that the Steelers were the only team that was penalized from this particular.
Normally, hey, that's just a classic offsetting.
Yep.
Let's just get out of here and call it. And then the other one was the Jalen Carter. They said that one was after the punt, so it was not a part of the play. So the Eagles still
hell of a shot. Open hand. He's smart.
And the Steelers never got the ball back. Like I said, these wouldn't have made a difference. But Steelers fans were bitching about it.
Yeah, understandable. I can understand. Now, Jalen Carter said he got hit in the head twice earlier in the game. It was not called. So Cam Hayward happened to be the one that got the comeuppance from that entire thing. As you see, the ball wasn't punted yet because it actually goes through the corner of the replay.
I did see that.
Even though they said it was after the ball was punted. I mean, that's just right cross.
Good bop.
That's just right cross. Open hand, too. Smart play, so it doesn't break the knuckles.
Back in the 70s.
Boom!
That would have killed 90% of the human race.
But the Hayward heads, The Hayward heads were built for that.
That's right.
They were built for that. How about him standing up almost being upset as opposed to being concussed or wobbly? What are we doing? This is not football. I didn't know this was happening.
Oh,
That's a Hayward.
I love Jalen Carter.
I respect that.
Yeah, he's such a mean cuss.
He is a mean cuss.
I saw a little clip where I think Jordan Davis was going to help up like an offensive lineman that went to Georgia, and he went ahead and Jalen's like slapped his hand away like, no, we ain't helping. No, this ain't Georgia.
We do not care.
Right. Yeah, then when Nick Sirianni's going at it with Clint on the sideline, Carter just back there cheesing it
Laughing,
up.
yeah.
I love this dude. Those are the type of D tackles I like.
Not now, Coach. You ain't doing this now. Big Dom's like, hey, listen, here's a little situation brewing. I don't know if you guys know. Everybody keep it cool. Everybody keep it cool.
Awesome.
Like Jalen gives it a little fuck it here. Too.
Yeah, fuck it.
Yeah.
Smack him again.
There was another good gift from this game. Mike Tomlin and the ref explaining. I think this situation.
This was after the Slay fight.
The slave fight. And the ref says, we saw your guys start it, initiate it, and do the fight. And he tells him to get the fuck away.
The hand.
Man, get the fuck away from me. What a move. Football's the best, dude. So many different emotions, situations that brew. Darnell doing that block.
He's so awesome. He's like having just a
That's a helpless situation. If you're slaying, he's got you locked out. Like I don't really know what you can do.
He's
like,
on
there's
skates.
not much you can do.
He's on skates, and he can't even just fall because then
Look at his wingspan.
Plays over, DB. What do you think?
300 pounds.
You like? I love Darius Slay punching him. Just
That's
so
all
we
you do.
just so we have this whole thing out in the open and we're transparent. I love that Darius Slay just got blocked for 20 yards, and this guy wouldn't let go. And he just says, "Fuck it." I like that he did that because he knows that in that situation he's outreached, like we saw, outweighed, out-height, everything in a fight that is bad for you. Darius Slay is certainly experienced there with 6'7", 320, 330, whatever tight end Darnell Washington is. So for him to say, nah, and throw a right punch, I respect it. I absolutely respect it. Now, is there a penalty that should probably come alongside that potentially? He couldn't even get to him, actually. He's just holding him. Yeah.
It's
like when you're holding a little kid's forehead.
Or a hockey fight.
It's a tough spot to be in.
Yeah.
I thought GP was on the field. I was like, holy shit, he's back.
Yeah, go get him. Get in there.
Could you imagine
George
Pickens was on the field for that? He's coming flying in over the top.
Yeah.
He's potentially tsunami.
Yeah. They got the entire crowd.
Did you guys see his Bronson Reed's tsunamis off the top of the cage?
Oh, yeah.
Did you guys see that?
You all right?
He's not okay.
He may have broken both his legs.
Yeah.
Both his legs,
Last
both
month.
his ankles.
I don't know if I do wonder if at the last minute he was like, I can't put all my weight on these people. So he tried to lighten the load a little bit.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like if, as you're falling through the sky, consciousness.
Yeah.
Are you really going to do this? And he puts his feet down to kind of lighten the load. Missed anyways.
He knew right away.
I just broke all my shit.
Yeah, there's a slow-mo of it.
Yeah.
Business.
Sad.
Jeez.
Listen, he'll come back stronger.
Yeah, he will.
Which might not be good for the rest
That's right.
of the planet.
A stronger tsunami, a bigger storm's on the way.
Possible.
Holy shit. Bronson Reed. I broke my toe doing a moonsault through somebody through a table in a cage match. Broke my big toe. First thing I did as soon as I got into War Games. Put them on a table, boys. I'm going to go through them. Moonsault. Bang. Toe. Right into the ring. Broken.
That's right.
Broke my big toe. But you know what else was broken? That man's spirit.
That's right.
Their will.
In that table. Now, we lost that match. But I set a tone earlier. I'm not playing around.
Exactly.
Yeah, they'll remember it.
They will remember that.
How long until you got cleared?
What do you mean?
I don't know how long. If you're a dog like Big Justice.
Toe's a long way from
He
the
wrestled
heart.
with
I saw him on my timeline.
Who's he wrestling with?
He's in a ballroom right now down in Boca Raton.
That's right.
With the Boca Beach Boys.
The Boca Beach Boys. He showed up with QT Marshall was there.
Yeah.
And he was fighting MJF.
I believe so.
Shut up.
Down the ballroom down in Boca Raton and
No,
Big
that was
Boom.
not-
Big Boom. That's what we do. He showed up in there and was like, you got problems? You got
Yeah.
problems? Put people to sleep night.
Somebody need a power.
Boom. Shit. That's what he do. I mean, there's a chance Big Boom is AEW champion at some point.
Wait, Big Boom is only 5'2"?
What?
I thought,
No.
What do you mean?
No,
Where'd
the
you say this was?
chandelier. Look at how low the chandelier.
This is Jerry World?
I thought Big
right.
Boom was like 6.
Big Boom is
Big Boom's
jacked,
getting
though.
back in there. Yeah,
He's
yeah.
jacked.
Hey, no bull. No bull, too. Look, he's still got the boot on, the guy. Throwing a big right with a boot on.
Yeah.
Is that a regulation size ring?
Actually, Tom Brady said yesterday on the Eagles-Steelers game, he announced that he would be sponsored by No Bull like for the rest of his
Oh,
career.
Big Boom?
Yeah. Tom did it, yeah.
Because TB12 and No Bull combined.
That's right.
So that's actually a TB12 shirt that Big Boom's wearing right there.
Technically, yeah.
Little
Wow.
Justice also.
Kevin Burkhardt almost shit his pants when Tom said that.
What about Little Boom? I heard Burkhardt. Big Boom and Little Boom are going to do just fine.
Gonna be just fine.
Caught that right from QT. I mean, he was kind of giving it away, probably because he was tired. He was at the end of a match.
Exactly.
Big Boom, you can't give that type of thing away with Big Boom. He fucking caught that, blocked that, knocked that.
I think the Rizzler
MJF's
was
lucky, too.
Rizzler was in the NFL game yesterday, wasn't
Rizzler, he was playing, I think.
he? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Rizzler's getting into music. He sees the future vacuum in that business, and he will take advantage.
He couldn't even take you think there's a vacuum?
Yeah, and Rizzler is filling it.
Merry Dismiss, boys.
Merry Rismus, you mean?
No, there's a remix called Merry Dismiss.
It is so good.
Just came out.
Bars.
Sounds like Biggie.
All right, let's make our picks. I don't think you should say that.
Okay, fine.
Pretty disrespectful.
Okay, fine. Sounds
You
like
haven't?
Tupac.
Have you heard it? Yeah. Good point.
Is that better?
Yeah. All right, fine. Sounds like
Two very different styles of music, but
And he touches
Riz
all-
is somehow able.
Exactly.
You listen to it. Just wait till you listen to it after the show, and you're going to be like,
I listened to the
"Hold
first
on."
one. I was very.
First one also great.
I was so surprised.
Oh yeah, this was.
Look at this roll.
Was all right.
You tell me.
That looks sweet.
Yeah.
It's a 24-second song.
Holy shit!
No,
Spiral
this is
staircase.
preview.
Gift card.
Oh my God, the boss.
Yeah. Oh.
What if he does? He do any? Oh,
Should have had the chest hair.
You
pop in.
should. You wait. You be, holy shit.
You don't have any here.
flickety
What are you
flock.
talking about, the Riz?
Notorious.
Riz the boss. What if he? Like Rick Ross. Riz got bars though.
Yes.
Like actual.
And he's got the sound.
Oh really?
The flow, if you will.
The flow, if you will, yeah.
He had his best one this week too.
I know.
Did he?
Oh, he's still doing it?
He's
Yeah.
still doing them?
He's the
Nixon.
fucking fan of the year.
He's still doing it.
Still bringing it.
Still bringing it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
He actually just got his coat
Yeah.
this weekend for Fan of the Year.
He said, "We're gonna nix out all the bows or something like
Nix
that."
them in their big fat bows.
There it is. Best one of the year.
That makes sense.
What about the nay at the end? Is he doing a live nay or is it with the
No,
old one?
It's the same. It's the same nay. He hit the nay, the best the nay would ever be hit, and he rightfully decided, let's just put that one in at the end every time.
Can because I'm not as smart as you guys. Can you explain to me nix them in their bows? What that means?
Well, big fat bows.
Yeah.
Have you never been pinched on the back of your arm?
Oh, elbows.
It hurts so much.
Mm-hmm.
So if you nix them in their big fat bows,
Okay.
Yeah, because
it hurts.
Okay.
And they did say that the Denver Broncos team has the fattest elbows in the entire league.
Gotcha.
So that's what he's talking about.
Can you nix some like?
No, you nick it with like
Oh, okay.
a punch.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Sharp elbow.
Hurts so bad.
Now I understand.
Because you know when you like nick your fist on something
yeah.
and it's like a paper cut, but it's more so on the skin.
Yep.
That's what he's talking about. Yeah. So we're just doing a bunch of those to our elbows.
Sounds like stubbing your elbow.
Kinda.
Kind of funny bonish, but more so on the.
That's why he's fan of the year, and I'm not.
Wordplay.
I think he's actually going to probably collab with the Rizzler now that I'm seeing what the Rizzler's doing.
Hey, look,
There's a chance.
I love the flow. I do.
Do you?
But the Rizzler is at a Grammy level right now. So the flow's going to need a few more bars like nix them in their big fat bows before he gets to where the Riz is.
I think DeFlo hasn't ventured outside of one beat yet either. Mm-hmm. Once he does that, I think that'll really open up the catalog.
Agreed.
I think that'll open up the catalog.
Agreed. Maybe next year.
Yeah, next year, a new song.
Yeah, maybe he might have had one for the playoffs, but
That's the biggest fucking travesty of this whole thing.
I know.
Maybe he'll do like a No Longer Lurking song.
What's
like
that?
we're not lurking anymore song to finish the season.
We're in the hunt. We're always lurking. CJ Stroud.
I don't want to see the Dolphins on that lurking graphic ever again. It's fucking over. Okay? Don't get it off.
The lead lurkers.
Brother, you said last week that you guys were still in it.
Yeah, we were until we lost yesterday. Now it's over.
No.
How'd you guys do yesterday? Pretty good?
Defense played unbelievable. Tua, probably the worst game he's had since he's been back.
Jeez.
No, so it's not over. You know what it is.
Yeah, it's Jover. So the graphic went out. It is officially Jover, so they can't make it.
I hope mathematically somehow the Dolphins make it.
Oh, man.
So Gumpy is the guy who called this thing Jover, gave up hope, said they're no longer lurking. They're dead.
I'm probably the most optimistic Dolphins fan on the
you
internet,
made me
to be
pick 'em.
honest. Yeah, I mean, the Dolphins fans on X, all they do is argue about whether Tua and McDaniel are good or not. And before that, it was is Tannehill good or not. It's like, guess what? We're not a fucking good football franchise. How about that?
Damn. Wow.
Like, we haven't been for a long time. So acting like they're going to get rid of Greer, they're going to get rid of Tua and McDaniel, it's not happening.
You never know until you try.
Yeah, we just staying pat. We're just okay not being good.
Yeah, what happened before McDaniel? Jack shit.
You need to bring back.
What happened before Jack shit?
More jack shit. The one time they made it to the playoffs when Tannehill was there, it was actually Matty Ice. Matt Moore took us to the playoffs. It wasn't Tannehill. And he got decapitated by Bud Dupree. 360.
You need to bring Wanstash back.
Wanstead, yeah. I like Weaver. Weaver's good DC. I think you get the boys healthy again, run it back next year. Bradley Chubb's back, Jalen Phillips back. Let's go.
Unfortunately for the AFC East, we are entering the Pat Mahomes type thing where it's like, well, Josh Allen's in the division. So this is cute.
You guys got to chase Josh.
Yeah, we also went from Brady directly to Josh.
Yeah.
So
Okay, let's get to some overreactions now on that note, because I saw your overreaction tweet, and I thought to myself, wow. I wonder if that's con man or is that all Patriots fans? You know, this morning I put out a tweet, I said, good morning, beautiful people, because I did hope they were having a good morning. And I do believe everybody's beautiful. There's parts. A lot of people that think they are ugly always say, well, about me. I'm talking to you two. Talking to you two.
It's nice of you.
Thank you, because it's real. Some part of somebody is beautiful somewhere.
Hell yeah.
Just have to find it, right? You always find what you're looking for. I was told that this morning. You always find it.
What about What about Pirates?
They're looking for booty. And guess what they got?
Okay.
It's either booty or die.
That's right.
And those pirates are finding their booty.
Good motto.
Or they're dying. With that being said, I put out a little bit of a, kind of like a bat signal. I said, hey, listen, we only have a few of these left. It is a massive overreaction Monday. I want to hear how you feel about your team. I want to see how every fan base is reacting to what their team has done as of late. Why don't you put a tweet out on X? It became the #1 trend in the United States. Wow, thank you all for participating.
Oh, yeah.
All you have to do is put hashtag I don't want to overreact. That video is Ken Dorsey. Thought we were going to get another one from him just yesterday. He has matured. He has changed. He did not do a full panic freak out, but he obviously did show his disappointment. Speaking of disappointment, let's hear some disappointment from around the NFL. This one's from at Boston Connor. Looks like a gentleman, doesn't he? Looks like a good lad right there.
Yeah, that is a good lad.
That looks like a good lad right there. Is that a bow tie?
Is that a Madonna mic? That is a tux, if you will.
Oh, he's tuxedo, that guy. Okay, hashtag I don't want to overreact, but I'm a Gerard Mayo guy. Listen, I was told Gerard Belichick as well. I love this guy. He won a lot of games for me. This guy's won a couple Super Bowls. Man, it's nice to be able to keep a guy like Gerard Mayo around to be the head coach, I think is what that first sentence implied whenever this particular gentleman said, I'm a Gerard Mayo guy. I want him to do well. The players on the Patriots are backing him and the other coaches post-game, so perhaps fans should do the same. However, Drake May is a 22-year-old quarterback who is showing signs of greatness. New England will have the most cap space in the NFL by a wide margin and a top 5 draft pick. Spelled it wrong.
Shit.
It's okay. You get a pick, too. Okay? Get the picture of the pick. To paint the picture It's top 5. If there's even a chance Ben Johnson of the Detroit Lions would want to be the head coach, the Crafts have to admit their mistake and get him in the building to right the ship before we waste a great young quarterback on a rookie contract. Connor, you're from the area, also a New England Patriot fan. Do you think what this guy wrote is accurate depiction of how everybody feels, or just him?
I wouldn't say accurate depiction, because I think a lot of what people are feeling is way, way, way more aggressive than that. I think most people want Mayo out. I think they're sick of him. They think it did not work. I think most people are out on Bob and Jonathan Kraft. I think they think they're both kind of fools, buffoons. They've kind of swindled the franchise back into a dumpster that not many people, damn near nobody actually is really used to, even though the last 4 years have been terrible. But I do think that the Gerard Mayo thing, for the most part in New England, is just completely fail, did not work, will not work. I don't feel that way completely. Like we have talked about MCDC. After the first year of MCDC, I don't think any of us thought like, hey, this is what they're going to be in just a few years. But personally, if you have a chance for a offensive coach, and Gerard Mayo has done some of this to himself. He's said stuff that a lot of people think is ridiculous. Yesterday, he kind of didn't throw Alex Van Pelt, the offensive coordinator, into, underneath the bus, if you will. But he did say, like, hey, you said that, not me, when asked about play calling and it not being great. And then, he walked that back today, which has been kind of routine to this point in the season, where something said right after the game. And then the next day in his weekly hit on the Sports Hub or whatever it is, he then walks it back. So people are kind of sick of that too. And just because Drake May is so good, like, I think everyone who watches agrees, like, this guy is fucking nasty. He can do it all. He runs. The cool pitch was sweet, but he threw a fucking dime down the sideline to Kendrick Bourne. Like, everyone sees what Drake May can be. And everything that we've heard about Ben Johnson is, like, he wants to go to the right situation. And that's why I kind of tried to lay out, like, young, great
this
quarterback.
is you. Oh, it is you.
No, that's not me.
That is you.
But I think a lot of people are saying this, like, we have the best situation, with the most cap space, with a top 5 pick, and with a young quarterback who is proven to be very good and can be very good. And then you just think about all these, great quarterbacks. They can be partnered with a great young coach. Like, that's kind of the fucking dream. So I think Ben Johnson is what everyone wants now, and I do think people are kind of out on that.
Top 5 pick, you can use that to trade back and get 2 guys, or you can utilize that top 5 pick maybe to get a lockdown corner like Travis Hunter is being predicted to be. Then you got Travis Hunter and the Gonzo Flu on the other side. On the defensive side, that kind of answers a lot of questions. On one side now, Travis obviously getting an offensive kit and everything like that, certainly feasible and possible. Whenever you look at the Patriots and you look at the future, how do you think it goes? I think Drake, like what you said, Drake May, he's franchise quarterback.
He's unbelievable, man. And you mentioned Gonzo, and I should have mentioned that too. He is so good. Like, he was on Marvin Harrison the whole day yesterday. He had like 2 catches for 40 yards, and then they released like an entire graphic of his matchups the entire year and what guys have done against him. And it's just like, we have such good players at pivotal positions: corner, D-line, safety, quarterback, obviously, running back, solid. Like, if just speaking directly to Ben Johnson, with that top 5 pick, you could get a Travis Hunter, or you could go get like your type of Penei Sewell.
Yep, and could get that, or could get 2 picks in the top 15 potentially, or something like
next year. Get 2 first-rounders.
Top 5 picks hold a lot of value, especially on draft day. People lose their fucking shit to get those top 5 picks.
Yep.
I mean, people make bad business decisions to get all the way up there. Now, inevitably, hindsight always looks back that they're bad decisions. In the moment, feels like a great position, but like, yeah, I agree. Watching Drake, especially against like the Colts, you see things that he does, and you see the way he handles himself. Then you hear about off the field, which is what I think this particular show pays attention to more than maybe any other show, because that matters a lot more, which is why we get into the situation with the Colts that we get into, because we judge. Like, off the field, Drake feels like he's a franchise guy.
Yes.
And he's big. This is a big son of a bitch who can run, which you don't want to do this all the time, but you think of Josh Allen.
Oh, yeah, you do. And you think of Herbert, and like, he can run, and he makes all the throws, and he's just quick. Like, our offensive line is so bad, and he's still making plays. And it's not like we have household names at wide receiver either, and he's still making plays. Like Austin Hooper has been fucking balling out for us, okay? And he hasn't been as good over the last few years since he left Atlanta when he was with Matt Ryan. So it is one of those things where it's like we don't even need to think about, wide receivers, even though we need to spend $30 million on T. Higgins this offseason. We don't even have to go there right now. Like what we really just need is a very, very solid offensive play caller and a couple big boys up front.
Yeah, I think the defense has been the most disappointing part of this year. Gonzo has been spectacular. I expect him to be really, really good. I expect the defense as a whole to be really good this year. Gerard Mayo, it's his first year, and when you have a franchise quarterback, Drake May has shown that talent. You don't get many opportunities if he plays well at top 3, top 5 picks. So you got to hit that out of the park, and then you obviously have to spend your money well in the free agency realm also. So big year, big decision for the Crafts, but Gerard Mayo was, the prince that was promised. So I don't expect them.
They're not getting rid of him, D-Buck. Yeah, right? There's no way they're going to get rid of him right now.
No, I don't expect it to be one and done. I mean, Shefty said it. These last 3 games, if they just shit down their leg, it'll look absolutely terrible, maybe. But Mayo has said some bad things post game in the pressers, and then walking them back. You definitely don't want to set that standard if you're a head coach. So first year, he's learning, but you have the piece at quarterback. You have Gonzo, you have Barman. You have still a good core of good young players there. So you got to show some type of potential, some type of something in this year. And then it's a huge, huge offseason for this whole franchise.
If we lose to a backup quarterback in Buffalo because we play them the last week, and if they don't have the starters in and we lose that game at home, then I could see it being like, all right, we might have just fucked this up. Because you even look at Denver, and it's like, hey, they screwed up with Hackett, and they made a change after 1 year, after 13 games, and it worked out for them.
That Denver team's fun to watch.
Yeah.
I hope Patrick Surtain's okay.
They said he was good, that it wasn't a serious injury.
Yeah, he walked off, so I thought that would be okay. But, watching that, I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
They play Thursday, too, against the Chargers. Quick turnaround.
He's second in odds for Defensive Player of the Year right now.
He's fun to watch.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
Benito,
another touchdown.
They call it a fumble return. I hate that. Nasty.
What?
I'm going to call it pick 6. Nasty.
Pick 6, yeah. Because he threw it lateral, so it's a fumble instead of a pass.
That was an interesting play call in the moment.
Okay, all week it worked.
Guess he wasn't open.
I like him and he came out and said that Shane told him before the play, hey, if it's not there, just throw it away. Don't worry about it. And I like how he had to, let me make sure I get the fucking good. Let me take my fucking time here.
What's the score in the situation again?
We don't need to talk about it.
Fourth quarter, down 4.
Yeah, this is very similar to a fake punt that was ran.
It's the alumni section.
Great play though.
Yeah, but imagine if that fucking works. Anthony Richardson's catching that thing, and he's got a caravan in front of him.
I mean, you want to talk about flipping the momentum if he takes that to the house.
Gone.
Yeah.
Yep.
2017
God.
Colts.
If the Colts scored and the Broncos didn't on this play, it would have been a lot different.
Instead, we got the whole mob happening in our face.
See this caravan.
Must have been the altitude.
You see the caravan?
Yeah, it was a good setup.
It was there. They were there.
That's a very slow developing play.
They got numbers up there.
The sprint from Quentin Nelson as soon as he catches it is pretty fucking electric.
But then he said, all right, enough.
Yeah.
I'm not going to catch that guy.
He gonna fucking score.
Because Quentin really did.
Hold on, he was looking downfield. Hold on, he was looking the guy off. Go back to
when
that,
he was
please.
flipping that thing around?
Yeah, let's go back to the Yeah, he's looking him off. He didn't even look.
He felt good. He felt good about it.
He looked downfield. Hey, you never know where I'm going.
Yeah, no, that's a bad call. And then with Benito being over there,
pause, play, boom. He did look seemingly, didn't he? He gave a little look-see. Did he see Nick?
Yeah.
Probably couldn't see through Patrick Surtain here.
His spat is perfect too.
Looks good.
I know your personnel, man.
It's got the laces and everything. Okay, here we go.
Set his feet.
Fire that thing.
Tight spiral. Turned sideways a little bit at the end. Would have hit him right in his hands.
Would have.
Nobody's talking about that. Would have hit him right in the hands.
They should run this next week.
It would have.
They should run it again next week.
It's not his fault,
It
really.
looked good all week. Shane.
He's not a quarterback.
Do you think?
And AD has certainly not had the greatest year. He's an Indianapolis Colt.
Yeah.
So, the question was, putting the ball in the hands of a rookie wide receiver to throw the ball back across the field with a playoff on the line. It's basically how it was phrased. And I didn't really think of it that way until they said it, and I was like, that is an interesting design. But then I heard Shane Steichen say, AD can spin it. AD can spin it.
Yeah.
They worked it all week. I think he has a completion maybe at some point this year. I don't remember it, but Shane said he has a completion, obviously. I didn't know that. Maybe he did. So it's just not working out as terrible.
That's
for
the
everything.
thing.
So you have this one. You have this thing happen. You have the.
Yeah.
That can't happen.
Mm-hmm.
You have that whole thing. And then you have that thing happen.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have a pick late happen. And it's just like everything that has happened bad this year happened all at the same time, like in the biggest game at the biggest time.
Yeah, 'cause they started great.
So good. First two possessions.
Great start on the road. You think about, hey, road teams got to deal with the altitude first. Big game for both teams. Started great, so for it to end the way that it did, that's ugly. And that play, that's, obviously you look like a genius if it works. That's even if a quarterback is throwing the ball across the field, that's a dangerous play. So.
All right, let's go to another overreaction, shall we? This is from Frankie Moraldo. The evil genius Sirianni manufactured all of this phony drama last week to bond his team together in Disney movie-like fashion, knowing Jalen and AJ play the parts perfectly, establishing the ultimate subterfuge. I heard that word earlier today. I'm the one that used it. Nick, I didn't expect you to copy my diction in this entire thing. AJ, did you hear me use this word earlier today to Adam Schefter?
I actually missed it. No, when did you use it? To Schefter?
Great to Schefter. I said ilk and quagmire and subterfuge,
Yep.
which I didn't know was coming up in this segment at all.
Weird.
Nick, you taught me this word this morning, and it is a beautiful one. Do you do the dictionary.com word of the day thing? Is that how you learn a word like subterfuge? Subterfuge?
I used to in my younger days. Now I just rely on, closed captioning on TV and Twitter, basically.
Deceit used in order to achieve one's goal. Subterfuge.
Okay.
Can you give me country of origin, please?
I'm going to go with English. England.
Subterfuge. 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 Used in a tweet in 2024 by somebody that works at this place. I'm proud of us.
Atta babe, Nick.
Hell yeah.
Thank you for showing up for us. Thank you for teaching us that word. And shout out to the evil genius Sirianni cooking up this one, right? Is that what he's doing with the D-line? Or you think he's doing the same thing for next
Absolutely.
week?
This is just laying the seeds for next week. So now he's got whoever they're playing next week is going to be on their P's and Q's and on their toes because they're going to be like, oh, these guys, they're just in disarray over here. Look at the sideline. They're winning 10 games in a row, and they're still arguing on the sidelines. They don't know what's coming. They don't know what they're doing. They do. They do know what they're doing. And they're very good.
You think it's all at work, brother?
Absolutely at work.
For shoot?
For shoot. It's for shoe to work.
It worked because the Steelers were like, oh, this team has no idea how to pass. We should just play straight up man the entire game, not even disguise it, and just let them do whatever they want.
And what happened?
That's exactly what happened.
Good subterfuge, dude.
It was.
Hey, AJ, why don't you go to the media and tell them we don't know what the fuck we're doing. We don't know how to throw the ball. Go ahead.
AJ, tell them that you hate Jalen. And Brandon Graham, you actually doubled down on it.
Yeah.
You say that they're not friends anymore.
He definitely did that on the sideline with the D-line coach. Hold me back, like make it look so that I can't talk to him right now. People will be saying, "Hey, he can't fucking control the team. He's a dipshit. Just do it. Okay, I'll walk away."
But you were saying that loud enough so Jalen could hear because that's why he was laughing.
Yeah.
That's why he was
Fuck
laughing.
it, you crazy, coach.
Big Dom, come with me.
Yeah. And then Coach Clint is like, "Okay, this is an interesting technique, dude. This is an interesting technique, dude."
Sure.
Yeah, I'm a mad scientist. I'm a fucking genius. Just do it. Just trust me.
People are going to think we're fighting here. You know that? I don't want to be the guy that they think you're fighting with.
No, it was a part of the act. Punch me in the face. Punch me as hard as you fucking can right now, right in my nose.
I'm not doing that. Get out of here. Big Dom, this guy's fucking crazy. That's potentially what happened.
Exactly.
Can't doubt it at this point.
No.
Almost guaranteed.
All they do is win games. Good for Sirianni. What is he, like fourth highest or something? I saw some record. His winning percentage is like fourth highest at this standpoint of his career in the history of the NFL. Like, just such a great coach.
Yep.
Seemingly.
Yeah.
But last year happened. Some other situations pop up. We have some drama that isn't happening anywhere else. He talks about, laying seed and manure and then coming through there as flowers. So he does his shit in his own way. He fucking wins, though. And he gets them all rowing in the same direction somehow, no matter what takes place. Yep. I love him. Congrats, Paisan, you evil genius.
Good work, Coach.
We need Hard Knocks over there for a season.
That'd be awesome.
NFC East.
Next year.
In-season Hard Knocks. Mm-hmm. Need it. All right, let's go to the next overreaction. This one's from Chris Bourdin. Ibane? Chris?
I think it's Ibanez.
Ibanez.
Yeah, Chris Ibanez.
What is Ibanez? That's just a last name?
It is. That's what I just
Raul Ibanez,
yeah,
great Seattle Mariner home run slugger.
Raul Ibanez?
I think he had a cup of coffee with the Pirates, to be fair.
He did.
Oh, yeah, Raul. Yeah.
Yankees legend as well.
Chris Bourdin. Hashtag I don't want to overreact, but football is dumb. Best line season of my life, and it's going to be derailed because every other defensive player, is being carted off the field and placed on IR. Both of our coordinators are gone next year. I would never know happiness. Hashtag one pride.
That's true.
Sorry, Foxy.
Feel so bad.
It's okay. We had our run.
It is every game. You guys won by 18 against Indianapolis Colts. I think you lost 2 guys.
Yep.
Just getting carted off the field.
It's remarkable, actually. And now, like last season, all I ever wanted was a playoff win, and that was attainable any year. And so now we're in a situation where we could go win a Super Bowl, and we have the team. Right now, I actually think we would win the Super Bowl by like 20 points every game in the playoffs if we were fully healthy. Yeah. But that's not how football works. The Niners, they're one of those teams. They've been so fucking close, and they just can't get it done. The Packers, for all those years, Ty was just telling me there was 15-1. Lost in the first round of the playoffs. And now, finally, the Lions are considered one of those teams where you just have everything and you need it all to go right in the playoffs at the most important time. And unfortunately, this year, it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
4th and 5th stringers at some positions.
Guys I've never heard of.
Guys that none of us have heard of before.
And let me tell you what, some of them are very, very, very bad. Like very, very bad.
I didn't know that's where it was going.
Yeah, I love these guys to death. They're playing their asses off. But Josh Allen, there's one linebacker that he toyed with the entire game. I feel bad for the guy. Actually, Shep, your guys' former teammate, was ripping him a new one. And please keep giving 150% because you're an MCDC guy for a reason. But it's not your fault, brother.
Teddy Bruschi, what did Teddy Bruschi say? He said, I was watching that, and as a former linebacker, they were attacking the linebackers.
Killing them.
That'll continue to happen, too. It's like, it's just a shame. We've been talking about it for a few weeks. Mm-hmm. How long can he last? How long can he last? Because everybody's going to get hurt. But it's like when it's every good player that you have.
It's nuts.
That is
it's insane.
Sorry,
Fox, you could still make it. I think you could still do NFC Championship, but I don't think any.
I do too. Like, I'm not fully giving up. Like, let's score 45
I
points
watched
a game.
the Steelers in
and let's just
17 with Lev and AB and the offense just being unbelievable. The worst defense of all time. They went to the AFC Championship. You could go there. You're going to lose at some point, but
today was kind of the cherry on top, though. We've just been talking about the defense and how good the offense is, and they're like, well, actually, David Montgomery's probably.
You still got Gibbs though
too.
Yeah, Knuckles is out. Sonic's still available.
Yeah.
Sonic's got some knuckles in him, though.
He does.
He does.
Don't forget that.
Wait, what? Sonic's got some knuckles in him?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
What are you talking about?
Hello, his shoulder.
Connor.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm all right.
What are you talking about?
It's just an interesting sentence.
Sonic's got some knuckles in him. You watch him play.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, on the field.
Yeah.
His style of play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
You know the 2 circles?
I wasn't sure what you were saying.
You know the 2 circles? And they're overlapping on a small part?
Venn diagram.
Yep.
Boom, there it is. Sonic, Knuckles. But a little bit of Knuckles creeps in there into Sonic.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, Sonic's got some knuckles in him.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well said.
You concur?
I get it now. I didn't at first.
What were you talking about?
I don't.
How'd you interpret that?
It's just what you said. And I said, "Whoa, right now."
What are you thinking,
But
fingies?
that you were saying his style of play.
Capital K
Yeah.
for Knuckles, not lowercase.
Okay. See now we're on the same.
This
page.
is a name,
Yes.
not a body part.
Okay. That's why I was like, "What the fuck's going on in Detroit?"
Okay, yeah, you thought there was a chance that there was a little
Knuckles and bunghole.
Sonic
Again,
more
I don't know.
specifically.
I don't know.
That's not the case. It's capital
They're
K.
very close.
It's capital.
Yes.
Let's get to the next overreaction. We're sorry, Foxy.
It's okay, boys. There's always next year. And the year after that.
Already gave up.
And the year after that. And the year after that.
It's not over yet. You're going to get in the dance, brother.
You're taking a lot for granted, though, also. Forget what Gumpy just said. You only have today, brother. Okay? And hopefully we have tomorrow. That's why whenever you get eliminated and they chat about next year, it's like, what if I ain't got it next year? What if it's my last season? You never know.
You never know.
But when Ben Johnson's the coach of the Patriots, you saw what happened with the Eagles. They lose their coordinators. It takes some time to get back.
You're right. So it's going to be a while.
Maybe. I don't know. I hope not. Detroit versus Buffalo would be the greatest Super Bowl in the history of Super Bowl.
Oh, those fans would be so sweet.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Great game, too. We saw yesterday. It was an onside kick with 12 minutes left.
Yeah. That's that in the Super Bowl.
That's good football. Let's go to the next overreaction. AJ, what are your thoughts on that onside kick?
As I would say, it was reckless now looking back. I said it was risky earlier. I think now I would put it into the reckless category.
3 timeouts left. Down 10. 12 minutes left. You're still in.
They got the kick they wanted, though. They got the kick they wanted. He did a beautiful job of that. It's just, great job high pointing that sucker and almost taking it to the house.
Yeah. All right, let's get to the next overreaction, shall we? This one's from Darius the Sagittarius.
Nice.
At it's DJ666. Jesus, DJ.
Love that.
With the middle finger in the photo.
Fucking badass.
Jeez Louise, Darius the Sagittarius will fucking get after it.
Yeah, he's a dog.
Hashtag I don't want to overreact, but I believe in Knicks in a squad of big dicks. Okay? Bring us Herbert. Bring us Burrow. Bring us Kermit and the Chiefs. Nick Benito and the defense is a terror. Thank you, Jonathan Taylor and the Colts, for the most 2024 Colts game all year. All right.
That doesn't seem right.
It was the most Colts game.
Can you imagine, though, if that throwback would have went for a touchdown?
Oh, boy.
I could imagine it. Yeah. Because we've seen electricity like that all year from this Colts team. They have the talent. They have the ability. Now, not Bo's best game. Colts defense had a great day against Sean Payton, Bo coming out of a bye. They're going to have to get back on track to being a great offense. It doesn't turn the rock over. But what the defense does, and if that offense can do everything that – a couple of deep shots did not get completed. Normally those would get completed, I think, to Cortland and the boys or whatever. But it's like I believe in the Broncos as well. Maybe not this year, but I believe in where they're headed, especially without the $40-some million hit to the salary cap that Russell Wilson is taking as a Pittsburgh Steeler.
You would think with Sean Payton, Bo Nix, and that defense, this is probably the worst we'll see the Broncos probably in the next 5-6 years. So if you are a Denver Broncos fan, you should be in a good spot. Now this year, maybe not how the top of that AFC looks, but going forward, the future is bright for sure.
Benito's a dog.
He's so
superstar.
So fast.
Yeah, athletic.
He slowed down yet again, probably.
Yep.
We don't even know what his full speed is because he probably slowed down.
Got to turn around.
Then he turned around and hold these.
Got a penalty.
Yep.
Lutz still made it. So worth it.
Definitely worth it.
I forgot Bill Lutz is there.
Only spelled with one L because he gave the other L to your team. Let's go to the next overreaction, shall we? This is from Biggie Smalls, who was disrespected earlier today.
Whoa.
At JRJJS2. This is Junior JJ, the second square.
That's right.
Hashtag I don't want to overreact, but those UFOs flying over Cleveland yesterday was just Josh Allen watching how the Chiefs were playing before he went back to Detroit. Dude is not human. Hashtag Josh alien. You see that? You sub the second L for an I, all of a sudden you have a descriptor for what Josh Allen is, and that's an alien. He's special. We just named 2 quarterbacks that are young that we're hoping to God end up like Josh Allen. It's not just the physical traits, it's everything else that comes with it. He's a playmaker, and in the biggest moments, feels like he wants the light on him. He wants to shine. And this year might be the year for him, AJ.
Well, you talk about a franchise guy. He is a franchise quarterback. He seems to embody that on the field, off the field, and I think it's cool to see him growing as a leader and growing up and maturing and seeing how his teammates react to him. We could be watching Josh Allen play for the next 10, 12 years.
AFC East knows that they're in his division.
Yeah, bingo. And that's why that's what you want as a quarterback, because he does everything good. And to Foxy's point, yesterday watching it, there was never a point in the game where it was like, oh, Josh Allen might do what he has done in previous years and throw a errant pick or fumble the football. He doesn't have that in his game anymore, and it's scary.
Boneheaded, I believe, is the descriptor.
Boneheaded. Every game it seemed like. And I was watching his tape this morning, and I posted a clip on Twitter earlier today. But yeah, he's just an absolute freak show. But the Bills are kind of in the situation the Lions are in now. It hasn't been all doom and gloom, but remember they had the 4 Super Bowls in a row they lost, and then the 13 seconds. And Josh Allen has been obviously a phenomenal player for the last 5 or so years in the league. But they just can't get over that hump. So this will be a big year going forward. But Josh Allen is a perfect descriptor of what he's doing in the football field this year.
To your point, yeah, can they get a stop? Last 2 weeks have been high-scoring shootout affairs that we have loved. Do you believe in the Bills this year?
Oh, absolutely. I 100% believe in them.
I think so. Josh Allen's going to win the MVP, and maybe they win a Super Bowl.
I think this is the year.
Going to have to get a stop at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's offense that makes it's going to be good.
Mm-hmm.
Can he get a stop?
I feel like their worry is the Ravens because that's the best offense that they're going to play in the AFC.
Lamar Jackson just went absolutely fucking absurd.
They could get stops against the Chiefs and everyone else.
Awesome to watch.
Josh being a minus 900 favorite for the MVP he is phenomenal. But what Lamar is doing this year too, like I think 34 touchdown passes, 3 interceptions, damn near 800 rushing yards, like one of the highest scoring offenses.
His stats are so much better than last year when he won the
It's
MVP.
absurd. I don't know if it's voter fatigue or maybe recency bias because of how great Josh Allen has been of late and a better record, but I think it should be much closer. But they're both very, very deserving, both phenomenal athletes.
Josh Allen the last 2 weeks, one of the weeks, Lamar Jackson was on a bye, so was not playing.
Mm-hmm.
860 yards, 10 touchdowns, no interception. That's the last 2 weeks for Josh Allen in these games. I think that's potentially it as well. Because these sports books, they don't know who's going to win. So they ride with the...
Travis Hunter was a minus 5,000 favorite coming into Saturday, and that was the closest Heisman that it's been in 20 years.
Yeah, so they only know they're only reading tea leaves like the rest of us when it comes to those awards. So that can swing. I mean, everything you just said right there, if Lamar continues to do what he did yesterday and he's been doing all year, they lose those close ones. They win a couple of these big games down the stretch. It's like, why not Lamar winning another MVP?
He's got the division, the AFC North championship, basically, this weekend, and then the Texans on Christmas Day. Lamar's got a couple big stages left while Josh is playing the Patriots.
We need to start doing more AFC North championship talk. Like the AFC South championship was last year when the Colts hosted the Texans.
Mm-hmm.
That should have been marketed as the AFC South championship.
Yeah.
Because those are big games.
Huge.
That's happening this weekend. You get into it, you punch, you're in.
If the Steelers win, they win the division. If they lose, they got to win against the Chiefs and Bengals to win the division. So it's basically the AFC North championship.
And I mean, it's the whole weekend. It's like the holiday weekend of games. It's like Thursday, massive divisional matchup because Broncos Chargers. That's seeding in the playoffs. Saturday, obviously, we have the Chiefs are playing
Chiefs,
on
Texans.
Chiefs Texans. That's a massive game. It's like every day now. They have the whole schedules at watch.nfl.com, but from Thursday to Wednesday, like they're massive games.
So Thursday we got a massive one.
Yep.
Friday we got college football playoff kicking off. Indiana taking on Notre Dame. Then Saturday we got college game day. 9 to 12 in the morning. Then there is Penn State hosting
SMU.
Yep. Then there's an NFL game.
At 1.
Then there is college football game.
Clemson, Texas.
Then there is NFL game.
4:30.
Then there is primetime
Ohio
State, Tennessee. That's Saturday.
And then
nice weekend.
Sunday, full slate. Monday night. Then Wednesday for Christmas. Is there a Christmas Eve game?
No Christmas Eve game, but then there's a game Thursday.
We did it.
Yeah, nice little run here.
This is the pinnacle.
We got to it. Because Super Wild Card Weekend in a few weeks is awesome too.
Yeah.
Because that's like wake up, game, Sunday, game. And it's like banger. We talk about that weekend a lot. We're like, hey, this is the best weekend that there's going to be for the rest of the year. This little run here what are they calling it?
I believe it's just the holiday games. Like, I don't know if there's a specific.
They should start pushing that a little bit.
Yeah.
They should start pushing that.
Let's enjoy it, boys.
Let's go football.
Come on, ball.
Thank you, football. Hey, don't look up, okay? Just keep your eyes on the games.
That's right.
People are going to say that I was told to say that or whatever. I'm just mocking the movie Don't Look Up because now there's just drones in the sky everywhere.
Everywhere.
What are these things?
We don't know.
I don't know how now.
Who's flying these things?
Would it be weird if they all just disappear all of a sudden and we
Yeah.
don't see them?
Very much so.
And then nobody talks about it. We never get any answers. Possible.
Be terrible.
I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, as long as nothing happens, I guess.
Yeah, versus the alternate.
Yeah, as long as nothing happens.
Nothing's gonna happen.
No, we got football.
We're good.
Football.
We got football on TV.
Football. 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 Thank you, football.
Thank you, football.
Thank you, football.
Love you, football.
We do. We do love you, football. Let's get to the next overreaction, shall we? I wonder if this person still loves football. This is from Benjamin. It's Benjamin. I hope you like jamming too. Benjamin. 509. I don't know what that means. Hashtag I don't overreact. But it's embarrassing to be a part of this current fan base for the Seattle Seahawks. To see so many season ticket holders not showing up to games and selling tickets to opposing fans just to make a buck is fucking pathetic. Judy Allen.
Oh, no.
Sell a team.
Whoa.
Hashtag 12 apostrophe Sardet.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Hashtag stops after you put an apostrophe in there. But nonetheless, the message remains. The 12s are dead, says Benjamin. And I'll let you know, I don't like that one bit. We saw it with Bills Mafia a few weeks ago. That's when we were really alerted to the situation. They took over that stadium.
Wow.
That stadium used to be like the hardest place in football to go to. Loud. Don't want to play there. And then we saw Bills Mafia be like, yeah, you don't want to play home here. And we're going to take this place over. And now Benjamin says boots on the ground.
It was pretty much a Packers home game last night.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You could hear the Go Pack Go chants all night on TV.
So now fans kind of know it's gettable. You know, saw the Buffalo Bills. Bills Mafia like, wait a second. Seattle, maybe go take a trip. Maybe go.
Yeah, catch some fish.
Reason to go there.
Yeah, why not go see the city? What's the big thing they got at the top there?
Space Needle.
Space Needle's so beautiful.
Puget Sound.
Mount
Rainier.
Mount Rainier's there. It's gorgeous. Why not go check out the Pacific Northwest? I'll watch a team play, go throw some fish, do the stuff, look at the things. Okay. And the stadium's gettable. Let's do it. And they're doing it.
Yeah.
Packers fans show up everywhere, though, right?
They do, but I was pretty surprised. I mean, I don't know, especially with Seattle like leading the division going into that game last night. You thought maybe that it's just like, hey, the Bills are an outlier. They're going to go everywhere, especially with how good they are. I thought last night would be like a, you know, the home Eagles or Seahawks environment that we're used to, and that it would be really tough. But like from the onset, like you could hear Go Pack Go on like every third down or every big play. Like it was wild.
Do you think it's because they kicked Pete Carroll out of the building?
Yeah, I don't think living on the Pacific Northwest, knowing a lot of Seahawks fans, I don't think people realize how much they loved that man. I seriously don't think people know.
So even though they were playing pretty good this year in Mike McDonald's debut season, it was like they might feel a little jaded about how Pete Carroll was treated there at the end. Because Pete Carroll came out and was like, I fought for an hour or so. I told him exactly what I would do. Had a presentation for his own job. It's like, that's an interesting move, you know, and there's going to have to be hard decisions made everywhere.
Yeah.
Every business, every organization, that's going to happen. The way that dropped out of nowhere for us, we were startled. I guess Seahawks fans could be as well.
I saw a lot of Geno Smith hate. I don't think they really believe Geno Smith can win anything relevant when it comes to a Super Bowl or going to a conference championship. I think people are kind of out on Geno in Seattle.
Well, it's kind of like last night is the story of the entire season. It's like this guy throws way too many picks in the red zone. Last night, he throws one, gets tipped in the red zone. What does he do? He goes right back to it, throws a pick in the red zone, where it's like the situation in the game, it's like, hey, you got to score a touchdown here because the Packers were already up, I think, 20-3 at that point. It's like, if you don't score here or at least get a field goal, this game's over, and boom, right when they needed him to.
17-3.
17-3, yeah. Geno throws a...
This goes one-score game real quick, 17-10, vastly different. Little flutterer, two of his guys over there.
I don't know why Carrington
I mean, some sweet moves.
Sweet moves. But then the Packers, you know, went right down the field and kicked the field goal going into halftime, so it was like... I mean, the game was pretty much over at that point.
Stolen momentum.
Yeah.
Sam Howell might have actually played the worst quarterback of all year as well. He was fucking brutal, dude.
I mean, there's a guy that I didn't know, you know, still was playing.
Well, that's what Collinsworth said last night. He was like, hey, you know, this is an audition, not obviously just for Seattle, but for every other team in the NFL. What does Sam Howell do? He comes out and abruptly takes 3 sacks in a row. Just right away.
Their O-line is awful and has been
Terrible.
awful for a long time. Like, I don't think when people talk about Geno, he's the only thing that keeps him half decent with that O-line.
Well, Sam Howell, Geno Smith, hope you're healthy. Good luck over there, Seattle Seahawks. Still in it. Still can host a home playoff game.
For sure.
Still can host a home playoff game. So, Benjamin, you might want to get back in there. Let's go to the next overreaction. This is from Jimmy Briggs at Ginger Briggs 36. This Scottish lad right here loves ball. Hashtag I don't want to overreact. But Baker Mayfield is spinning the pill like a pharmacist on uppers. Bucks are going to win out all thanks to that Hulu check cashing. Play extended. Madman from Oklahoma. Hey, he's awesome to watch right now, this Baker. He's cooking. Baker is cooking in the kitchen right now.
Yeah, how do you not love watching Baker and watching him just fly around the field? And like you said, extending plays. And I believe Jimmy might be doing some stand-up in his profile pic, too, from that tweet. If you look, maybe an open night or open mic night, or maybe he's an established comedian. I just don't know it.
Yeah, I do believe that is staying up there.
And the pharmacist on uppers, this guy's writing. He's writing material.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
The evening, it says, I believe. This evening.
M.
M word.
Hey, Jimmy, I like the way you operate. Spinning the pill like a pharmacist on uppers, because obviously all jacked up to write scripts.
Yeah, for sure.
Got to do that. He is a madman.
He is.
He's a beast. He's running wild, too.
Headbutting, too. I love the amount of headbutts he does.
If he didn't have so many interceptions, he'd be up in that MVP discussion as well. He just loves giving the ball away sometimes.
Well, that's because he loves making big plays.
Exactly.
Let's go to the next one, shall we? This one's from Pack of Badgers at Pack of Cubs. Hashtag I don't overreact. But the Packers piss is piping hot. Toyotathon, Jordan Love, top 3 running back Josh Jacobs, and a defense getting Alexander and Bullard back for the playoffs only confirms the 14-year Super Bowl trend in Titletown. Did I pronounce that name right?
Yes.
Hell yeah. Didn't know if I was going to or not. As I was reading it, was kind of 50-50. Nonetheless, getting healthy, balling at the right time. Toyotathon, Jordan Love is bananas. We read the Hembo stats earlier. Is this 14-year trend? What's that?
So Favre wins 14 years later, Rodgers and them win, and then this would be year 14. Obviously, the Super Bowl goes into the 15th year, but so 14 years in between Super Bowls, which would be, like I said, I'm starting to believe again.
In Toyotathon, which is Jordan Love after week 10
Loves Toyota.
in his career, last 2 seasons, obviously, 26 touchdowns, 2 interceptions.
Pretty good.
78.2 QBR, best in the NFL. And then obviously he's only gotten sacked 15 times during those times. He plays his best ball late in the year. Last year, he's kind of getting in the swing of being an NFL quarterback, we think, and he and LaFleur get on the same page. He's spinning it. He's playing awesome football. This year, gets hurt early. Stumbles out of the gates, not because of his own doing, but because of an injury that somebody on his team did, if I do recall. That the knee thing?
Yeah, at the first game of the season.
Right, something that happened to him because of...
Yeah, I mean, that and a lot of people were saying the turf in Brazil was part of it as well.
Sippy.
It's
real sippy.
I'm not saying that.
Gets off to a slow start because of that. Malik Willis has some wins. Jordan gets back in. And then he kind of tries to find his way. Too many turnovers, maybe not seeing it all right. And then he gets good and gets hot, and he's playing great football. It's like maybe this guy does need to just get into a groove a little bit. Hopefully next year he'll be able to do that in training camp and it starts in the season. But if you're playing your best ball late, who cares?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, 4 weeks in a row now where he hasn't had a turnover. Their defense, that's kind of the one. Their defense is night and day better than it was last year and in years past, but they're still kind of inconsistent a little bit, having a lot of young guys. But if they can play like they did last night, and, obviously you look around the NFC, like the 4 teams they've lost to the Lions twice, the Vikings, and the Eagles. I think that's the highest win percentage ever for teams 4 losses. So I don't know. I wouldn't say that they're the team that's for sure hey, nobody wants to play them in the playoffs. But I think they don't really get blown out by anybody. I still don't know if they've played their best game yet. But I think when they are playing like they did last night, they can compete with and potentially beat anybody.
AJ, you love this Packers team or no? In the defense, new coordinator Hafley coming in there, being a game changer for them. I assume you're very pumped up about that decision finally getting made, I think is what Packers fans have been saying for the last few years.
Yeah, I love what Halfley does with the defense. And I heard during the broadcast, they were talking about how they were speaking with Halfley, and he said, when I turn the film on, like when we stop it, if I don't see all 11 dudes in the film, you're off the field. Like if you're not hustling to the ball, if you're not playing hard, you're not in there. So I guess he does hold a very high standard. And also Josh Jacobs, the dude's awesome. Like every single week I feel like catching the ball out of the backfield, when he runs the ball, he runs so hard. These jump cuts, making guys just look just bad every single week. I love what he can do.
What a signing.
Yeah. Massive.
Yes. Huge.
So good.
Gutekunst, Dog, LaFleur. So handsome.
So
handsome.
So handsome. So good.
Smart lad.
His winning percentages are going to be absurd, too, whenever he gets to every single year as his career has started as a head coach. Good for the Packers. Is this year you going?
It might be the year.
Holy shit, the 14-year trend.
It might be the year. I don't know. We'll see. Still got a lot to play for.
Brett Favre and Gastineau make up?
I think Favre said, hey, you ever do that again, embarrass me like that, we'll fucking knock your teeth out.
I don't think he
And
said
I think that was the end of it.
No, I thought I saw someone report they had dinner after that.
Did they?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. Did you guys watch the New York sack exchange?
Nah, I could care less.
That guy that knocked... Jeez.
Change the game. Invented the sack dance, bro.
Boom. He invented sack dances.
Believe me, I saw all the clips I needed to. Mark Gastineau got a pretty high opinion of himself, doesn't he?
Oh, my God.
Doesn't he? Doesn't he?
Guy played great football.
Boomer said he's an asshole.
I was going to say a lot of ex-teammates coming out saying, like, yeah, this guy sucks. But hey, he should be in the Hall of Fame.
He should be.
He should be.
And he invented the sack dance.
Yeah.
That's a big
His
deal.
dances were sick, too. Did you see him? Yeah. They were fucking nuts.
Yeah.
He's shaking at one point.
He's
wasn't
a
he?
crazy man.
Yeah, he is. Jeez Louise. But all of this led us to learning of him and his story.
Exactly. All worth it.
I don't express the same opinion as you about him, but
Okay.
you've certainly done a little bit more research, it seems.
Well, no, I'm just, like I said, he should be in the Hall of Fame. It seems like that's really all he cares about. So I understand that, an old guy like that who he's obviously he's carrying a lot of demons with him, and he wants to get in the Hall of Fame. So we can at least let's
put
fucking throw the guy a bone and put him in the Hall of Fame.
Put him
Yeah.
in. Has it been close? Semi-finalist, finalist, anything on the list?
We certainly have looked into it.
Yeah, no, it's been close.
That's kind of a part of the problem, though, is
Yeah,
what he's
maybe.
saying.
Yeah, exactly.
We're just learning of all this now.
Right.
Really close.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's been
And they
right
said,
on the edge.
Gastineau.
Bingo.
No.
Bingo.
I can see how he'd be so pissed.
Maybe next year, Mark.
How about Gastineau?
Yeah,
Thank you.
I can see if they're calling him and doing that when he's just sitting in that room waiting for the call. Yeah, it's going to be a Gastineau for me, but just hanging up. I can see how that could,
Pranking him, maybe
Yeah.
sending a couple people to his house.
Yep.
But one year it's going to be
Don't do that.
It's going to be a Gasti yes.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a Gasti yes.
This is the year, Mark. You're a finalist.
Gasta hell yeah. Gasta hell yes. We're pulling for you, Mr. Gastineau.
Good luck, Mark.
They're going to fuck up his bust.
They better not. They better not even think about it.
They're gonna.
They wouldn't dare.
We saw him throwing them jabs.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he's a professional boxer, man.
They had that camera real close on his head. It was on a screen that I was walking by, and it was just his head, New York Sack Exchange. And then I happened to catch the caption. I created a sack dance.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, this guy.
Yeah.
This is the guy that almost fought Brett Favre.
That's right.
This guy who had the sack record. He created a sack dance, but this guy was a character back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
Still is.
Still is.
Still bringing it.
Still bringing it, yeah.
You have some high-profile relationships, too, like movie stars.
Yeah, I saw something about that.
He's a movie star. Mary Ann, here on Gilligan. Caught a clip of that the other day. Gilligan's Island. You ever see that show?
Nope.
Classic.
Never saw it?
No, never.
Not a single episode.
Not.
Used to come on the mornings.
Darius, you ever seen a single?
I know of the show, never watched it though.
Not a single episode?
I wouldn't say that, just not memorable at all.
What?
Take it easy, what?
Looks like I'm
Not
gonna
memorable at all? You shit me?
I'm out then.
It looked like AJ knew the song.
AJ, you know Gilligan's Island, I assume?
I know Gilligan's Island. I've seen the people. I think I've seen the intro. I've never seen an episode, though.
That's what I was trying to think in my head is, do I know anything other than the entrance?
He used to come on
A
in the
dude
mornings
wears-
before
Gilpin wears a bucket hat.
Saved by the
before
Bell.
Saved by the Bell on TBS. Yeah, that's how we used to. Catch it, yeah.
I mean, that's from like the 70s, isn't it?
No.
I'd say 90s.
Yeah, definitely not 90s.
They were always so close to getting off
The
there.
90s?
I was
It
born
was
in
in
80.
black and white.
I was born
Gilligan's
in 80.
Island was in black and white.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
it wasn't.
No,
Yes,
it
it
was
was.
not.
Yeah, well-
And then it transitioned to color.
Oh, okay. So
Started black and white.
I've never seen the black and white episodes, just so we understand that. First episode was in the 60s, I guess.
I was born in 88 and I saw him, so fucking tell me how I
You
saw
saw
it.
the reruns. Yeah.
Reruns, brother.
That's not how.
No, they were ridges. 87%
Final
like this
episode.
TV show.
67 was last year.
Holy shit.
Holy fuck. 67?
Gilligan's Island.
No
All right,
way.
Diggs.
Only on
There's
for
no
3
way.
years.
Really?
90%
They
of
only
Rotten
had 3
Tomatoes.
seasons?
Good show.
Hold on. 1960s. So they, why is the thing in color up there? That's blue and gold, right?
That's how I saw it, brother.
Yeah, me too.
They had color episodes.
Yeah.
90% Rotten Tomatoes. That's a fucking high score.
It's a good show.
They had color TV in 60s.
Tell you what,
That's what I'm saying. What do
What
we?
the hell?
the skipper and his wife were quite the couple. Mary Ann too.
I guess they were very old whenever we were
The
watching.
skipper didn't have a wife on the show.
I don't know. Young Tony remembers this quite differently.
The doctor is the super smart one. Was the he was always trying to work something. He had it figured out.
Oh,
That's the crew.
okay.
What's up, Mary Ann?
Is that Greeny bottom middle?
That's Gilligan.
Gilligan,
Oh, shit.
dude.
That's scary.
That is greedy.
Uncanny.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no.
He does kind of look like Gilligan out there.
Who's top left? Why is he all
That's the
why is he
millionaire,
blue?
bro. That's the millionaire.
He's upset.
There was a storm. They got shipwrecked.
Yeah, dude, it was supposed to be a 3-hour
tour.
A 3-hour tour. All right, let's get back to another overreaction. Wow, that was crazy. I would not have pinned it on 1967.
No, me either.
Missed a
Diggs said
little
90s.
before my time.
90s.
I was just doing it.
That's
in my-
what we thought. Yeah. All right, let's go to the next overreaction, shall we? This is from Brunsham, New York Knicks fan, at Blue Bleeding. Hashtag I don't want to overreact, but if you Google mediocrity, you will find a video clip of Chris Ballard telling us for the 5th year in a row that he likes our guys. These are not the same Colts I grew up with. They don't deserve our love. Fire everyone into the sun, says Brunson. He might be an out-of-stater. I don't think you become a Knicks fan.
Sure.
If you're in Indiana, maybe, just to kind of be combative with your Pacer fan friends who grew up on Reggie Miller in the Knicks situation. Nonetheless, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what to say.
Yeah. Saw the return of Coach Stinkin quite a bit this morning.
No.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you if you think he's safe.
I don't know what reality is.
He's safe.
I have no idea. They just paid a bunch of people on that team were paid.
Yeah.
And Steichen just got here, last year? He had Gardner Minshew last year. Now he's got Anthony Richardson on his rookie year. Jim Irsay, normally a very actual patient. We're not turning things over. Okay, would like some consistency around here. He is, which he has certainly displayed with Chris Ballard for this entire time. So I have no idea what reality is. I don't know what the future looks like. They have enough talent and ability and skill and scheme. They gotta flip that fucking building, though. We can't be having people late to meetings and missing treatment and not working hard. Like, that can't happen. I don't know. And I don't know how you put the toothpaste back in the tube. You know, I don't know how you...
If that's happening, like if that continues to happen, it's very tough to stop it, especially in the middle of a season.
Middle of season or just middle of a regime, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do you
Yeah,
just-
once it's like kids, like parenting kids. You let them get away with one thing, they're going to continue to push it, and then it just multiplies.
And then how do you just turn it off? I don't know. But I hope they're able to do it. So whatever happens in the future, I'm pulling for all you.
Hell yeah. Good luck.
Yelly.
You talk about affability, though. We talk about the
Yeah.
and everything.
Mm-hmm.
It would be cool if they were good. It'd be cool if they were good.
Yeah.
It will be.
I will say there was one other guy I forgot to mention, and I think he would probably work in New England and Indianapolis. That hasn't been talked about as much. Vrabel. I think you put Vrabel in either building, Colts or Patriots.
Says, hey, this is how we're doing things.
They're going.
He's in the Browns building right now, and they ain't.
Well, he's not in there enough. That's
It's not
why.
his fault. I mean, he's not leading the speeches.
No.
He's not leading the culture. Culture already happened.
He's racing Jameis.
Are we going to see James get benched on Hard Knocks?
What's that?
Rough.
Are we going to see James get benched on Hard Knocks?
That was tough.
If they bench Jameis, delete all the Browns footage. I don't want to see anything about him. I don't care.
They did already, though. It's DTR's work now.
Oh, that's confirmed?
Nope, but kinda.
I hope not.
I want to see him put Myles Garrett eye back in this.
Yeah, did you see it on the field?
I would like to see that footage and what happened.
How about Tooney? We talked about it a little bit earlier. I don't know if we got AJ's take. How about Tooney, guard, center, saying, you know what, yeah, I'll go play tackle against the guy. Remember, he said, I'm the guy.
Yeah.
And that entire thing gets him a big-time win.
Ridiculous.
That's
people think all O linemen like they're all the same position. Going from left guard to right guard is a huge adjustment that people do not want to do. Most players,
let alone going from guard to tackle.
The toughest spot on the offensive line, where you're put on an island over and over again against a great guy like Myles Garrett.
But they've been needing that, all season. So I wonder when Tooney started saying,
enough is enough.
Hey, I can fucking.
Let me go kick slide.
Yeah, I can fucking. What do you need me? I just need to get to a spot, right? Doesn't matter if I backpedal. And then once I get my paws on him, guys are going to think their eyes are.
Yep.
What do you think? He's not doing that.
Well, Myles Garrett made it seem like he did that.
What?
He's stepping back in.
That's not what he did. No, that's not what he did.
No, I know, but Myles Garrett acted like he got shot in the head with a Tommy gun, so I didn't know if maybe he had knives on his fingers or something.
So then when Myles Garrett comes back in, he has that visor. I wonder if Tooney's fingers are okay because.
Oh yeah, you're good point.
When that visor.
He's probably got 5 broken appendages today, or maybe he does. Just
he adjusts.
Gas to know.
Yeah. You never know.
Jalen Carter.
Yeah, exactly.
Jalen Carter, but the opposite.
Right.
Let's get to another overreaction, shall we? Maybe. We don't know.
Yeah.
This is from. No, you missed it. It's just 3 paws. Yeah, it was just.
My mistake.
Hashtag. I did not know this was coming. That's pretty good. Hashtag I don't overreact. But this Chiefs team isn't pretty. Between injuries and our best players not performing, no one is giving the Chiefs a chance this year. And despite that, this is the best Chiefs team we have ever had. It'll be a cakewalk to a three-peat. Hashtag Chiefs Kingdom. I like to hear that. I like to hear a little optimism. This team's number 1 in the AFC. This team's the back-to-back Super Bowl champions. And there's never any, confidence in talking about them being great. It's never any, yeah, this team's going to go do it. It's always like, how did they? Ooh, Mahomes is hurt? Has Travis Kelce scored a touchdown yet? What? There's always some negative that you can nitpick, but they win games. And yesterday they covered. And now Patrick Mahomes with the high ankle sprain, multiple games here in the next 11 days. Will he play? Will he come back because he's been incredibly tough throughout his entire career? Or,
yeah.
That's the sound of a duck hunt led by Carson Wentz. Is he going to be the quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs for the next couple of weeks on Christmas Day on Netflix?
Can't wait.
Please.
Need it.
Xavier Worthy on that team, too. Carson Wentz is going to be trying his best.
Yeah.
Guy runs 4.2 on this team.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
What if Carson Wentz throws for 500 yards and 6 touchdowns?
There is a chance.
Yeah.
But there's also a chance he walked into the facility this morning with highlights of him playing with 2 broken ankles and showing him to Patrick Mahomes saying, hey, you can do it, buddy.
Oh, okay. You think he's potentially saying, hey, you ever see me? With 2 sprains is what they called me.
Yep.
One wasn't enough. I wanted to sprain the other one to let people know you could fucking do this. You think that's what he said to Patrick?
Something like Patrick, I've been there before. You take your time. I can handle this next couple of weeks.
Can't wait.
I played with 2 sprains. It ruined my career. You should sit out a couple of weeks.
And then Xavier Worthy's down there somewhere.
Yeah, he'll find it.
God bless is what he'll say.
Steelers having to play Wentz on Christmas is my worst fucking.
Yes, it should be.
I'd much rather play Patrick Mahomes.
Okay.
You know what he's going to do.
That's what Wentz does.
Yeah, you don't know what Wentz is going to do.
Dude,
Fear God.
good luck out there, Wentz. And the Chiefs. And Godspeed, Patrick Mahomes' ankle. And all Chiefs fans. All right, last overreaction.
That was the last one.
Okay, perfect. Let's make our picks now. Ladies and gentlemen, there's 2 games tonight. Bears at Vikings, Falcons at Raiders. AJ has won this weekend against the spread. Congratulations to you, sir. Let's start with Darius J. Butler. D-Butch, both games, please. Who you picking? How you taking?
Let's go. I'm not even going to make this long at all. Minnesota Vikings win and cover. They stay hot. Sam Darnold put up a bunch of points tonight against the stinky Bears. And then Kirk Cousins bounces back against the Las Vegas Raiders. They win and they cover out in Vegas.
Okay, you join 80% plus on those two bets. A lot of heavy favorite betting this evening. AJ, you're seeing the board very well. Tone Diggs has an updated percentage.
Yeah, I just saw. Well, yeah, the 80% still on the Vikings, 88 on the Falcons. But I just saw a stat: NFL favorites of more than 3 points are 7-1 against the spread this week.
Okay, so will that continue this evening? AJ's 11-3 on the week thus far. Who do you like, AJ?
Bears Vikings, I think ultimate trap game for this Vikings team, but I think they win and they cover. Give me Vikings -7 and Falcons Raiders. This is Kirk Cousins coming out party. Coming out again to let you know I still got it and I still have it. My Achilles feels okay, Shefty. I know Shefty said he hasn't played the same, but he had a nice little stretch there before he hit a tough patch. But Falcons -6.5.
All right, I agree with both of those, with both of you and everybody else. I'm trying to get closer to 500 on a week because this is the worst weekend I've had thus far. But we'll start seeing the board much better, all of us. We can't thank you enough for joining us. We're back tomorrow with an Aaron Rodgers Tuesday. Hey, big win. Big win. He was scooting too. Yeah. Can't wait to hear his thoughts on everything happening in the world. And we'll be back tomorrow. Be a friend, tell a friend something nice. It might change your life. We're in this thing together. Enjoy the games tonight. 8 o'clock on ESPN. No, I'm sorry, on ABC. 8:30 on ESPN. 2 games. We'll talk about that and more tomorrow. Be a friend, tell a friend something nice. It might change your life. We're in this thing together. Team on me. Team on 3. 1, 2, 3. Team. Goodbye.